Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. Now that Tang Heo is gone, the plot will undergo earth-shaking changes. I just don't know if there will be a butterfly effect, a causal effect, or some other effect. What Huang Wei is most worried about now is this disgusting thing. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There should be a way of heaven in this world, but I don't know which god in the divine world this way of heaven is. Huang Wei asked the system, wanting to confirm the answer in his mind. The system said, the real way of heaven does not belong to any god, but now there is an acting way of heaven named Douluo. Huang Wei frowned. As soon as he thought about it, he knew that this Douluo came from the god realm. Then he asked, if I kill Tang Xin now, will Tang Xin's soul be reincarnated again? After all, the other party is a son of the plane and can transfer from the Tang sect. He dare not say that he will not transfer again. Anyone can die, but Tang Xin is the absolute protagonist in this world. Before he becomes a god, no matter how he dies, the true will of heaven will operate in secret. The system's mechanical voice speaks depressing and irritating words. Huang Wei said, then, what is the level of heavenly Dao? Or acting as heavenly Dao? Since we don't know the other party's name, we finally need to know the level of heavenly Dao. Right, the system said, the true will of heaven in Douluo Star cannot be measured by level, but Douluo, the agent of heaven, is a second level god. Because with the power of Douluo Star, he also has the qualifications to operate in secret, but the premise is that he is not allowed to be manipulated by the gods in the world. Otherwise, the committee found, he would have suffered, and his backroom authority was extremely limited. In Douluo Star, this god will be much more powerful than the ordinary second level gods, with more authority and strength. Huang Wei asked, system, can you help me stop the way of heaven from saving Tang Xin? The system said, the system only assists the host to grow and become stronger. It does not provide these services. If you want to truly destroy Tang Xin, there are two ways. The first way is to make his soul and soul disappear, and there will be no such person in the world. The second way, beyond the Douluo Star acting as the heavenly Dao deity, kill both of them. Even the Douluo Star heavenly Dao cannot resurrect them. I understand. Huang Wei felt a little regretful. No, I have to become stronger quickly. Huang Wei clenched his fists, feeling a sense of crisis at this moment. This crisis comes from heaven. In Wuhan City Point, after seeing everything was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was really scary. In this unexpected battle, except for the golden crocodile, all the 6 worshippers were seriously injured due to Tang Heo's self-destruction. As for the elders, their injuries were not minor. After all, a titled Douluo self-destructed, and the power of the self-destruction was not only the titled Douluo, but also the power of the 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul point. Such terrifying power has already greatly ignored the level gap between titled Douluo. After all, titled Douluo's bodies are only mortal point. As for the turtle and the demon bear, the 3 ghost leopard Douluo were very unfortunate, and could only mourn in silence. The corpses were all damaged by the bombing, with pieces missing. Fortunately, Yulong and the Agouti didn't come due to their own reasons, otherwise they might also be among the corpses. They can be considered to have escaped a life crisis. This time Wuhan Palace suffered heavy losses. Kai and Aolio instantly summoned all the healing soul masters to come, and also the auxiliary soul masters, to enter the worship hall, especially the soul masters with enhanced souls. As for Bibi Dong, her injuries were minimal, because she used her own methods, but she still needed some time to recuperate. It can be said that Wu Hundian was a bit embarrassed this time. No matter what, the matter is over, and Tang Heo is dead. Enshrined in the temple. Kai and Aolio said in a deep voice, Tang Heo is dead, and you have also suffered injuries and losses that should not have been caused by the sudden accident. It shouldn't be. In this battle, our spirit hall lost 3 Douluo, the demonic bear, the ghost leopard and the turtle. It was really a big loss. Kai and Aolio said, feeling extremely heartbroken himself. but luckily Tang Heo is dead and everything is worth it. Golden Crocodile took the initiative to step forward and apologized. Dear worshipper, I'm guilty. If I had killed all this earlier. Liu stopped him immediately and lamented, it has nothing to do with you. If you really want to blame, it's my fault. If I hadn't asked you to bring the person back, it would be more than that. Everyone also lamented the 3 dead comrades. It seems that after this time, we will have to focus on cultivating new Douluo, and those late stage contrasts will have an opportunity. The later stage refers to the 87, 88, and 89th level Douluo who are the most advantageous. Liu came to the statue of Seraphim, performed a ritual, and then activated the healing ability of Seraphim. It was a very holy golden light that illuminated everyone. Everyone felt so comfortable instantly, more comfortable than ever before. They are naturally comfortable, but this consumes a lot of money for Liu. The people who were enjoying themselves with their eyes closed did not see the paleness and weakness on Liu's face at all. He also entered meditation with his eyes closed. Under the illumination of the holy light and the help of the healing and auxiliary soul masters, these people's severe injuries gradually recovered bit by bit. The broken tendons, bones, blood vessels and nerves in the body are slowly reorganizing. They are all lucky to have survived. At this moment, everyone feels in their hearts that it is good to be alive. But fortunately, no one has lost arms or legs. They all have intact bodies, because holy light and those soul masters are not so awesome yet. Chapter 65 Uzayada Gang's shock in the distance. Uzayada Gang lamented that a generation of Haoshan had fallen like this. The main thing now is to get Tang Xin out. Taking advantage of the chaos, Uzayada Gang successfully entered the Pope's palace with the Elder's token. He searched in this palace for a long time, but could not find Tang Xin. So he came outside, took out his token, and asked a guard, let me ask you, have a child and a girl been captured recently? The guard was stunned for a moment, then looked at the Elder token in the other person's hand, and knew that the other person's identity was definitely not simple. He was taller than him, so he nodded and said, yes, Elder. Uzayada Gang took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, where are they? The guard said, I was imprisoned in the dungeon. What? He was imprisoned in a dungeon? Uzayada Gang was frightened and immediately said, take me to the dungeon. There are 2 cells in Wuhan Palace. One is the dungeon and the other is the Sky Prison. The Sky Prison detains all major criminals. The dungeon is relatively light. What Uzayada Gang didn't expect was that the other party would imprison these 2 people in these places. They were just children. In his mind, the people from Wuhan Palace captured him and imprisoned him in a room at most. Imprisoned in a dungeon. Why is this so? Uzayada Gang felt indignant about this behavior. The guard shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Elder, I can't leave due to my duties. The dungeon is over there, you can go on your own. He didn't even know the Elder in front of him, and he had never even heard of him. But there are rules in the Wuhan Palace. When you see the token, you are the Elder. That's why he could answer the middle-aged man in front of him so obediently. Upon hearing this, Uzayada Gang decisively turned around and ran towards the dungeon. He wanted to take advantage of the time when Bibi Dong and others were still recovering from their injuries to rescue Tang Xin and Xiao Wu. Even if it really wasn't possible, then Tang Xin would still be rescued. As for Xiao Wu, he has nothing to do with her. As long as Tang Xin can be safe, she doesn't care. However, at this moment, Huang Wei was still in the outer area sympathizing with the victims. He had no idea that Uzayada Gang was going to steal the house, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Because he took away the key to the dungeon where Xiao Wu and Tang Xin were imprisoned. Now only he can open those 2 cells. The other is to blast them away with violence. As for Uzayada Gang's 29th level soul power, it is simply impossible to achieve it. In Huang Wei's eyes, he is just a clown. So he continued his condolence work, and under his comfort, the victims calmed down. Moreover, since the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace came down in person, he still had to give face, and they were very pleased with the other party's approach. The low morale was suddenly improved. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei, as the Holy Son, was very happy. On the other side, Uzayada Gang came to the dungeon door, panting and bending over, holding his knees. Who is here? In the dungeon of Wuhan Palace, no one else is allowed to enter. Leave quickly. Don't blame me for being rude to you. The Dungeon is in the form of a palace door, which leads all the way to the underground. There are a row of guards standing on both sides of the palace door in a rectangular formation to guard it. When they saw a strange middle-aged man arriving, they immediately scolded him to drive him away. Uzziah Gang immediately straightened up and handed over the elder token in his hand, with a serious look on his face. Seeing that this person did not listen to the persuasion, the leading guard walked towards him. As he walked, he drew his sword and used force to drive him away. However, the next second he saw the token in the hand of the person in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils suddenly opened and shrank. Elder. Token. It turns out to be an elder. Then everyone immediately changed drastically and bowed their hands. I cursed in my heart. You are an elder. Why are you so weak? Are you still out of breath when you run over? Are you so vain? This will scare people to death. We are just workers and cannot withstand such intimidation. Uzziah Gang immediately said, I ask you. You answer truthfully. Yes. Excuse me, elder. The guard held his hands and nodded. Uzziah Gang said, did a boy and a girl be imprisoned in the dungeon not long ago? The guard was stunned for a moment, thinking he was going to ask something, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter, so he nodded. Yes, elder. Come over here. I want to meet them and ask them some questions. Uzziah Gang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, yes, elder, please come with me. The guard nodded and said, lead the way. Uzziah Gang nodded. The guard walked in and Uzziah Gang quickly followed. Seeing this scene, the others also gave way to the passage. The way down was a long staircase, dark and damp inside. There is candlelight lighting. Along the way, there are many rooms and many forks, like a very complicated maze. It is really easy for outsiders to get lost if they don't know the way inside. Because this dungeon is very large, it is no exaggeration to say that half of the rooms here are occupied by criminals. However, these criminals' crimes are not that serious, otherwise they would enter the sky prison. Those in general dungeons, except for death row prisoners, will be released after the prescribed period of time and see the light of day again and start a new life. Uzziah Gang followed the guard and walked in circles towards the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 52. This made Uzziah Gang startled and jump in his heart. Good guys, Bibi Dong, you are so cruel. You locked 2 children in such a deep room. Is this too much to make a fuss about? Although Uzziah Gang's face was not good looking, the other party was really too much. As Tang San's teacher and only disciple, he was now worried about Tang San. It was so winding, and the lighting was so bad. To be honest, he was already lost now. If there were no guards to lead the way, it might take him a very long time to get out of this dungeon maze, and he might even go around in circles and eventually get completely lost and starve to death in the maze. These are no exaggerations. Not here yet. Uzziah Gang asked in a deep voice. He was growing impatient. In a dark environment, people feel very uncomfortable. Uzziah Gang is a person who advocates light. The guard replied, elder, here we are. In the rooms in front, these 2 people are kept separately because they are special. The girl is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast and is especially favored by the Pope and others. Pay attention. As far as I know, that young man is the son of Tang Heo, the elders just fought with. I'm just following the order. No matter how I'm locked up in this deep room, it must be very important criminal. As the long-term caretaker of the dungeon, he knew the inside story. Because he is also one of the Hall Masters of Wuhan Hall and is under the jurisdiction of ghosts. Hearing the guard's words, Uzziah Gang was suddenly shocked. What did you say? Is that little girl the soul beast of 100,000 years incarnation? Uzziah Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. At first he thought that the other party caught this little girl because she had something to do with Tang San and kidnapped her unexpectedly. There is such a terrifying relationship. Thinking of this, Uzziah Gang's hair suddenly broke out. Damn it, the 100,000-year-old soul beast is right next to me. I don't even know it yet. If the other party had harmful intentions, not one of his Tang San, him, or the entire Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy would survive. He suddenly became frightened when he thought of this. As the first person to theorize, he naturally understands the terror of a 100,000-year soul beast. But fortunately, Xiao Wu looks kind-hearted, and he shouldn't be the kind of harmful 100,000-year-old soul beast incarnation. What's more, after 100,000 years of soul beast transformation, the cultivation before the transformation will be completely gone, and it will be almost the same as an ordinary person. Thinking of this, it doesn't seem so scary. Yu Xiao Gang also gradually calmed down. Chapter 66. Yu Xiao Gang's anger. Under the leadership of the guards, Yu Xiao Gang finally arrived at one of the cells. The guard said, "Elder, this room holds the little girl who has transformed into a 100,000-year-old soul beast." The walls of the cell are very thick copper and iron walls, except for a window at the door to see the scene inside. There is no other situation to see. With that said, the guard took the lead and opened the window on the door. Yu Xiao Gang couldn't wait to look in. Sure enough, there was a girl in a pink dress with long braids and 2 hanging rabbit ears on her head. At first, Yu Xiao Gang looked in. Xiao Gang thought they were decorations, but after listening to the guard's words, it seemed that they were really rabbit ears. But at this moment, Xiao Wu was very pitiful, with a look of grief on her face. It was as if he already knew his next fate. The movement at the door made Xiao Wu inside slowly raise his head. The moment he saw a familiar face, his whole body was shocked, and he shouted quickly, "Master, help me, Xiao-san doesn't know where he is being held." Yu Xiao Gang showed worry and lamented, "Your identity has been exposed, and even I can't do anything about it." When Xiao Wu heard this, she was shocked with thunder and lightning. Sure enough, she lowered her head again, waiting for the fate of being slaughtered, and turned into a soul ring. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiao Gang really couldn't bear it. No matter what, the opponent has now transformed, and not all soul beasts are bad. Xiao Wu is obviously kind, but he has no power to restrain a chicken. What should he do when facing Wuhan Palace? He couldn't even defeat the guard next to him. So he looked at the guard and asked, "Can you open the door? I want to go in and see her." The guard shook his head and said, "Sorry, Elder, I don't have the key to this cell." Yu Xiao Gang was startled. "Who is it?" As a guard of the dungeon, the key to the cell is not on you? This is too, but after thinking about it, this is the form of a 100,000-year soul beast. It is a 300,000-year soul ring. It is very likely that the soul bone will explode. For such a precious thing, it seems reasonable that the key is not on him. The guard answered truthfully, "In the sun." "What? It's actually at the Holy Sun's place." Yu Xiao Gang frowned. He had also heard a little bit about the new Holy Sun of Wuhan Palace. After all, the news had spread. The Wuhan branch hall was not far from his academy, so naturally it was also spread in Notting City. This young Holy Sun is incredible. At only 6 years old, he has an incredible level of cultivation. In the competition for the Holy Sun, one person crushes all the heroes, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and shock everyone. Moreover, the Holy Sun's martial spirit is a very huge tortoise, good at absolute defense. The 45-level soul sect with strong attack and close combat explosive style exploded in front of everyone with just one punch, and died, turned into blood mist. It is so terrifying to think about it. Yu Xiao Gang took a breath of air and naturally looked horrified. Even the mighty Haoshan Douluo couldn't come to save him, and he fell in the end, let alone him. Forget it, let's just leave it to fate. He shook his head with a wry smile, and then closed the window again. "Where is that little boy?" Yu Xiao Gang asked. "Guard, please follow me." So, he turned around and walked to the third room. Arriving at the third room, he opened the window and saw that it was Chen Xin who was tied to the wall in a large format. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiao Gang suddenly felt heartbroken and crazy. He was madly resentful and cursed in his heart. "Damn it. How could they do this to you? You are only 6 years old. How much of a threat can these crazy guys, a 6-year-old child, bring to you? This is it. Xiao-san. Xiao-san." Yu Xiao Gang called out quickly because he saw the blood on Chen Xin's body. Could this be torture? Thinking of this, he became even more angry. Chen Xin gradually woke up from Yu Xiao Gang's call. His brain was moving slightly, and he made a gurgling sound in his throat. It had a fishy sweet smell, which was the residual blood smell of being vomited blood just now. He was woken up by a familiar voice. He slowly raised his head, his eyes blurred with resentment. When he saw the familiar face through the window, he was stunned. Teacher, why are you here? Tang Xin was a little confused and a little surprised. Maybe the other party could save him. If he could leave here when he grows up, he will definitely take revenge on Wuhan Palace and that damn Holy Sun. That Holy Sun knows too many of his secrets and must die. He must not stay. This is what he firmly believes at this moment, and he is not sure what is happening to his father at this moment. Since he fell into coma, he knows nothing. Of course the teacher here is here to rescue you. Yu Xiaogang said quickly. Teacher, are you serious? Get me out quickly. I don't want to stay here anymore. Tang Xin immediately became happy when he heard this. There was nothing he could be happier about now than letting him go. If so, it would be with Xiao Wu. Okay, you wait. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Then he closed the window, looked at the guard and said, he is just a child. Now Tang Heo outside has been destroyed. Even if this child is his son, he has only awakened the blue silver grass martial spirit. He absolutely cannot give the martial spirit. If the palace brings any disaster, can he let it go? The guard actually had this idea too. After all, what kind of trouble can a child make? He is also a father himself, so naturally he can't bear to do this to such a young child. Even though the other party is Tang Heo's cub. What's more, it's just a useless martial spirit of blue silver grass. He wanted to let him go, but regretfully shook his head and said, I'm sorry, elder, I don't have the right to let him go. Why is this? Then open the door for me, and I will go in and talk to him. Yu Xiaogang suddenly felt unhappy, and his tone was a little angry. The guard was helpless and said, the key to the room here was also taken away by the Holy Sun. If I had the key, I would be able to open the door and let you in, but I really don't have it. Yu Xiaogang was stunned and startled. What? At the Holy Sun again? What kind of grudge does this Holy Sun have with Tang Xin? Why is this? The guard smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm just a guard. I don't know. If the elder really wants to let him go, then he can only go to the Holy Sun or ask His Majesty the Pope to come forward. But now that His Majesty the Pope and others have experienced the battle just now, he is still recovering from his injuries in the enshrinement hall, and for a short time everything in the Wuhan hall has been left to the Holy Sun to take care of. In the spirit hall, if the Pope is away or something happens, it is usually the elders who take care of it, but now the elders are also healing their wounds and have no time. Going down one level, they are the Sun and the Saint. However, the Saint is still in Death Canyon and has not returned. Naturally, everything is managed by the Holy Sun. However, whether it is his character or other aspects, this Holy Sun is far superior to his peers and even crushes him at a higher latitude. Where is the Holy Sun now? Yu Xiaogang asked. The guard said, we have been guarding here. If you don't know, the elders can go out and find out on their own. We have positions and cannot leave here. I know. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth slightly and said. Then he opened the window again, and Tang Xin couldn't hear what Yu Xiaogang and the guard said because the wall was made of special materials which had a 98% sound insulation effect. Xiaozen, wait a moment, I'll ask the Holy Sun to help you untie it. After saying that, he closed the window and left immediately. Tang Xin wanted to say something, but it was too late. But he felt there was no chance. How could that Holy Sun let him go? Chapter 67. Yu Xiaogang meets Huang Wei. Huang Wei was extremely tired after finishing the comfort work outside. He was walking towards the villa directly inside the Pope's palace. I've finally finished my day's work. I'm exhausted. Let's take a day off and practice hard tomorrow. As for Tang Xin, he can't be killed anyway, so let's raise him first. Just feed him 3 meals a day and don't let him die. It's better to be able to control someone who feels safer than to be reincarnated after death and not knowing who is coming. He murmured and walked leisurely towards the villa. As for the rest of the affairs, he left it to Salus to handle. This is a veteran with very long experience, so he can naturally do it beautifully. He doesn't need to worry. I don't know how teachers and the others are doing, he muttered. Everywhere he passed, there were soldiers and personnel from Wuhan Palace. When they saw Huang Wei, they all respectfully called him Holy Sun. Huang Wei was very satisfied. It was a complete enjoyment. No wonder those people like to be in high and powerful positions. This feeling is like that of an emperor. It is so comfortable. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice rushed around in the Wuhan hall, taking out the elder token and asking about the whereabouts of the Holy Sun Huang Wei. Under the instructions of those people, Yu Xiao Gang came to this direction and happened to see and hear the people in front of him saluting a young man. Yu Xiao Gang suddenly felt happy. Finally found this guy. Wait, mistress, the teacher will definitely rescue you. He clenched his fist and walked quickly towards Huang Wei. In his opinion, he is just a child. Although the other person is the Holy Sun, he is an elder. According to the positions in Wuhan Palace, the Holy Sun and the Elder are on the same level. Holy Sun, wait a moment. A voice came out. Everyone looked over suddenly curious and confused. Who is this middle-aged man in long robes, short hair, and wretched? Why haven't I seen this person in Wuhan Palace? Chapter 53. Could it be someone sneaking in from outside? In this case, wouldn't it mean that the guards of Wuhan Palace were lost as he was walking, too lazy to care about other things? Huang Wei stopped when he heard the sound, turned his head and looked over, staring at the man who was walking quickly towards this side with a calm expression. Looking carefully, this guy looks familiar. Yu Xiao Gang? He had the answer in his heart, and then he was surprised that this guy didn't die in such a terrifying explosion. Isn't this too fake? Did this guy come early? After all, the only way to come to Wuhan City is the one where we just fought. The rest of the roads are through the Gaosang Mountains, where beasts and soul beasts are lurking. The roads are blocked. It's just a dream for Yu Xiao Gang to come here. No, he didn't even know my plan. How could he have arrived before? What's more, how did this guy get in? Hey, wait a minute, that elder token. Suddenly, he remembered and suddenly realized. He was so tired that he lost his memory. He had no choice but to enjoy life after traveling through time and joining the Wuhan Palace. This was the first time for him to live like this. He couldn't adapt to it for the time being and was exhausted physically and mentally. After all, he is only a 6-year-old child, so he shouldn't be so tired. Huang Wei waved his hand directly and said, I have been busy with affairs all day, and I'm already exhausted. I will not accept other people's visits. If you have any questions, go directly to Bishop Salas. Also, this Holy Sun has never seen you in the Wuhan Palace. Who asked you to come in and run around? Come. Here, take him out. Huang Wei showed a look of remembering, and while shouting, he waved his little hand and ordered the people around him to take action. This person really got in, since Lord Holy Sun has spoken out in person, then blast this person out. What kind of place do you think Wuhan Palace is? Running around everywhere? What a shame. The people around him also responded to Huang Wei's call and shouted, going up to find trouble for this wretched and strange man and blast him out. Everyone, stop, let me see who dares to move. You. Xiao Gang was originally in a bad mood because of Tang San's incident, but now he became angry after hearing these people's nonsense and stretched out the token in his hand. When everyone saw this, their expression suddenly changed. It turns out to be the elder's token. He is actually an elder. How can this be? Why have we never seen or even heard of him in Wuhan Palace? Isn't this elder's token just picked up? Everyone stopped, and some people were muttering. But no matter what, if the other party reveals his identity, they can't move, because the Elder and the Sun belong to the same level. If they move, they are dead. Now the only one who can touch the opponent is the Holy Sun in front of him. They were all looking forward to how the Holy Sun would deal with it. Huang Wei held back a glance and said with a cold face, how did you get the Elder token? There is no Elder like you in Wuhan Palace. I suspect that the Elder token in your hand does not belong to you. He paused for a moment and said with contempt in his tone, because you are too weak. You need at least a titled Douluo to be an elder, but you are panting and out of breath even when you run. You don't have a titled Douluo. Eluozora doesn't even have the temperament of an elder. Could it be that you are too weak to play with women in that regard? When Yu Xiao Gang heard this, it was unexpectedly coming from the mouth of a 6-year-old boy. He was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe and suffocated to death. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and said in a deep voice, Holy Sun, this token naturally belongs to me, and my name is Yu Xiao Gang. I'm the proposer of the theory of competition among the 10 martial arts souls, the first person in mainland China to have the theory, and the Pope, Your Majesty, specially issued it to me. If you don't believe it, you can work with me to find His Majesty the Pope to confirm its authenticity. As for why you don't see me, it's because I don't live in Wuhan City, but in Notting City. Oh, haha, then why don't you stay in Wuhan City? Huang Wei looked calm. He completely dismissed any theory or theory. These things were proposed by other seniors, and Yu Xiao Gang just found these theoretical studies and summarized them. In other words, he plagiarized other people's knowledge and claimed that it was his own. It was really shameless. If we really follow what he said, then after so many years of history in Douluo continent, before this theory came out, wouldn't it be possible that the soul rings couldn't be absorbed and upgraded? Will the soul masters become extinct? Didn't he come through just as well? The so-called top 10 theories that Yu Xiao Gang is talking about now are just researched by other seniors. Maybe no one discovered it. After all, people in this period focus on the cultivation of Wuhan itself, and don't care about too much theoretical knowledge. In this case, there should be many examples of self-destruction, but in fact there are not that many, and the probability is even very low. Hearing this, Yu Xiao Gang said in a deep voice, "This is my own business, and has nothing to do with you, Holy Son. Although you are the Holy Son, you have no right to interfere with my personal life. Moreover, the Elder and the Holy Son are at the same level. You have no right to interfere with my personal life. You can question me like a prisoner." I have to say that Yu Xiao Gang is very familiar with some rules, and so on. Chapter 68. The confrontation between the two. I just came back from swimming and felt very comfortable. Huang Wei heard this and asked, knowingly, "So, Elder Yu, why did you come to see this Holy Son?" Seeing that the other party finally got to the point, Yu Xiao Gang said in a deep voice, "Holy Son, Tang San is my student. Please let him go." "Who is Tang San?" The people around were confused and started to cheer. "So you came here for this guy?" Huang Wei looked surprised and said, "I didn't expect this guy to be your disciple." "Exactly." Yu Xiao Gang nodded seriously. Huang Wei suddenly narrowed his eyes and his tone became cold. "Then do you know that this guy is the son of that evil beast Tang Hao?" Hearing that the young man in front of him verbally humiliated his idol, Yu Xiao Gang was extremely angry. But now that Tang Hao's death was a foregone conclusion, he was unable to refute it. What's more, as the elder of Wuhan Palace, he naturally couldn't speak for Tang Hao, otherwise the consequences will be serious. So he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "That's just Tang Hao. Tang San is his son. He doesn't know about it at all. He is only 6 years old and is innocent. What's more, a person who has awakened the blue silver grass. How much disaster can a child like this useless martial spirit bring to the spirit hall? I can guarantee in the name of Yu Xiao Gang, the elder of Wuhan Palace, that Tang San will never seek revenge from Wuhan Palace, and he doesn't have the strength, and I will never allow it." The reason why Yu Xiao Gang said so many words was to make Tang San worthless and let the other party regard him as harmless garbage. In this case, the chance of rescuing Tang San would be very huge. This has been seen. It shows that Yu Xiao Gang has good intentions. "Haha, Elder Yu, your name is useless." Huang Wei shook his head and said coldly, "Tang Hao was the culprit who killed my former Pope of Wuhan Palace. Now Tang San is his son. I wonder if you have heard of the saying, father is kind and son is filial. Father is filial and son is filial. Father is debtor to son. You should understand this, right?" Yu Xiao Gang suddenly became anxious and asked angrily, "But Tang Hao is dead now. It has nothing to do with Tang San. He is only 6 years old. Why is this?" Huang Wei sneered and said, "Elder Yu, don't be angry. As you get older, you are prone to anger, myocardial infarction, and cerebral congestion. You will be angry to death." Yu Xiao Gang was furious and pointed at Huang Wei, wanting to beat him to death to vent his anger, but he didn't dare point, so he snorted coldly, "I will personally find His Holiness the Pope to argue with you. I don't believe His Holiness the Pope is such an unreasonable person." After saying that, he threw up his sleeves and headed directly towards the Pope's palace. Although he knew that Bibi Dong was not here now, he could wait. When the other party appears, She will not believe in the relationship between him and Bibi Dong all those years ago. The other party will be as messy and unreasonable as the Holy Sun. Is it really right to hand over Wuhan Palace to such a person? Huang Wei looked at his leaving back, his squinted eyes relaxed, his brows slightly raised, and a cold light of murderous intent flashed past. He said coldly in his heart, "Troublesome guy, I wanted you to live a little longer, but you want to die." He didn't like Uzziah Gang to have anything to do with Bibi Dong again, so he planned to find an opportunity to kill him. Anyway, Bibi Dong is not here now. When the night is dark and windy, find a time when no one is around and completely wipe out Uzziah Gang. etc. Huang Wei suddenly thought of something. So he asked the system, can Uzziah Gang be killed successfully? Tang Heo's incident had already given him a reminder. Neither father nor son was killed so easily. The system said, the system is not sure, and it is hard to say anything about things that have not happened. As Tang San's teacher, Uzziah Gang is logically blessed with great luck. After all, he is the teacher of the future God King. Everything is destined. The system rarely talks about truth. Host, you have to understand that this world is a real world, not an anime novel, but it is based on the novel. Maybe not everything is the same, but the protagonist, however, this side has a fixed law of heaven that abides by the original novel. The fixation here is not a fixation by chance, but a fixation by cultivation achievements. For example, those people will become gods in the future, and Tang Heo will become the Douluo star. His mother became the tree of life, while his teacher Uzziah Gang died at the end of his life. Perhaps this is also a flaw. Suddenly, the system's style changed. I don't know if there was an error, and said, you can try to kill him and see what happens. If he is resurrected in Douluo Star, the system will be able to sense it. Hearing this, Huang Wei raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were even colder, thinking in his heart, this heavenly Dao is also a troublesome thing. Just wait, when I grow up, you, the so-called second level god, will not be alive anymore. As for the god realm, I am not afraid either. But now the strength does not allow it, so we should adapt to the situation first. I think things related to the protagonist are too simple. I just let them live a little longer. The same is true for this Uzziah Gang. Anyway, with my current cultivation speed, I will grow up very quickly. When the time comes, I will just sort it out. As long as my defense is strong enough, these people, heaven, and the world of gods are nothing to worry about. What's more, my life is so long. I will develop a god that truly belongs to me. Anyway, there is a system, and I'm this variable. After sorting out his thoughts, the complicated thoughts in Huang Wei's mind became smoother, and his face became better looking. And he didn't want other uncontrollable accidents to happen. If Bibi Dong found out that he had killed Uzziah Gang, maybe the beautiful relationship between them would really break down. After all, if Bibi Dong is really crazy, she will also be a very scary guy. At the end of Douluo, she still loved Uzziah Gang deeply, and felt very guilty about what happened back then, because Uzziah Gang had no idea about his relationship with the former Pope Khan Zunji in the secret chamber. Everything Bibi Dong is doing now is to destroy Wuhan Palace and Qianjia. She originally had no desire for power and status, but due to the influence of the Rakshasa god's spiritual thoughts, she gradually became crazy. She has an incomparable desire for power and status, which can be seen in the later stages of the original work. Hey, I feel tired. The current Huang Wei is still too small to prevent these things, so he can only take care of the current situation. Uzziah Gang, who was sitting at the door of the Pope's palace, didn't bother to hold his mouth shut. He's just a struggling ant. Even if Bibi Dong comes out while I'm here, you can't even think of rescuing your precious disciple. He's my back. Too lazy to continue paying attention to him. Huang Wei took a step back and walked directly towards the dungeon. He wanted to personally tell Tang Xin the news that Tang Heo had been destroyed, causing his heart to be hit hard again. Thinking of this made him feel happy. His pleasure is based on the pain of hostile forces. Knowing that you will be my unrelenting enemy in the future, if I don't take advantage of you before you grow up, why should I still wait for you to grow up? Just want to eat shit. Tang San, bear the painful punishment well. I'm your nemesis, ha ha ha. Chapter 69 Negotiation. The fourth soul ring. When the guards saw the people arriving at the dungeon door, they didn't even need to look at the tokens. They immediately moved out of the way, and the leader of the hall leader quickly stepped forward. To greet them, a smiling face saluted respectfully. Holy Son, you are here. Huang Wei nodded. Please, come inside. The guard naturally understood Huang Wei's purpose. He turned around and immediately led the way. As Huang Wei walked, he asked, did a middle-aged man come to the dungeon just now? The guard captain nodded quickly. Yes, he has the elder token in his hand, so we can only let him go. And the people he is looking for are Chen Xin and the little girl who transformed into a 100,000-year beast soul. Ah, you going to save that man? Huang Wei smiled slightly. The guard captain nodded. Yes. Holy Son, will you let him in next time? Then he asked. Chapter 54. Huang Wei nodded. When he comes, just take him in. Anyway, just say that the key is with me, and you can't open the door. And he can't open the door. Not to mention, that you can't be disobedient, even if he holds the elder's token. This is the rule set in Wuhan Palace. It's the Holy Son. The guard nodded quickly. Soon, Huang Wei was led by the guards towards the cell where Chen Xin was imprisoned. At this time, he came to Xiao Wu's cell, and took a look. Xiao Wu was hopeless in there, and had given up resistance, because she knew that, if she was caught, there would be no possibility of escaping now. Huang Wei said to the guard, give her 3 meals a day on time, but don't starve to death, otherwise your sin will be serious. The guard broke into a cold sweat and nodded. It's the Holy Son. But Holy Son, I don't have the key. The guard hesitated, and said. Huang Wei said, it doesn't matter, I will untie those things on her body now. Then you only need to find a way to send food in through the window. Suddenly, Huang Wei reminded, be careful, this guy is a 100,000-year-old soul beast after all, and his kung fu skills are quite sufficient. Don't capsize in the gutter. However, Xiao Wu has now been jointly sealed by title Douluo, and cannot use any soul power or soul beast power. Just an ordinary woman who knows martial arts. Understood. Please rest assured, Holy Son. The guard nodded quickly, with a serious look on his face, giving Huang Wei a reassuring look. Immediately afterwards, Huang Wei took out the key, opened the door, and walked in leisurely. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was indifferent. She knew that, now that all her strength was sealed, if she resisted, she would definitely be beaten to death, and her end would be even worse. What do you want to do? But when she saw that the person who came in turned out to be a young man about the same age as her in human form, the fear in her heart was not so great. He kept looking up and down at the guy in front of him. Huang Wei showed a harmless smile and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Wei, and I'm the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. The Holy Son of Wuhan Palace? What are you doing here? Xiao Wu looked wary. She hated the people in Wuhan Palace the most. Now that she heard that he still had this identity, she suddenly became even more angry and frightened. She was frightened. The little white rabbit's body kept moving toward the corner. Don't move. I will gently remove your shackles. Huang Wei said, can you let me out? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and asked pitifully. Huang Wei shook his head and said, let you out? How is this possible? You are a 100,000-year soul beast. For us humans, it is the easiest 100,000-year soul ring to be given to us, and you also have a 100,000-year soul bone. How could I be stupid enough to let you go? He felt like he had heard a great ancient joke, and the paused voice quickly picked up. Teacher has already said, I will keep you for now, and when I reach the level of title Douluo or Contra Douluo, I will kill you. I absorb the soul ring. How disgusting. Xiao Wu's face turned pale. She was frightened. Her whole body was trembling. She was extremely angry, and she wanted to go up and beat up the bastard in front of her. Huang Wei said, the process of killing may be very painful for you. You can also choose to sacrifice yourself. This will be more comfortable and preserve your soul. This is a good thing. I hope you will think about it carefully and follow this plan. I will definitely not humiliate you. Xiao Wu said desperately, I just want to live well. I don't want to die. I won't hurt humans. Can you let me go? I really don't want to die. I just want to live. I want to see this world as she spoke. She kept crying and was scared. Hearing this, Huang Wei felt a little complicated, so he said, you can sacrifice it to me when the time comes. After I become a god, your soul will be placed in the soul ring, and I can resurrect you. Or you can become my fourth soul. Ring ends the pain sooner. I'm going to die anyway. Can you show me the scene outside again? Xiao Wu said reluctantly. Huang Wei shook his head. No, after you become my soul ring, I can release your soul, and you can still see the scene outside. Hearing this, Xiao Wu decisively fell into despair again. I know. Can you bear the fourth soul ring? She was going to die sooner or later, and she planned to end her current pain as soon as possible. Huang Wei said, of course I can't bear to kill you to get the soul ring, but I can bear it if you sacrifice it to me. This meaning is also very different. No, I will sacrifice it to you after you reach level 40. Xiao Wu lamented. Don't worry, I'm very trustworthy, and I do what I say. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the guard and said, before I reach level 40, every meal must be the richest. Don't neglect it. Assign her to a cell with a separate toilet and bed. The guard was stunned and nodded quickly. It's the Holy Sun. Can I see Tang Xin again? He is my brother. If he knows that I'm dead, he will be very sad. Not now. I will let you meet on the day you sacrifice. Huang Wei refused, but in a sense he agreed. It was just a matter of time. Okay. Xiao Wu gritted her silver teeth and nodded. Now her life is in the hands of others, and she has no right to refuse. After the negotiation, Huang Wei grabbed her shackles and took her directly out of the current cell. He followed the guard to find a private cell with a little sunlight. This is usually for petty criminals with backgrounds in Wuhan Palace. Now that Xiao Wu can live there, a big back door has been opened for her after moving in. Huang Wei directly unlocked her shackles. Huang Wei said, you will live here before I reach level 40. The bathroom, big bed, air conditioning, soul guide, TV, soul guide, etc. are all fully furnished. I won't wrong you anymore. Xiao Wu was in a low mood and had no answer. There was nothing she could do. Anyone who knew that he was bound to die would not be in a good mood. Huang Wei and the guards immediately entered the room. Huang Wei said, remember the instructions I gave you. She is my fourth soul ring and you must serve her well. The guard captain immediately promised, don't worry, Holy Sun, my subordinates will do everything right. I will never wrong her, and the food will be the richest. If she is not satisfied, I can change it until she is satisfied. You are very good. I'm optimistic about you. I will promote you soon. Huang Wei was satisfied and patted the guard captain on the shoulder. Thank you, Holy Sun. It is my duty to serve the Holy Sun. The guard captain was overjoyed and took advantage of the sweetness. He immediately bowed in even greater awe. Chapter 70. It turns out that talent is always by my side. Next was Tang San's room. Tang San inside was hopeless. The sound of the door being opened made him return to consciousness when he saw that the person who came in was Huang Wei. His helpless face showed anger and resentment. Tang San looked ferocious and said angrily, what are you doing here again? When will you let me go? This will make me feel very uncomfortable. Huang Wei said, I came here just to tell you something big. What's the matter? Tang San's eyelids twitched suddenly, and for some reason a bad premonition arose in his heart. It's not a big deal, but it is a big deal to you. Huang Wei said, in the battle outside just now, your father Tang Heo came to look for trouble. Now he has been killed by the titled Douluo of our Wuhan Palace. To put it simply, your father Tang Heo died in our Wuhan Palace. In the hands of titled Douluo. Although this process is very difficult, no matter what, victory or defeat is the real thing, and the final result is not important. It is just a pity that 3 people died. Although they are the lowest level among the several titled Douluo, they are also genuine titled Douluo. In this case, Wuhandian strength will also be reduced in some ways. Ah. Father. You bastard. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Puff. After hearing this, Tang San was furious. This guy really didn't have any good intentions when he came. He just came to make him angry. Damn it. Heaven is unfair. Why does it treat me like this? Puff. Anger filled his heart. Tang San vomited another mouthful of blood in anger, and then couldn't bear it anymore, and passed out again. Holy Son, he is only a 6-year-old child after all. He cannot withstand such a blow. The guard was standing aside, but he actually couldn't bear it. No matter what, he was also the father of a child, and he felt that the Holy Son had gone too far. However, thinking about the issue of his own side, and the fact that he had just received the respect of the Holy Son, he did not. What can I say? Huang Wei sneered. Is this guy 6 years old? That's just the surface, not necessarily the soul. But he didn't say this to the guards, because there was no need. He just said lightly, if I say that in the future he will destroy Wuhan Palace, you and your family will die. Do you still think I'm so cruel? What? The guard was suddenly startled, with a look of disbelief on his face. This is unlikely. The guard was dumbfounded. Huang Wei said, he is the child of Tang Heo and the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor. The Clear Sky Hammer and the Blue Silver Emperor belong to the same level of top martial arts that cannot be replaced. So he does not have only one martial spirit. He is a twin martial soul. Twin martial spirits? The guard's pupils shrank and he exclaimed. Huang Wei continued, it is recorded in the data that his martial spirit is blue silver grass. That is because the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline hidden in his body has not awakened. Once awakened, he can become the Blue Silver Emperor, and his other martial spirit is naturally the well-known first martial soul in the mainland, is the Haotian Hammer. The guard's expression changed again when he heard this. Huang Wei struck while the iron was hot. For people like this, Tang Heo's father already has a grudge against Wuhan Palace, and Tang Xin and our Wuhan Palace are destined to have a feud that will last forever. Now he just hasn't grown up. When he grows up, there will no longer be a place for me in the Wuhan Palace, so this Holy Son can see far away. He has hidden it from everyone, but he cannot hide it from me. This Holy Son will strangle him in the cradle, so only in this way can we prevent the tragedy from happening later. The Holy Son is really wise. The guard immediately fell to the ground in admiration. He admired Huang Wei's long-term vision very much. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. The guard suddenly said in confusion, there is something unclear about the Holy Son's subordinates. Tell me. Huang Wei nodded. The guard asked, in that case, why didn't the Holy Son kill him directly? Only in this way can future troubles be truly eliminated. Huang Wei is not very good at answering this question. Is it possible to tell you that he is a son of the plane? Will he be reincarnated if he is killed? It's so troublesome to have to look for it again. So he made up a lie and said, no, the Blue Silver Emperor is a very strange existence. If you kill him now, he will not be able to truly die. His soul will be placed on the mother's body, and he can rely on the blow of the mother's body. The power of the Silver Emperor is gradually reorganizing the body, and we have no idea where the Blue Silver Emperor is. This is a very unwise behavior. Besides, as Tang Heo's son, it would be too cheap to let him die like this. He must be tortured. I see. I didn't expect the Blue Silver Emperor to have such a heaven-defying ability. The guard really believed it. What's your name? Huang Wei asked. The guard was overjoyed and immediately reported. Report to the Holy Son, my subordinate Jade Pomelu. What a good name. Huang Wei was stunned and nodded. Thank you, Holy Son, for your appreciation. Jade Pomelu was overjoyed. Jade Pomelu, what level are you at now? Huang Wei asked. Jade Pomelu immediately said, my subordinate is currently at level 79 Soul Saint, and his martial soul is a black ball of thoughts. As he spoke, his soul power surged, and he volunteered, and an extremely dark sphere appeared in his hand, about the size of a palm. This martial spirit can be converted into the weapon I want according to my thoughts. With that said, he tried it. The black ball began to change, turning into a black long sword, a black long knife, a broadsword, a sickle, a gun and other things. Huang Wei was immediately shocked. Damn it, isn't this something from the anime in his previous life? Didn't expect this guy really had one. Now under the name Uzibo so familiar it turned out to be Uchiha with the same pronunciation. Damn it, the world of Douluo is really full of weird things. Other than that, what other uses does your martial spirit have? Huang Wei became interested and asked. Jade Pomelu said, Holy Son, my martial soul is born with the ability to suppress the opponent's attack power and erosion, but using it will also consume a lot of my soul power. Huang Wei was overjoyed. It turned out that the talent was always by my side. I don't know. Well, now I know. Okay, Jade Pumelu, as a hall leader, you are showing off your talent point. This holy son will need a right-hand man and a confidant in the future, and I intend to recruit you to become a true member of my holy son. Are you willing? This holy son can cultivate you. You become a contra or even a titled Douluo. Huang Wei did not dare to speak loudly, but there was a hint of reservation in his words. He has now extended an olive branch and is waiting for the other party's action. When Jade Pumelu heard this, he was extremely excited. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, Holy Son, I, Jade Pumelu, am willing to become a true member of your command and assist you. From now on, my subordinates will always be at your service. No regrets until death. Haha, okay, please get up. Now, you are still a member of the Ghost Elders management, so you can just listen to him. This holy son is now 6 years old and a 35th level soul sect. It won't be long before he can break through the 40 level soul sect point destined to become a titled Douluo. If you become my confidant, I will not let you down. Huang Wei was very happy. He finally had his first true subordinate point. Although he has great power and status as the Holy Son, the subordinates in Wuhan Palace are completely different from these. Huang Wei immediately took out an 8-petal orchid from the space. It was completely white and crystal clear, giving people a sense of purity and purity. It is one of the ice and fire ice fairy grass, the 8-petal fairy orchid. This is a fairy herb called the 8-petal fairy orchid. Its medicinal properties are soft and mellow, and it is easy to absorb. However, it takes a long time. It has a very powerful effect of strengthening the body and expelling impurities in the body. This flower is not surprising. It will definitely allow you to break through the current bottleneck and reach level 80 contra, and at the same time, make your own cultivation speed faster. This is the gift I give you as a meeting gift from the Holy Son. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. This holy son will give it to you in the future. Take it and take it. Huang Wei smiled slightly. Facing his real subordinates, he would not be stingy. Chapter 71. The layout of the dungeon begins. Huang Wei said, as for the method of taking it, it is very simple. You only need to eat the petals, and finally suck the stamens. This process requires the use of soul power to stimulate the absorption. Do not eat the remaining roots. This subordinate has thanked the Holy Son for his cultivation. I will never forget it. Jade Pumelu swore his thanks with excitement. He quickly took it with both hands respectfully. Seeing this, Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. You take it now. I will protect you and you will be safe here. Huang Wei said. Yes. Jade Pumelu nodded solemnly. His cultivation had been stuck at level 79 Soul Saint for several years, and there had been no progress. He had a hunch that with this fairy grass in the mouth of the saint, as long as he took it, if he goes on, he will definitely have strange and unexpected effects. This was also a major opportunity for him to break through Contrap, so he did not dare to neglect it, and started taking it bit by bit according to the instructions given by the Holy Son. Finally, the rhizome was returned to the Holy Son. Huang Wei took it, and put it into the Jialing space. Exploring here again with his mind, he found that the rhizomes of the fairy grass that he had warmed before had begun to grow slowly. This is a good thing. The celestial beings with eyes of ice and fire are not just the ones in the original novel. There are many others that have not been described. Huang Wei won't introduce them one by one here. You will naturally know them when the time comes. Huang Wei suddenly sighed in his heart. The speed is still too slow. Do we need to wait until the year of the monkey to cultivate this way? No, I must quickly increase my soul power level, and then get the entire ice and fire ice spring water in, and the ice and fire ice spring under the water of the ice spring are the soul bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. When the time comes, I will get them, and they are soul bones that are at least 100,000 years old. At this moment, the Jade Pumelu was already sitting cross-legged and absorbing, with a faint gleaming white light emerging from his body. Huang Wei stayed here, waiting quietly, because it takes a very long time to absorb this 8-petal fairy orchid. Huang Wei had to wait for a while. However, the foundation of jade pomelo is not bad, and the burden of absorbing it is not that big. Naturally, it can be absorbed faster than Oscar's low-level ones at that time point. In this way, about a stick of incense passed. The aura on jade pomelo's body completely skyrocketed. The realm that had not been loosened for several years was finally loosened at this moment. He also received a blessing, leaping from the 79th level soul saint to the 8th level soul Douluo. However, seeing that the treasure light on his body has not completely dissipated, it can be seen that it must be the limitation of the soul ring, which is stuck. As long as Jade Pomelo obtains the 8th soul ring and continues to refine the medicinal power stored in his body, he will definitely be able to continue to improve a few levels soon. Jade Pomelo opened his eyes with excitement, feeling the changes in his body, and was immediately overjoyed. Level 80 contract. I finally broke through, and I feel like it's not completely over, Jade Pomelo said excitedly. Huang Wei nodded and said, yes, the medicinal power of the 8-petal fairy orchid is still in your body and has not been fully digested. The medicinal power of the fairy grass is very large. You should quickly form a team to hunt for the 8th soul ring. Several elders are now. They are all recuperating and cannot go. Jade Pomelo nodded immediately. I know the Holy Sun and my subordinates can achieve such achievements only because of the Holy Sun. He continued to flatter him and saluted with a humble and respectful attitude. He was extremely excited. This time he finally didn't follow the wrong person. Work hard. When the time comes, I will pull you over here. If someone offers you a promotion during this period, don't accept it for now. Just manage this dungeon and watch these two people. Huang Wei patted him shoulders. Jade Pomelo nodded quickly. It's the Holy Sun. Huang Wei suddenly remembered something, so he said, during this period, you try to avoid Douluo. If you are close, he can smell the smell of fairy grass on your body. If it is really unavoidable, just say he has become my person. Just let him come to me. Although, Jade Pomelo was a little puzzled as to why the Holy Sun didn't let Elder Douluo know. He didn't ask any more questions, so he nodded. I understand, Holy Sun. I will definitely be careful. Well, let's put him down. Anyway, his soul power has been sealed by the Pope, and he can't summon the martial spirit. When you feed him, it's convenient to put him in directly through the window. Just take him to a cell with a toilet. He will be locked up for a long time. Don't make fesses and urine everywhere, which will be very smelly. As for giving him food, just ordinary food will be fine, Huang Wei said lightly. Jade Pomelo nodded again. Yes. So he started to take action, opening all the locks on Tang San's body. Tang San was still unconscious because he was so angry that he vomited blood. As a son of the plane, his life was naturally not in danger. His vitality was very tenacious, and there was a consciousness that would not let him die just like that. So Jade Pomelo carried Tang San towards another cell with a toilet. After everything was settled, Huang Wei stopped paying attention. Now that his chess pieces have been placed, he can just wait for the subsequent layout. After he returned all the keys to the cell to Jade Pomelo, he sent him away with a respectful look. After returning to the villa, Huang Wei finished his meal and went to bed directly. It was getting late now. Early the next morning, after having breakfast under the service of the maids, I plunged into the artificial lake again as usual and started the day's practice work. Now he is 6 years old and only reaches the 35th level Soul Master. His cultivation speed is still too slow. He will soon be 7 years old. He must become a Soul Master before he is 7 years old so that he can be worthy of the systematic and talented people he. What's more, the higher you go, the more soul power experience you need. But fortunately, he has a 10% cultivation speed increase given by the system. The system has not issued tasks and rewards for a long time, and I don't know when there will be rewards for increasing the training speed. As for Yuziao Gang, he stayed alone at the entrance of the Pope's palace all night, feeling sleepy to death, which also represented his determination. The guards wanted to drive him away, but they were afraid of the Elder Token in the opponent's hand. In this way, they simply ignored it. Since the other party was willing to wait, then let him wait. They were not the ones suffering anyway. The two guards also ushered in the inevitable shift change stage of the day. Guards retired to rest, and two new guards came up. In fact, it's not new. It's been repeated like this all the time. Yu Xiaogang lamented that there was really nothing he could do, and he didn't know when Bibi Dong would be able to heal him injuries. He is so hungry now. He can't starve to death here, can he? At that time, no matter how much grievance I felt in my stomach, I would have nowhere to talk about it. He wanted to sue the Holy Sun, this unscrupulous guy. All this can only be done while alive. So, after thinking about it, he finally got up and left to have breakfast. Seeing this scene, the guard made a disdainful sound on his lips. Finally left. Chapter 72. Candidates for the new Douluo. Soon, more than 10 days passed like this in the Wuhan Hall. The Douluo who were recuperating in the enshrinement hall also woke up from the angelic light that lasted for more than 10 days. The angel's holy light ended and dissipated quickly. After all, it was already very weak. They didn't expect that this time the healing would take so long. Everyone's external physical injuries have all recovered, and some of those with minor internal injuries have also fully recovered. However, although some people who were seriously injured have recovered, they must not use too much force to fight in a short period of time, otherwise the foundation will be completely unstable. As for the healing and assisting soul masters, they had already left the enshrinement hall under Kandao Liu's instructions after stabilizing their injuries. As for Jin Crocodile and other advanced people, they actually recovered early in the morning, just because they were so comfortable under the angel's holy light that they couldn't extricate themselves from it, so they didn't leave and continued to shine. Kandao Liu slowly opened his eyes. His face was extremely pale and weak at the moment, which was very ugly. For more than 10 days, he distributed his semi-divine power evenly, which also required a kind of mental control. The control was very consuming, and his own divine power was also consumed. Under both consumption, he could only persist. Just 10 days. 10 days is neither long nor short, and you can do a lot of things next. He would go into seclusion to recover the consumed semi-divine power and mental power. The rest of the people were naturally very happy to see their bodies recovering. After experiencing life and death, they value and cherish their hard-won new life even more. Although Tang Heo was terrifying, he was eventually killed by their great minister. In this way, everything was worth it. But even now, I still lament for the 3 dead Douluo. Kandao Liu's expression did not show any fluctuations, and he slowly said, "Everyone, your healing has been completed. You can just go back and stabilize yourself later." He paused for a moment, looked at everyone's reaction, and said again, "Ghost leopard, turtle, and demon bear died in this battle, and a tomb ceremony will be held for them 3 days later. As for their family members' pensions, they will be paid as usual. In some cultivation resources and minor issues you can be partial to 1 or 2. Yes." Everyone nodded and felt that this was appropriate. After all, they all died fighting for Wuhan Palace, so they couldn't let the other party's heart be cold. Although the other 3 people were dead, they still had their families. As long as you don't favor them too much, there won't be any problem. Even Bibi Dong thought it was reasonable and thought to herself, Kandao Liu is still a human being in some respects. Seeing this, Kandao Liu said calmly, "Next, I want to discuss with you about cultivating new Douluo with all our strength. Can any of you recommend someone?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked calm, but they were also a little troubled. After all, they basically didn't care about anything in the palace, and were all focusing on their own cultivation. As for their families, their cultivation was too far away from the titled Douluo. Yes, naturally I don't recommend it. The Great Enshrinement must definitely cultivate quick titled Douluo. The best option is to target late stage contrasts, level 87, 88, and 89. Level 89 is naturally the best. Naturally, the more titled Douluo there are in the spirit hall, the better. Just when everyone is worried about it. Then Bibi Dong's voice sounded calmly, "I have someone to recommend you for great worship." There were so many people, so she gave each other some face and shouted big offering, otherwise she would have just called Kandao Liu. Kandao Liu looked at her silently, then nodded and said, "Tell me." Bibi Dong said, "Platinum Bishop Salus. He is now an 88th contract. As long as there are enough resources and full training, He will definitely be able to quickly break through Contrap and become a titled Douluo due to his special martial spirit. As soon as these words came out, everyone else was stunned. Yes, he is quite suitable. He has been working hard for the Wuhan Palace. His Wuhan is not bad. It can even be said to be very good. His own level is also 88. We feel this person is the right choice. Everyone looked at each other and nodded, with the same opinion. Douluo saw that everyone had no objections. He usually stayed in seclusion in the worship hall, and didn't know much about the Wuhan hall. Moreover, there were many people in the Wuhan hall. He couldn't pay attention to everyone, but this Salasi had heard of it, and it was indeed good. He was one of the candidates this time. He asked again. So, he is the first one. Are there any level 89 contracts in the Wuhan hall? If there were people at this level, then naturally people at level 87 would not be considered. After all, training at higher levels would save more time and consume fewer resources. If they want to be cultivated, Douluo plans to do it all at once. As long as it succeeds, Wuhan Palace can add a few more titled Douluo. It can be considered that quantity can make up for the current losses. Douluo said, I have someone to recommend you for great worship. Douluo nodded. Say, Ju. Douluo said, this person's name is Tuobazi. He is the leader of the lower 4 sects of the Holy Dragon sect. Now he has joined our spirit hall. He is an 89th level spirit Douluo. Spirit white armor earth dragon. His talent is not bad at all. This person has not long since joined Wuhan hall. Isn't it going to be bad? An elder asked. But, okay, this person is the second one. Is there any more? It would be best if he could fill 3 positions. Chapter 56. Douluo nodded in agreement. Now it was urgent to replenish the number of Douluo, as long as they were from his spirit hall. As for betrayal, he took advantage of Wuhan Palace and still wants to betray. Then when the time comes, he will personally take action to torture the other party severely. He spoke, and the others naturally had nothing to say. At this time, Bibi Dong spoke again. There are many soul Douluo in Wuhan Palace, but there are not many who have reached level 87, 88, and 89. However, Hu Yansen, the 4th sect of the Elephant Armor sect, he also means to take refuge with us. His cultivation level is that of level 89 Contra. His martial spirit is Diamond Mammoth, and his defense system is very powerful. As the Pope, she is very aware of the current situation in Wuhan Palace. Douluo nodded and asked Bibi Dong to do it. Okay, then you can put it into the Wuhan Palace as soon as possible. Once it is confirmed, then the 3rd position will be left to him. It is best to put the other 2 sects in it. Also bring them in, so that the number of titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace will increase, and their influence will become stronger. To be honestly, the lower 4 sects already had a deep foundation, and could be cultivated easily and quickly. He was very willing to do so. As long as the other party joined the spirit hall, everything would not be a problem. Bibi Dong nodded. I understand. When I get back, I will have someone negotiate with Hu Yansen. Douluo nodded. Okay, that's it for now. Let's allocate resources to the 2 contrasts that have been confirmed. The Pope will leave all this to you. I understand. Bibi Dong said calmly. Douluo waved his hand slightly and said, let's just disperse. With that said, he got up directly and entered the worship temple. The rest of the people also went back to their posts at this point. The matter came to an end. Gui Mei and Yu Guan followed Bibi Dong towards the Pope's palace. I looked at the current weather, and it was morning. Go and summon Serasan to Obazi to the palace. Bibi Dong ordered Gui Mei and Yu Guan. It's your majesty. The 2 of them split up. Bibi Dong was at a high place, looking at the outskirts of Wuhan city. After more than 10 days of hard work, we are already rebuilding quickly. She was very satisfied. When she was walking towards the Pope's palace, her eyes suddenly froze, her steps paused, and her body trembled a little. Chapter 73. Xiao Gang meets Bibi Dong. Xiao Gang, why is he here? Bibi Dong's heart was filled with uncertainty. Yes, he saw a middle-aged man with a melancholy face sitting on the steps of the papal palace. He didn't know why. Xiao Gang has been waiting for more than 10 days. Although he eats 3 meals a day, he also goes to take a bath and sleep. But for more than 10 days, Bibi Dong had not been seen. He felt helpless during this time. He had been to the dungeon and visited Chen Xin and Xiao Wu several times. Unfortunately, the cell cannot be opened. But fortunately, the other party was living a good life, at least eating and drinking well, especially that guy Xiao Wu, whose treatment was completely beyond what Chen Xin could compare to. Hearing that this was the son's arrangement, he angrily went to find the other party to reason. But when he came outside the villa, he was stopped by the maid, who used cultivation as an excuse to prevent him from disturbing her. And he also saw that the huge turtle and the young boy's body in the huge artificial lake were indeed practicing. He turned around and left helplessly. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and happened to see a figure standing in the distance, and his whole expression trembled for a moment. But Bibi Dong planned to stop looking at him and take off directly towards the palace. Yu Xiaogang wanted to call down but instantly realized that this place was not the right place to call, so he hurriedly ran up the hall. His Majesty the Pope. When the two guards saw Bibi Dong flying in, they immediately saluted respectfully and knelt down on one knee. Get up, Bibi Dong snorted coldly and entered the Pope's palace directly. She quickly sat on the high throne and turned to look at the door. Her eyes were complicated, and she didn't know what was going on when Yu Xiaogang came over this time. And since that time, she and Yu Xiaogang have not seen each other again. Bibi Dong secretly sighed in his heart. After all, she was ashamed of him that time. But she couldn't explain what happened. So she could only keep silent about that matter. It was an absolutely dark shadow of hers, and she didn't like to be mentioned again. That's all. After all, I owe him a favor. If it's not too much, then let's help him finish it. Bibi Dong secretly shook his head, thinking in his mind. Now that Tang Heo is dead, the candidate who could have helped her attract Kandao Liu's attention is completely gone. She doesn't know when the Rakshasa god in her body will be discovered, and she is very worried. I just hope it never gets discovered. No, I need to hurry up and complete the next divine test, so that my soul power can be greatly increased. The current 94th level of cultivation is not enough. She clenched the gem scepter in her fist, and the sense of urgency and desire for strength in her heart became stronger and stronger. Only by quickly becoming a level 99 peerless Douluo can he not be afraid of Kandao Liu's discovery. At this time, Yu Xiaogang quickly ran towards this side from outside the door. The guard wanted to stop him, but was restrained by the elder token in Yu Xiaogang's hand. Let him come in. Bibi Dong's emotionless voice sounded in the Pope's palace at this moment. The two guards at the door said yes and immediately stood up. Only then did Yu Xiaogang successfully enter the Pope's palace. This feeling is actually really unpleasant, but I hide it in my heart and dare not speak out. Elder Yu, why did you come to see me? Bibi Dong's face was cold, and so was his voice. But all this is just an act. After all, she and he have different positions and represent different identities. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong above, and now he felt that he was avoiding her and was not worthy of the beauty in front of him. He couldn't help but recall some past memories. Suddenly he couldn't control himself and breathed out affectionately. Donja, if Huang Wei were here at this moment, he would be so disgusting that he would want to vomit. This is so disgusting that it is almost impossible to see. Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled. No matter what, she still had feelings for Yu Xiaogang in her heart, but her face was still cold and she said, please call me His Majesty the Pope. Otherwise, you can go out. Yu Xiaogang came back to his senses and realized the mistake he made and immediately said, I'm sorry, His Majesty the Pope, please forgive me. Bibi Dong asked, tell me your purpose. Yu Xiaogang immediately said, Your Majesty the Pope, Chen Xin is my only disciple. Now he is imprisoned in the dungeon by the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. He is only a 6-year-old child. How can he endure such suffering? I beg your Majesty the Pope to let him go. If you kill Chen Xin, I will definitely teach him well. Hearing this, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, because Yu Xiaogang's words mentioned Chen Xin. This is the son of that guy Tang Heo. Do you know whose son he is? Bibi Dong's tone was very indifferent. I know, he is Tang Heo's son. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and nodded. Yu Xiaogang was about to say something else, but Bibi Dong was the first to say, then you must have heard that we had a big battle with Tang Heo not long ago and killed him, right? Although Gang didn't want to admit it. He still nodded. Yes, yes. He immediately held up his hands and said, but the guilty person under the Pope's crown is only Tang Heo. As his son, Tang Xin has no idea about this situation. He is innocent. He is only 6 years old. The martial spirit is even more useless. Blue Silver Grass. It is impossible for him to bring disaster to Wuhan Palace. And I'm still here. I will never let him cause trouble to Wuhan Palace. He is not qualified enough. I beg His Majesty the Pope to consider his past friendship. Can let him live. These words are really full of affection and true feelings are revealed. It was almost as if Bibi Dong had to kneel down on the spot. Seeing him like this, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and didn't know what she was thinking. Then she said coldly, HMPH, that's funny. Don't talk about the past. I have given the Holy Son full responsibility for this matter. If you have anything to do, just look for him directly. If he is willing to let Tang Xin go, I won't make too many inquiries. I still mean the same thing. I will not let go of anything that may threaten the existence of Wuhan Palace. Now Wu Hundian has killed his father and has an undying feud with him. Are you serious that you won't do it? If you say you won't, what's more, there is no real sincerity in your words. Why should I help you? Hearing this, Gang's face turned bitter, and then he was startled and looked at Bibi Dong. His Majesty the Pope, what do you mean? I don't quite understand your last meaning. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Tang San's blue silver grass is by no means an ordinary blue silver grass, but the most direct descendant of the blue silver emperor. And a useless martial spirit can have full innate soul power. Why have I never seen this before? Have those awakening blue silver grass appeared? The most important thing is that he is not a single martial spirit, but twin martial spirits, and the other martial spirit must be his father's clear sky hammer. Elder, you, as the first person in martial arts theory, don't you know this? You either know it, but hide it from me, either your theory's first title is also false. Each of Bibi Dong's cold words went straight into Gang's heart. The most important thing is that Bibi Dong said that Tang San's blue silver grass is the most direct descendant of the blue silver emperor. He really doesn't know this. What on earth is it? Chapter 74. Do you understand the hint? Gang wanted to argue hard and said, Your Majesty the Pope, I do know that Tang San is a twin martial spirit. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and did not speak, but listened to him continue. Gang looked helpless and said, his second martial spirit is indeed the clear sky hammer, but for his first martial arts spirit, Lanyan Ko, he is a direct descendant of the blue silver emperor. Second really don't know. Bibi Dong saw the other party's expression, and based on her understanding of Gang, there was really no need for the other party to lie. Bibi Dong said coldly, then have you ever thought about it? The clear sky hammer is the first top martial spirit. How can a mere blue silver grass appear at the same time with it and not be covered by the clear sky hammer? It is enough to prove that this blue silver grass can appear at the same time as the clear sky hammer. Silver grass is not weaker than clear sky hammer to a certain extent. Ding. As soon as these words came out, Gang suddenly realized. No wonder he felt a little strange all the time. It turned out to be here. Yes, this theory was also among the competition theories he mentioned. How could he forget it? No, he had actually always had suspicions before, but he thought Tang San was a special case unique in 10,000, so he expressed this idea. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and said, Elder your theoretical knowledge still needs to be improved, so you should go back. Tang San is just an outsider. Don't step in and participate in this matter, otherwise it will not do you any good. Gang's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, His Majesty the Pope, is he really so heartless? Not even giving him a chance? He is just a child. Why is it so? Why is it so? He was so anxious that he flew into a rage. I have been such a disciple in my whole life. Please save me, Your Majesty. Please have mercy. Gang shouted and knelt down directly. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong felt a little happy in her heart, because the most important thing that tortured Gang in her heart, the more Gang cared about it, the more this happened, the happier she was. This is also mentioned in the original work point, but when he saw Gang, he knelt down and begged her. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel guilty in her heart. No matter what she owed the other party. She sighed slightly inwardly, and the coldness on her face softened slightly. She said calmly, I have already said that I have given the Holy Sun full responsibility for Tang San's affairs. You can go find him. I will not interfere in other matters. Yu Xiaogang had resentment towards Bibi Dong in his heart, but after thinking about it carefully, Bibi Dong seemed to have given the answer in his words. In other words, even if he went to steal the key to rescue Tang San, the other party would not care. Considering the other party and his position, I secretly sighed in my heart. As the Pope, she was aloof. Maybe there was a reason why she couldn't do this. That's all. It's all up to me. He clenched his fists tightly, quickly raised his hands, and said in a low voice, thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I know how to do it. In that case, I'll take my leave now. He stood up. Chapter 57. Bibi Dong's face was expressionless. The escape route has been opened for you. Whether you can rescue people or not is your own business, and has nothing to do with me. Deep down in her heart, she still hoped to let Tang San go, let him grow up, and come back to take revenge on Wuhan Palace. It will also be helpful to her then. Tang San successfully became a thorn in the side of Khan Douluo and others, and he had time to grow in secret. It has to be said that she has been making calculations in her mind. Yu Xiaogang turned and left. After leaving the Pope's palace, he looked thoughtful and slightly when he saw 4 people rushing over in front of him. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang's face changed. 2 of the Sora are at the title Douluo level, and the other 2 are at the Soul Douluo level. He had seen 2 of them before. The one in black armor with the dead aura was Elder Ghost Douluo, and the one in golden armor was Ju Douluo. This has several connections with the previous negotiations on the top 10 competing theories of Wuhan. As for the 2 people in the middle, he didn't know who they were. After all, he has been living in the small place of Notting City for so many years. When the other 4 people saw the person in front of them, they also frowned. After looking at it, they found that the other person's cultivation level was only a weak 29 level, and they immediately sneered at him. Yu Guan and Gui Mei always felt that the person in front of them was somewhat familiar, but they have a mission now, and are too lazy to deal with this person. Just like this, he passed by Yu Xiaogang. Meet His Majesty the Pope. His Majesty the Pope, I have invited to Obazi, the leader of the Holy Dragon Sect, and Salus, the Platinum Bishop. The 4 people quickly entered the Pope's palace and respectfully paid their respects to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stared at the 4 people below with ruthless eyes. Her eyes fell on Yu Guan, Gui Mei and Salus, with a hint of smile. These were her closest guards. Especially Ceres is her favorite. Her work efficiency is really good. As for Obazi, this guy secretly looked at her as soon as he came in. After she noticed him, he immediately lowered his head with guilt. Obazi has always loved Bibi Dong very much and has always wanted a chance to show off. He wants to pursue her. As for Bibi Dong, because the other party was the leader of the Holy Dragon Sect who had led the sect to join him, and now was the time to train title Douluo, she turned a blind eye to the way Obazi looked at her just now. However, she had silently recorded this account in her heart, and she would settle it with Obazi sooner or later. The aura on Ceres's body at this moment was still the original 88th level contract. As for Huang Wei's intention to give the other party the fairy grass before, he forgot about it because of his cultivation. Fortunately, Huang Wei did not tell Salus that he would give him the fairy grass. Otherwise, the other party will think that the appointment has been broken, which is not a good thing for the reputation of the Holy Sun. Bibi Dong's voice was quiet. I'm calling you here this time. Elder Gui and Elder Ju must have made it clear to you, right? Both of them were very excited and immediately raised their hands and said, reporting to His Majesty the Pope, the 2 elders have made it clear to us that thanks to Wuhan Palace for cultivating us, we will serve Wuhan Palace wholeheartedly and will never let His Majesty the Pope interact with the Great Enshrinement. Wait for disappointment. Bibi Dong nodded and said, well, I hope you will keep your word. The cultivation resources will be devolved to the 2 of you soon. The Grand Priest and I will supervise you at all times. The 2 of you can go into the deepest part of the Death Canyon immediately. At the core, Jin Crocodile and several other worshippers will be there waiting for you to accept the test. I hope you will step into the title Douluo as soon as possible. I'll understand later. The to held hands. Go. Bibi Dong waved. Salison to Obazi were excited and excited. Their chance to take off finally came. The two of them quickly said goodbye to Bibi Dong and quickly ran towards Death Canyon. But before that, Tuobazi ordered him to go back and manage the affairs of the Holy Dragon sect, waiting for him to return as a titled Douluo. The man from the sect was extremely excited after hearing this and returned immediately. At the same time, Uzayao Gang, who left the Pope's palace, was not in a hurry to find Huang Wei. Instead, he left the Wuhan Hall. However, at this moment, two men in black robes were hiding in a corner not far from the other party, peeping at everything. Chapter 75. The two sides meet. Uzayao Gang came out of Wuhan City with a sad look on his face and walked directly towards a remote corner of the inn not far ahead. The shopkeeper there saw that the visitor was an acquaintance, so he immediately greeted him and was very polite. Having been a shopkeeper for many years, he still has a sharp eye. If Uzayao Gang can keep walking back and forth from the Pope's palace without anyone stopping him, he knows that his status is unusual. It's still the same, Uzayao Gang said indifferently. The shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. So he quickly went to prepare a bottle of warm sake, a bowl of peanuts, and several plates of side dishes were quickly served. He just started eating. It was already getting late, and suddenly at this moment, two figures in black robes walked in from outside the door. He walked directly towards Uzayao Gang's position. Both of these people have a prehistoric aura about them. It's very intimidating to be approached. Uzayao Gang was a little curious. Who are these two people, and why were they coming towards him? Maybe I just happened to be passing by. He didn't care either, but the auras of these two people really made it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. The next second, he saw the other person and came directly to sit in front of him. Who are you? Uzayao Gang asked with a solemn expression. Don't be nervous, we are not enemies, maybe we are still friends. A deep middle-aged voice sounded from one of them. We have been observing you for several days, and we can see that you are very troubled. Maybe if you tell us, we can help you. The person who spoke this time had an older voice. Uzayao Gang was puzzled and very confused. But the next moment, he saw the other party take out a token directly from his arms and hand it to Uzayao Gang. Uzayao Gang looked down doubtfully. His pupils suddenly narrowed and widened. Heyo. But the next second, he understood and closed his mouth instantly. Yes, the three words engraved on the token in the hand of the man in front of me are none other than Haoshan sect. The two people in front of them were none other than Tang Zio and the second elder who had come all the way from Haoshan sect. It took them more than 10 days to arrive, and they had been lurking since they arrived at Wuhan City. Tang Zio followed the guidance in his mind and found a buried pit outside Wuhan City at night. A soul guide belonging to Tang Heo was found, and the aura on it was Tang Heo's. And inside the soul guide, he found a box, and inside the box was a 100,000-year-old soul bone. He immediately put it away and ordered the second elder not to go back and inform the others about it. This soul bone is the last relic of Brother Heo and must be left to Zio-san. If anyone dares to make a bad idea in this matter, he will definitely not let anyone go. At the same time, he ran away on the spot, almost picking up the clear sky hammer and heading towards the spirit hall to kill him. But in the end, the second elder tried hard to dissuade him. Only then did Tang Zio regain his composure. They kept observing until 4 days ago, when the feeling in his mind pointed to the person in front of him. They had been observing for 4 days, and only now did they plan to come out and meet him. Tang Zio thought that his feeling was not wrong. So he directly asked in a deep voice, we have been observing you for many days, and I went straight to the point. Do you know Tang Heo? When Uzayao Gang heard this, he looked startled and thought to himself, who are these two people in front of him? But to have the token of the Haoshan sect, he must be a member of the Haoshan sect, and Tang Heo is also a member of the Haoshan sect. The next second, he was overjoyed. Maybe he had found a life-saving straw. Uzayao Gang was not a fool. He looked around carefully and said in a deep voice, this is not the place to talk. After dinner, let's go out and find a safe place to talk. That's very good. Tang Xiao nodded. Although the other party did not clearly state that he knew Tang Heo, judging from his tone and attitude, it was already certain that he was inseparable. After finishing the meal quickly, Yu Xiaogang paid then left the inn. Dark night is also a great atmospheric scene. Yu Xiaogang and Tang Xiao walked into a deserted alley. Then he turned around, went up the corridor, and entered a room. The three of them entered and closed and locked the door. Yu Xiaogang lit a candle in the center, and the atmosphere suddenly became brighter. It's like telling a ghost story. Very speechless. Tang Xiao couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, both of them took off their clothes. Tang Xiao said, "Aren't you afraid that we are pretended by others and will come to a place like this and kill you?" Yu Xiaogang said, "If I don't believe you, why did I answer your question just now? Hello, my name is Yu Xiaogang. I have met Tang Heo before, and I'm also the teacher of his son Tang San." With that said, Yu Xiaogang took out another token from the soul guide. This token was exactly the one Tang Heo gave him before. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiao and the second elder's eyes suddenly narrowed. This is Brother Heo's token. Tang Xiao immediately grabbed it and held it tightly. How is he now? Although he already knew that Tang Heo was in danger, he still hoped that the Jade Card of Life would make mistakes. Sometimes he hoped that the other party was not dead. It was really the Life Jade Card that was wrong. His Majesty Heoshan Douluo, he died under the siege of the Douluo of Wuhan Palace. No, to be precise, he chose to self-destruct in the end. Yu Xiaogang was very reluctant to mention this matter, but now he had to talk about it. What? He actually blew himself up and died. Hearing this, Tang Xiao and the second elder were suddenly shocked, and the expressions behind them were extremely angry. Damn the people of Wuhan Palace, so many people joined forces to deal with him. They really have no martial ethics. I want to kill Wuhan City and smash his angel statue. I want to avenge Brother Heo. It's all because of them. 9. Soul rings appeared on Tang Xiao's body, and the terrifying and extreme anger was overwhelming. Chapter 58. Sect Master, calm down. The second elder's expression changed, and he immediately started to dissuade him. The second elder said, "Our Heoshan sect has lost Tang Heo. If you are impulsive again, our Heoshan sect will really decline. By then we will not be able to give an explanation to our ancestors." Tang Xiao immediately restrained his exposed emotions. This shocked Yu Xiaogang. He could tell from the words of the old man in front of him that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually the current leader of the Heoshan sect. In this case, could this person be the Heoshan double star who was as famous as Tang Heo back then? Tang Heo's brother Tang Xiao? Although Tang Xiao does not have the terrifying 100,000-year soul ring as Tang Heo, his combat power is still very terrifying. What's more, he still inherited the great fortune that originally belonged to Tang Heo. It's hard to say what future achievements will be. Your Majesty, although Heoshan Douluo died by self-destruction, it was also because Wuhan Palace directly dispatched the 98th peak golden crocodile Douluo this time. Otherwise Your Majesty Heoshan would not have been like that. Furthermore, after he blew himself up, he also took away 3 title Douluo from Wuhan Palace. The remaining Douluo were also seriously injured due to the power of the explosion. Hearing this, Tang Xiao said directly, "This is a good opportunity to attack the Wuhan Palace at night." He was so excited that he wished he could tear the Wuhan Palace apart with his hands, but Yu Xiaogang's next words undoubtedly poured cold water on him. "But they have recovered now. Ahem. Sect leader, don't forget your promise to us. The purpose of coming here this time is to rescue Tang San and take him back to Heoshan sect. Don't let other matters get involved." The purpose of the second elder following here was to advise Tang Xiao at all times. Otherwise, when Tang Xiao discovered Tang Heo's body parts at the beginning, he would have completely gone berserk and went to Wuhan Palace. Chapter 76 Prison Breaking Battle. After Tang Xiao learned that the other party had recovered, he suddenly did not dare to act impulsively. If he was still injured, he might still have some courage to go. After all, Tang Chen was the peerless Douluo of the Heoshan sect, and as his son, he also knew that there was also a peerless Douluo in the spirit hall. He naturally knew how powerful the peerless Douluo was. Tang Heo also knew it, but why did he go to die so recklessly? If they catch Tang San, They will definitely not kill him directly. They will definitely use Tang Xin to lure Tang Heo. This is obviously a big trap point. Now Tang Chen is missing, and there is no news at all. As for whether the one in Wuhan Hall was still there, he didn't know. But from what Yu Xiao Gang learned about Golden Crocodile Douluo, we could tell that the other party was probably still alive. Thinking of all the things before and after, he couldn't be impulsive anymore. Now he is no longer as carefree as before with Tang Chen around. His father disappeared, he became the head of a sect, and there were many people behind him who needed his protection. Nothing could happen to him. He also matured, understood the importance, and gained great composure. Tang Xiao took a deep breath, suppressed the murderous impulse in his heart due to anger, and said solemnly, I understand the second elder. I will not act impulsively. I will consider the overall situation. Hearing this, the second elder breathed a of relief. Tang Xiao is now the person with the highest psi cultivation level in the entire sect. If something happens to him, then the Haitian sect will really come to a terrible end. I am Tang Xiao, the leader of Haitian sect, and this is the second elder. Tang Xiao looked at Yu Xiao Gang and said, I've met my two crown princes. Yu Xiao Gang immediately handed over his hand. Although it was his first time meeting him, he understood that the two people in front of him were definitely titled Douluo. Because he had experienced too many titled Douluo's auras. The battle not long ago was one of them. Yeah. The two nodded. So let's get down to business. This time we are here to rescue Tang San, Tang Heo's son, from the Wuhan Palace. Are you familiar with the layout inside? Do you know where he is being held? Tang Xiao stopped here and gave Yu Xiao Gang time to organize his thoughts and answer. When Yu Xiao Gang heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. To be honest with you two, I know the layout inside. In fact, I have some connections with your majesty's Haitian sect. Oh, you and Yuan? Tell me. Tang Xiao didn't react for a while, but the second elder was thinking about it and kept looking at the person in front of him. The second elder seemed to notice something and immediately raised his hand and said, wait, you said your name is Yu Xiao Gang and your surname is Yu. And your name is a bit familiar, isn't it the same as Sanshang Zongan? From the Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. When Tang Xiao heard this, he suddenly realized, no wonder I felt a little familiar just now, but I couldn't remember it for a while. Didn't you just put forward the 10 competing theories of martial arts? That martial soul has a defect in mutation. But when he said this, he kept his mouth shut, for no other reason than because it was a bit offensive. The second elder also gave him a wink. After all, the other party is not their enemy, so there is no need to speak so bluntly. It's not too much to give others a little credit. Yu Xiao Gang naturally understood what the other party was going to say, and with a bitter look on his face, he said, it's really hard to explain in words, but that person is my father, Yu Yuansen. Tang Xiao immediately laughed and said, haha, this is really a trick of fate. This world is so small. I didn't expect to bump into each other by such a coincidence. Now we are our own people. The second elder narrowed his eyes slightly, showing curiosity, and asked, but how can you enter the spirit hall so smoothly without being blocked? I think you can still move at will. That token in your hand? Generally there are two types of people. Needless to say, the first type is people from Wuhan Palace. The second type is probably the powerful people who are close to Wuhan Palace. Yu Xiao Gang thought to himself, as expected, he couldn't hide it from the eyes of these two people, and they really secretly observed me for a long time. He didn't hide anything, and took out the elder token directly from the soul guide. Said, after I was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in the early years, and published the 10 core competition theories of Wuhan, the current Pope Bibi Dong used this as a reward, and gave me this token. However, I never used it until Tang Dynasty. Xin was arrested. He is my disciple, so I naturally wanted to rescue him, but unfortunately I failed. Why did you fail? This is the elder's token of Wuhan Palace. Tang Xiao looked at the token in Yu Xiao Gang's hand, and asked in a deep voice with a cold expression. Yu Xiao Gang said with a decadent look, because a holy son of Wuhan Palace appeared to stop him midway. Although his status is the same as that of an elder, he is naturally more powerful in some aspects than me. The elder token, and the detention the key to Xiao San's cell is in that person's hand. Now that he is practicing inside, I have never been able to get the key. The power of my own martial arts alone is far from enough to rescue Zhao-san. How brave, a mere holy son of Wuhan Temple dares to go against the members of our Haoshan sect. Tang Zhao was immediately angry. The second elder snorted coldly and said, if that's the case, then we don't need that key. Second elder, what do you mean? Tang Zhao seemed to understand. The second elder said coldly, use the clear sky hammer to break down the door, grab Tang Xin and run away, and use the fastest way to leave Wuhan City. Yu Xiaogang nodded when he heard the words. If it was the strength of the two of them, relying on the extremely domineering power of the clear sky hammer, it would indeed be an easy thing to break open the door of the cell. Let's do it in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. Attack the cell, Tang Zhao said. It's not us, but the two of us. You can't go. We will leave immediately with Mistress. But you are different. You only need to draw the location of the dungeon and the cell where Mistress is held. As for the rest, you don't have to interfere in this matter. Yu Xiaogang also understands this. There will be a lot of noise at that time, which will definitely cause the dispatch of the title Douluo in Wuhan Palace. If he follows, he will drag the two of them back. This is unwise behavior. Prison robbery, no matter where it is placed, it is a serious crime point anyway. As long as Zhao-san can be rescued, it will be fine point. So Yu Xiaogang nodded in agreement, took out a pen and paper from the soul guide, and began to draw a roadmap based on the memory in his mind. As for Zhao Wu's 100,000-year-old soul beast, he frowned, thought about it for a moment, then shook his head secretly, planning to ignore her and let Mistress take care of everything. Soon, the painting was completed and handed over to Tang Zhao and the others. The two of them took a look at the route map. Yu Xiaogang asked, Your Majesty, when will you leave? Changes will happen later. Let's do it tonight. In the dead of night, it's time for us to rob the prison. Tang Zhao said, because he couldn't wait any longer. The two of them had been waiting for several days. Especially Tang Zhao, there seemed to be some kind of power in his heart that was constantly urging him to act quickly. This is a very deep obsession that even he cannot resist. Now after getting the drawings, I feel even more excited. Okay, then I congratulate you two on your success. Yu Xiaogang handed over. As for Tang Xin returning to Haoshan sect after being rescued, they could not see each other. He had also thought about this, but it was not necessarily absolute. After all, he was the first person in theory, and there were many benefits from him. We would talk about it later. But he could also see the urgency of the other party, so he didn't say much. So, let's say goodbye. Thank you for your help. Tang Zhao patted Yu Xiaogang's shoulder. Zhao-san is my disciple, and as a teacher, this is my responsibility. Yu Xiaogang looked determined. Tang Zhao and the second elder were very satisfied. Tang Zhao rolled his eyes and said to Yu Xiaogang, don't worry, after we rescue him, we will let you get in touch with Zhao-san, teach him your excellent theoretical knowledge, and tell us a place for you. Yu Xiaogang suddenly became excited. He had always wanted to say this. Now that the other party had taken the initiative, he would definitely not shirk it. He immediately said, Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, or Barakan Academy in the kingdom called Shrek. He hesitated before saying the next words. After all, he didn't know if anything would happen in the process. Okay, I understand. Tang Zhao nodded. Then he left this place with the second elder. Yu Xiaogang closed the door, packed his things and left. He went to a tavern close to the Pope's palace and booked a room, intending to watch tonight's show from a high place. His eyes were actively focused on the direction of the dungeon. In fact, he didn't tell Tang Zhao and Zhao Wu's location. Another reason was that the locations of Zhao Wu and Zhao-san were quite far apart, and the maze inside was complicated. If both of them were rescued, they might not have time to escape. Put all your energy into the mistress's cell, so that the security is the highest. After all, he had seen the terror of the golden crocodile Douluo in Wuhan Palace. Even someone as strong as Tang Hao was easily crushed, and completely unable to resist. It was late at night, and there were people guarding the Wuhan Palace, but for people like them who were familiar with the road, this was also a good time to be lazy. After all, after so many years, as always, I have already figured out the situation here, and no one will come to attack or break into the Wuhan palace unless you don't want to live anymore. Some of the guards who were on duty went directly to the night market in Wuhan City after get off work to spend time and relax with a few friends, and invited several beautiful and sexy beauties to accompany them. So unhappy. However, neither these people who indulge in beauty and enjoyment, nor those who are standing guard in the Wuhan palace, would never have imagined that because of their laxity, the Wuhan palace would usher in the biggest prison robbery tonight. This is not because the number of prison robbers is large, but because the prison robbers are of high rank. In the villa area, the maids have already gone to rest. The maid and housekeeper came to the artificial lake and looked at the holy sun who had not moved for so many days. She was also used to it. After confirming that it was safe, she turned around and went back to rest. Huang Wei has maintained this state for a long time. During this period, you can not only practice with the help of the energy in the water and the surroundings, it can also gradually transfer the soul power in the body into the armor spirit space, and together with the energy in the armor spirit space, it can ripen those fairy grass roots. He also discovered that his cultivation could not only improve his soul power level, but also allow him to enter into these fairy grass roots to speed up his growth. However, this also leads to a problem. This question is like an offering, just like the young man whose fighting spirit was sucked dry by his grandfather in the novel of his previous life. Most of the soul power that Huang Wei has cultivated in the past 10 days has also been absorbed by these roots. Those grass jelly rhizomes have grown very obviously rapidly. Huang Wei saw a new way to develop the eyes of ice and fire. Chapter 59. However, he would definitely not let go of the ice and fire ice spring pool. Therefore, Huang Wei's current cultivation level has only reached level 36. But he is not in a hurry. It is still in the experimental stage. Now that the experiment is successful, he will quickly break through the next 4 levels and reach Soul Sect in the next time. After all, the highest level he has reached in the past 10 days also is the 38th Soul Master. We already have the experience of learning from past mistakes, so practicing in the future will be faster and effortless. As he remained silent, time passed quickly. It was already half an hour after 12 o'clock in the morning outside. 2 figures in black robes jumped into the Wuhan palace from a remote corner. They made no sound after landing. The sound of their feet hitting the ground was even quieter than the sound of a dragonfly touching water. It could even be said that there was no sound. The 2 of them also restrained their auras and quickly analyzed the layout here. They have been observing in the past few days and have become more familiar with it. They just need to avoid the guards here. They also found that these guards were prone to laziness and dozing off. This is also a good opportunity for them. So he quickly entered it, and suddenly a guard standing guard felt a gust of wind blowing behind him. He turned around and saw nothing. Just think it's your own misunderstanding and ignore it. In the middle of the night, everyone was sleeping, and there was a woolen thing. It must have been caused by some minor mental problems that Alan had suffered from in the past few days, plus being tired from standing guard. So, when he turned around, he found that no one around him was looking at him, so he squinted his eyes slightly and fell asleep. Soon, Tang Xiao and the 2 came to an attic near the dungeon and took a sneak peek. I found that there was a team of people guarding the dungeon. The second elder's voice was extremely low, and he leaned close to Tang Xiao's ear. If it is the sound of fighting, people around will definitely notice it. We need to use a method of pinching the neck at close range to make them fall asleep. When Tang Xiao heard this, he had the same idea as the second elder. After the 2 looked at each other, they both felt that there was no problem, so they counted the number of people on the opposite side. There are 7 in total. Leave the other 6 to me. Go and get the leader. He must be the captain of this team. 83 level contrap. The second elder narrowed his eyes. If this guy makes a little noise, he'll be in trouble. We have to be quick. He nodded. In front of his title Douluo, an 83 level contrap was nothing. So the 2 of them quickly split up and set off quickly. The remaining 6 guards are all at Soul King level. However, at this moment, Jade Pomilu felt some pain in his stomach, and his face turned a little ugly. He thought to himself, the raw pickled seafood he had eaten in the past few days must be unclean. Damn it, it happened at this time point. He looked around and knew at a glance that there would be no surprise point, so he tightened his anus and told the 6 men behind him, "You guys should keep an eye on this while our team goes there for convenience." According to the order, 6 people nodded. J. Pumalu no longer hesitated, turned around and ran away. Now his stomach was growling. In fact, he had started to react just now, but he felt that the reaction was so small that it shouldn't be a big problem, so he ignored it and kept holding it in point, but he didn't expect it to suddenly become violent at this moment, making him extremely uncomfortable. Tang Xiao's figure also paused for a moment because of this person's departure. It really took no effort at all. It's a God-given opportunity. Your left, my right. Tang Xiao was in a good mood, and since the other party was gone, they didn't bother to pay attention. When dealing with a soul Douluo, if one of them fails to cause the other party to make a move and attracts the titled Douluo in the spirit hall, then their prison robbery operation will be in vain. The second elder nodded and was in a good mood. This meant that heaven was really on their side. The two quickly passed by the other 6 guards, who were just soul kings. Pinch their necks and break their necks directly. Their movements and sounds will be very small. The 6 soul kings died. They died inexplicably. The two quickly entered the dungeon. After all, Xiao must be rescued before that contract comes back. In a room in the tavern outside the Wuhan Palace, Yu Xiaogang watched the whole scene with a smile on his lips. The 2 people in the dungeon took out maps. Following along, I discovered that Tang San's prison was not far from the entrance. It really takes no effort at all. The 2 of them were focused on Tang San's affairs and did not feel the presence of the aura of a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast hidden in the dungeon. In addition, Xiao Wu's position was quite special, quite far away from Tang San. The dark and damp maze in the dungeon further distracted their attention from time to time. Soon, they arrived at the location of the room that Yu Xiaogang had drawn. Opened the window and take a look. Inside lay a young man who had fallen asleep. Tang Xiao wasn't sure whether the other party was him or not. After all, he couldn't see his face, so he lowered his voice and called out. However, the other party seemed to be asleep and didn't hear it at all. Tang Xiao was in trouble. Sect Master, step aside and let me come. The second elder opened Tang Xiao's hand, took out a golden soul coin from the soul guide, and threw it towards Tang San's head. Seeing this, Tang Xiao said, "This method is indeed very good. If they don't agree with each other, just throw money at them." Who? Tang San, who was hit on the head, was suddenly startled and opened his eyes suddenly. "You brat, don't make any noise," the second elder said in a low voice. Tang San immediately closed his mouth and looked through the window. Who was this old man in front of him? He became alert. "You still know how to be vigilant. That's good," the second elder said calmly. "Let me ask you, is your name Tang San?" The second elder asked. "Yes, I'm Tang San. Who are you?" Tang San frowned. The second elder wanted to say something else, but Tang Xiao pushed him away, looked over and said, "Tang San, listen carefully. I'm your father Tang Heo's biological eldest brother. Come here to rescue you now. Summon your clear sky hammer and show it to me." Tang Xiao said. Tang Xiao looked at Tang San seriously. He was indeed very similar to Tang Heo and Ayan. This time it was 80% confirmed. When Tang San heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Uncle, my soul power has been sealed by the title Douluo, so I can't summon my martial soul at all. Do you know Yu Xiaogang?" Tang Xiao asked. He had to confirm, otherwise the rescue would be in vain. Tang San nodded. "He is my teacher. It's a pity that even he can't save me. The key is in the hands of that damn holy son." Tang Xiao was now convinced. "Okay, you stand in the corner here, and now the uncle will violently break down the door and take you back to Haoshan sect. Let's talk about your father's matters when we get back." Tang San was immediately overjoyed. Since the other party was his father's eldest brother, he must have extraordinary soul power. This time he was really saved. After he got out, he would grow up, and one day he would kill the Holy Sun and destroy the martial spirit temple. Following Tang Xiao's instructions, he immediately stood aside. Tang Xiao suppressed the flow of soul power and directly summoned the clear sky hammer with his right hand. The soul power surged in his body, but he had been deliberately suppressing it in order to prevent people from outside from discovering it. At this moment, outside, Jade Pomerano, who had just finished relieving himself, was walking back here in a leisurely manner. Because the whole journey was peaceful, he didn't believe that someone would be so bold as to rob the prison at this time. This is a total joke. But when he looked at the people lying not far ahead, his expression suddenly changed. All 6 guys fell to the ground. No, their breath of life is gone. Not good. Jade Pomelu was shocked and was about to run over. Boom. However, at this moment, a huge explosion sound came from the dungeon. Fuck, someone is coming. Someone is robbing the prison. Someone is robbing the prison. Jade Pomelu was startled by the shaking of the earth and the huge explosion sound. His little heart almost flew out, and he yelled the next second, "No, I was discovered, mistress, withdraw." Tang Xiao inside followed, heard the movement outside. His expression changed. He grabbed Tang San and rushed outside. The second elder closely behind. "No, there's still Xiao Wu, uncle." Xiao Wu didn't come out. Tang San's expression changed drastically, and he called out, "Who is Xiao Wu?" The two of them were dumbfounded. Yu Xiao Gang had never told them. However, at this moment, the alarm sounded in Wuhan Hall, and all the guards outside flew towards this direction. In the room, Bibi Dong, who was sleeping soundly, was also awakened by the sudden earthquake and explosions. Anger suddenly appeared in her eyes. She had been having a sweet dream just now. He immediately put on his clothes and flew outside with murderous intent. In the villa, Huang Wei, who was practicing, was also frightened awake by the earthquake and loud sound just now. The other titled elders who were still in the spirit hall were also alerted and quickly flew towards the source of the sound. In Wuhan City, in the worship hall, the demigod Kai and Daoliu also woke up at this moment. He looked outside. Some little mouse came to rob the prison. This aura is the clear sky hammer. Could he be from the Haotian sect? It seems he must be. With a faint look, he looked over. Xiao Wu is my sister. He was also captured with me. Tang Xin did not dare to tell him the news that the other party was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but with the other party's titled Douluo's cultivation, he wanted to find out. Maybe it's not difficult either. But no matter what, he had sworn before that he would definitely die in front of Xiao Wu. If those people want to harm Xiao Wu, they must step over his body. Chapter 60. It's too late. There are a few titled Douluo auras coming. We can only save you one. Tang Xiao roared angrily, directly knocking Tang Xin unconscious. The two of them had already left the dungeon and flew quickly towards the outside of Wuhan City prison. Robbers, don't even think about leaving. Leave me alone. Jade Pomelu panicked when he saw that the person being kidnapped turned out to be the Holy Sun, who had specifically warned Tang Xin. If you rob others, I don't even bother to care about you now. After all, you are a titled Douluo, and I can't defeat you. But you happen to kidnap this kid, so I will try my best to stop you and wait for the elders and the Pope to come over to buy time. So he immediately summoned the black ball of martial soul thoughts and turned it into a black staff. The 8 most standard soul rings bloomed on his body. When the 8th soul skill came out, it was directly the strongest move. There was no way that the opponent was a titled Douluo, and he didn't use all his strength. He was the one who died. Tang Xiao and the second elder, who were already flying, saw this. The second elder said to Tang Xiao, "Take him away first, and he will follow after I finish knocking." Tang Xiao nodded, "Okay." So he flew away quickly. Seeing this scene, Jade Pomelu became even more anxious. Seeing that the second elder was disdainful, he directly summoned a clear sky hammer, used a trace of titled Douluo power, and smashed it directly towards the opponent. Jade Pomelu didn't dare to be careless. Feeling the terrifying power of the titled Douluo and the clear sky hammer, he instantly smashed the black wooden staff in his hand directly. The 8th soul skill on his body was also surging, a frenzy of power, and the devouring power of the black ball of thought directly removed some of the power of the clear sky hammer. The second elder felt like this, feeling that the Haoshan hammer hit a piece of sponge body, and a lot of power was removed. Although it was just a casual blow, this blow was enough to knock this 83 level Contran out of combat effectiveness. But now the situation is far beyond his expectation point. Although he was surprised, Jade Pomelu was not relaxed either. With a loud bang, he was still ejected. Immediately with the thought, the long black staff immediately turned into a large ball and wrapped around his whole body in a swallowing form. It fell to the ground, removing the force of the impact and allowing him to avoid pain. But his body kept bouncing around like a basketball. This thing has its own elasticity. The second elder didn't want to fight, and using the impact as a booster, he quickly left the direction of Wuhan City and came to Tang Xiao's side. Don't even think about running away. Suddenly, a golden holy light rose into the sky, and a huge golden sword that covered the sky and the sun flew towards Tang Xiao, and the two of them pointed at Daoliu's angel holy sword. Kai Daoliu did not come out in person this time, but only used the angel holy sword. It would be best if he defeated the opponent. If he could not stay, then the opponent would be lucky. No matter what, the relationship between him and Tang Chen was somewhat weak. After all, there were 3 major limits. If the other party was not dead and both sons died in the hands of Wuhan Palace, they would definitely come to Wuhan Palace to collect debts. This is not what he wants to see. Although he guessed that Tang Chen was dead, this was still a guess. He didn't know if the other party would come back one day. So there is no plan to kill them all. Whether they can survive this angelic holy sword depends on their strength and luck. Outside, Tang Xiao's pupils shrank. Feeling the death threat coming from the golden holy sword. Cold sweat breaks out. He took action. Not daring to neglect, he instantly summoned the clear sky hammer, used the great Sumeru hammer, and released all the power of the 9 soul rings without any reservation, and smashed it towards the angel holy sword. By the way, he also threw Tang Xin in his hand to the second elder and shouted, "Let's go." "No, I can't leave you." The second elder also summoned the clear sky hammer and used the great Sumeru hammer to activate the power of 9 soul rings. Although his strength was not as powerful as Tang Xiao, both great Sumeru hammers used their full power. With one blow, the 9th soul skill was used again. Maybe there was a glimmer of hope. However, what they didn't know was that at the moment when Tang Xiao's Haoshan hammer hit it, a force of great luck quietly attached itself to the airwave layer on the surface, and the power suddenly increased drastically. Bang. The power of terror spreads. The several titled Douluo who were about to arrive felt the strong aftermath, and their expressions suddenly changed. They did not dare to neglect, and they instantly summoned their martial souls to activate their defensive soul skills. Their soul power spread, and energy walls appeared, blocking those below. The Wuhan Palace guard is in front of him. Bang bang bang. But even so, these Douluo and the guards were all invaded by the aftermath of this power. Their organs were shaken, and they flew out one after another. Douluo was fine, but the others were vomiting blood. In midair, strong aftermath continued to spread. Many buildings in Wuhan City were blown away, some were directly broken and collapsed, and trees were broken and fell to the ground. The clear sky hammer and the holy angel sword were still colliding, and Tang Xiao roared, becoming even more powerful. It seemed that all his output could be displayed with a roar. The louder the roar, the stronger the power. The next second, there was a clicking sound, and cracks appeared on the angel's holy sword. With a snap, he was knocked back instantly. The angel's holy sword did not break into pieces, but flew towards the main hall in a spinning form. In the worship hall, Kai Daoliu, who slowly closed his eyes, was suddenly started and opened his eyes, with an incredible color of shock in his eyes. How could it be possible to fight back so easily? Suddenly, his whole person felt a little unreal. Even if the angel holy sword was an easy blow for him, it still had a power close to level 97, so it shouldn't be like this. It's really weird. Kai and Daoliu slowly looked at the sky and sighed. Is it such luck that even the sky helps them escape? Shouldn't their fate be cut off like this? Then he said calmly, "That's all. For the sake of that old guy Tang Chen, I will give you a chance. After this time, if there is no relationship, your lives will be taken the next time we meet." After saying that, Close your eyes and ignore it. He won't take action. But whether Bibi Dong and those people will take action has nothing to do with him. Since destiny prevents them from dying now, then they will definitely not die in the hands of these people. On the other side, Huang Wei, who was running towards the source of the battle, also summoned his martial soul to defend himself. In the next second, his whole body exploded and flew out. The extremely hard turtle shell shattered and then collapsed. And he hit the ground hard and rolled around, vomiting blood from his mouth. Fuck, it hurts. Huang Wei held his stomach and abdomen, feeling like his body was falling apart, and he was extremely depressed. It's just the aftermath that made me like this. Even the tortoise shell can't stop me. If there was no tortoise shell for defense, wouldn't I be a piece of meat now? Chapter 77 Level 40 Pseudo Soul Sect. 10,000 words in this chapter are equivalent to 5 chapters. After experiencing this, Huang Wei suddenly became afraid and worried for his life. No, I'm still in the developmental stage. I'm still too weak. I can't even block the aftermath of title Douluo's power. I need to develop properly. I can't be too reckless. Huang Wei rubbed his chest. Fortunately, he had a transparent armor which could withstand some damage and prevent him from being too miserable. But he just forgot that his skills and the golden turtle mask were useless. Ding, congratulations to the host for resisting the aftermath of a title Douluo and completing the achievement of resisting a title Douluo for the first time. Reward, the ability to ignore the power of a title Douluo. The soul power has the effect of strengthening the foundation and raising the energy. However, at this moment, the sound of the system appeared, which surprised Huang Wei. At the same time, I felt happy and felt that it was a good idea to come here this time. The next moment, a mysterious aura rose up in the body. The soul power was mixed with a very strange effect, and the internal and external injuries all over the body were recovering rapidly. Presumably this is the effect of the system's rewards of strengthening one's foundation and cultivating one's talents. I feel comfortable now. My soul power has been improved by a small dimension. Huang Wei laughed. I quickly looked up the news about the characters I haven't seen for a long time. Turtle Invincible System Host, Huang Wei Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan. 1500 Identity, Holy Son of Wuhan Palace Soul Power, with built-in strengthening effect. 36. 3-Ring Soul Master, Soul Skills, Defense, Self-Inflicted Critical Hit Level 1, Tortoise Shell Enhancement Level 2, Turtle Shell Savings, Armor Spirit Space Point Magical Power, Golden Turtle Mask Equipment, Thorn Armor, Defensive version of Static Electric Blade, Armor Veil Point Abilities, the Aura of a Superior Person, Immunity to the Power of a Titled Douluo, Immunity to Water and Fire, and Immunity to all poisons. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 50% cultivation speed, 10% slip away. It's not a good place to stay for a long time. Huang Wei looked at the situation in front of him and understood that he must have been kidnapped, because in the hands of the person holding the clear sky hammer, he was holding a familiar young man named Chen Xin. Although he really wants Chen Xin to die, with his current defense, he can't even withstand the aftermath, let alone behind the line. He might explode and die. He turned around and ran away, finding a bunker. He originally wanted to summon the martial soul to use the counter-injury power he had saved before using his second soul skill and shoot at it to discuss the two people point. But he suddenly remembered that after his martial soul was broken, he would not be able to summon it in a short time. I kept trying with the strength of feeding, and the energy in my body was rising and blooming, but it just couldn't come out. As if there was a cage and shackles sealing it. When he couldn't do anything anymore, he sighed softly. Forget it, we can only rely on their futile Douluo to intercept it. But he looked toward the enshrinement hall, very puzzled. Why did this old guy only use the Angel Holy Sword and didn't come out in person? If he came out in person, it would be impossible for these two people to escape, even if only one golden crocodile came out. Unfortunately, he didn't know that at this moment, the other 6 major worshippers had all gone to the deepest part of Death Canyon. to train Salison to Obazi, and Ken was not here. At this time, Gui Mei, Yu Guan and some other elders have returned to their homes in Wuhan City and are now frighteningly asleep. And it seemed like a long time passed, but it only happened for a few minutes, so it was impossible to get there so quickly. Huang Wei hid aside and watched the battle. At this moment, there were 3 titled Douluo including Bibi Dong in the sky, pursuing Tang Xiao and the second elder. But he was suddenly shocked by the terrible damage them unleashed. In fact, Bibi Dong has always had selfish motives, but these selfish motives are all for the sake of her Rakshasa god inheritance. After learning that the other party was from the Haoshan sect, she did not use all her strength to stop them. Seeing the huge gap between the two sides, the other 2 Douluo experienced life and death again, and knew the madness of the Haoshan sect. If you are really desperate and rush over to explode like Tang Hao, and take yourself with you, then you will lose more than you gain. So they didn't use too much strength, and all 3 of them released water. 1 is to divert the target. 2 were afraid that their lives were in danger. Just like that, they coincidentally summoned martial souls and used soul skills to show off. Although letting the prison robbers go would definitely cause Wuhan Palace to lose face. If word spread, it was better to be embarrassed than to lose one's life. For those who have experienced life and death, nothing is more precious than their own life. It was precious before, but it is even more precious now. And they can't use too much power after they have just been treated. This is also the current drawback. Chapter 61. There was a loud bang. Tang Xiao and the second elder took the unconscious Tang Xin away and flew away. Seeing that they could no longer catch up, the 3 of them stopped chasing. Anyway, they did their duty. So he looked at the buildings inside and outside Wuhan City that had been damaged again, and sighed slightly. Send the order to appease the people in disaster and rebuild the building. Bibi Dong said tiredly. Yes. The guards and others below received the order one after another. Your Majesty the Pope, my subordinates are guilty. At this moment, a person from below ran over and knelt down on one knee to confess his crime. This person was none other than Jade Pomilu, the warden of the dungeon. Bibi Dong suddenly felt something was wrong, because she had absorbed the fairy grass, and she suddenly felt the presence of the fairy grass on the person in front of her. Some kind of fluctuation in the body was pulling. Although the amplitude was very small, she could still feel it. At this moment, it was not only Bibi Dong who was slightly surprised, but also the Jade Pomilu below. He also felt that the fairy grass in his body belonged to the same source point of traction. The direction of this fluctuation is His Majesty the Pope. It seems that His Majesty the Pope has also taken jelly grass. But this seems normal. He is Lord Saint Sun's teacher. Maybe Lord Saint Sun's fairy grass was given to him by your majesty. Jade Pomilu thought secretly in his heart, and immediately felt that it was very reasonable, and at the same time he was very moved. He did not expect that the Holy Sun valued him so much that he would give him such a precious fairy grass. But this time, it was because of his negligence that Tang Hao's son Tang Xin was kidnapped, and he felt very sorry. I felt ashamed and disappointed with the son's importance. For a moment, I had the urge to die to apologize. The other 2 were both titled Douluo, and he was only an 83rd level contrap. There's no way he can fight. Therefore, the only way is to improve your cultivation level and then capture this person. Thinking of this, he didn't want to die anymore because he had found his goal. Become stronger. Keep getting stronger and capture Tang San. At this moment, a raging fire ignited in my heart. Bibi Dong did not ask about the fairy grass, but asked, "What is your crime?" Jade Pomilu said, "As the warden of the dungeon, my subordinate failed to supervise the dungeon well. As a result, several guards were killed, and Tang Hao's son Tang Xin was kidnapped. This is a serious crime. Then what do you think we should do?" Bibi Dong looked at each other, as did the other 2 Douluo. The surrounding guards also watched. Jade Pomilu gritted his teeth and shouted firmly, "Subordinate, I will definitely work hard to practice and become a titled Douluo. When the time comes, I will personally find the Haoshan sect and capture Tang San." What? Courage. The 2 Douluo nodded in approval, but stepping from the 83rd level Soul Douluo to the title Douluo level is definitely not as easy as just talking. It is a very difficult thing. Only people like them who have experienced it understand. And even if you step into a titled Douluo, you can't defeat the Haoshan sect. If someone strikes you down, it's unclear whether you will survive. But the two of them didn't say it out loud, not wanting to disappoint a guy with such ambition. What if they really saw a miracle? What's more, now the Wuhan Palace is in need of title Douluo. 1 more is 1. Okay. You have great ambitions. I can't blame you for this matter. Even if you are not negligent, you can't fight those two titled Douluo. Get up. Let's stop this matter. I hope you remember what you said now. Don't let us down. Hearing this, Bibi Dong said with admiration in her eyes. Yes. My subordinates will definitely not disappoint you. Jade Pomilu nodded. The other guards also admired his courage. Let's disperse and clean up the post-war scene. Bibi Dong waved, and then everyone dispersed. Soon everyone went back. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who came over, also learned the news and headed towards the Pope's palace. However, at this time, Jade Pomilu had returned to his duty room. He was very uneasy, so he secretly ran toward the Sun's villa. I want to admit my guilt face to face. However, Bibi Dong was not in the Pope's palace at this moment, but had entered Huang Wei's villa. At this moment, Huang Wei had already returned and planned to practice hard to break through the Soul Sect. However, at this moment, he was facing Bibi Dong, who fell from the sky. Huang Wei asked, "Teacher, what are you doing here so late?" Bibi Dong said faintly, "It's so late. As a child, why don't you go to bed?" Huang Wei smiled and said, "I was also woken up by the big earthquake and the boom." Bibi Dong didn't care about him and asked directly, "Master just felt the breath of fairy grass on the body of the dungeon warden Jade Pomilu. Did you give it to him?" Seeing this, Huang Wei couldn't hide it. It was expected that Bibi Dong would come to ask him. After knowing the news, he just nodded. "Jade Pomilu is the person I like, and I want to transfer him to work under me." Bibi Dong frowned slightly, and then said, "He is a unit under the jurisdiction of Elder Ghost, but there is no problem in transferring it to you. Anyway, the other party basically does not manage these businesses, and the jurisdiction is just a formal statement." Bibi Dong was interested in this. "But I want to know, why do you like this Jade Pomilu?" Huang Wei said, "His martial spirit is quite special. Although it may seem inconspicuous, as long as it grows up, it has endless potential." Huang Wei said, "He is the person I like. Teacher, please don't snatch him. Anyway, you already have someone." Hearing this, Bibi Dong snorted coldly and said, "Do you think my teacher is such a person?" Bibi Dong said, "Don't worry, I will explain the situation to the Ghost Elder. When will he be transferred to your side? Let him continue to be the prison warden for now. I will personally transfer him when the time comes." But, Huang Wei said, "Teacher, I plan to ask Xiao Wu to be a soul ring for me after I reach level 40. Do you think that's okay?" When Bibi Dong heard this, her eyelids twitched, feeling that Huang Wei's words were a bit bold. Bibi Dong said angrily, "You are crazy. You will only be at level 40 by then. Are you absorbing 100,000-year soul ring? Are you looking for death? Even my master will not be able to save you by then." Huang Wei is very important to her now, and she doesn't want anything to happen to him. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, this disciple also feels that this idea is a bit crazy. Then calmly analyzed, "If it is a normal slaughter, I really don't dare to absorb it. But if the soul beast takes the initiative to sacrifice and become my soul ring and seal its own power or distribute the excess power to the three in front of me, with this soul ring, coupled with my current defense power and the special characteristics of the turtle black, I can not only absorb it smoothly, maybe I can also use it to directly attack several levels and reach the 50 level Soul King." Teacher, don't you want to take a look at a 50 level Soul King who is 6 or even 7 years old? And his 4th soul ring has a level of 100,000 years. I am your personal disciple, and I represent your face. If the disciple succeeds, then this will be a huge miracle," Huang Wei said, his eyes burning with passion. It has to be said that Bibi Dong was a little excited after hearing Huang Wei's words, but after calming down, she thought about it and said, "It's easy to say if you succeed, but if you fail, no. Teacher, this disciple will never fail. He will definitely succeed." Huang Wei said, "If something unexpected happens during the process, you can do it yourself. Block the absorption this time, or Let Grandpa Kyan, the great worshipper, take action. Huang Wei was unwilling to miss such a good opportunity. Bibi Dong originally had some small plans to keep the rabbit to absorb it. But after thinking about it for a while, I decided to leave it to Huang Wei point, because she is not in a hurry to fill up all the soul rings for the second martial soul point, because her second martial soul now only lacks the last 2 soul rings. Without additional soul rings, he planned to wait until his cultivation reached a high level and be ready to hunt down the 2 big guys in the Stardao Forest point as his most talented direct disciple. Huang Wei naturally did not want his soul ring configuration to fall into the hands of others. Moreover, the number of soul beasts on the mainland that are 100,000 years old is also limited, unless they accept the inheritance of the gods, but she couldn't find any gods with abilities related to Huang Wei. Anyway, he is only short of the last 2. If that's the case, then he should leave Xiao Wu's 100,000 year soul ring to Huang Wei point. As for Hulina, the other party's current cultivation level cannot be absorbed. Moreover, Xiao Wu was discovered by Huang Wei. Huang Wei's talent was transcendent and excellent, so it should have been given to him. Bibi Dong nodded. Okay, on the day you absorb it, I will take you and the rabbit to the worship hall and absorb it under the eyes of the great worshipper. I'm leaving first. You have a good sleep. No, someone is coming. It seems that the person you took in came to apologize to you. Bibi Dong said that he had already sensed the Jade Pomelu coming towards him. After a faint smile, he immediately left the place point. After a while, Huang Wei saw the Jade Pomeranian in front of him running towards this side point. The first time the other party saw him, he looked ashamed. Jade Pomelu came to Huang Wei, knelt down on one knee without hesitation, bowed his head and apologized. The Holy Sun's subordinates are guilty. The dungeon was robbed. Tang Xin was taken away. The subordinates neglected their duties. I failed to live up to the Holy Sun's high hopes. Please ask the Holy Sun to punish you. Huang Wei looked at the subordinate in front of him, who sincerely admitted his mistake, nodded with satisfaction and said, I'm very pleased that you have such a character. I have seen what happened just now. The 2 titled Douluo of Haoshan sector, not at all. You can compete now, and being kidnapped is inevitable. Tang Xin doesn't have to worry about it. As long as Xiao Wu's 100,000-year-old soul beast is still there, it won't be a problem. Jade Pomelu said resolutely, don't worry, Holy Sun, I will definitely speed up my cultivation to reach the level of a titled Douluo, and then I will capture this person. Now, things have changed. When you go back, you will move Xiao Wu to my villa. I will personally supervise her, and you, come here too. I will tell my teacher to transfer you here. Huang Wei didn't originally plan to do it so soon, but now things have changed. Just listen to what he just said to Bibi Dong, because he will change it at any time, based on the current situation. After all, just now is the past tense, now is the truth. Yes, I will do it immediately. Jade Pomelu said. I'm going to rest. Come back tomorrow. You can deal with things outside first. Huang Wei said. Clear. Holy Sun, my subordinates must retire first. Jade Pomelu stood up. Go. Huang Wei nodded. In the Pope's palace, neon phoenixes, crazy lions, moon gates, and ghosts gathered here all night long. Waiting for the arrival of Pope Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong quickly entered the interior and ascended to the throne of the Supreme Pontiff. Join the Pope. The 4 people cupped their hands one after another. This meeting is mainly aimed at the sudden appearance of the remnants of the Haoshan sect. Since they dared to openly raid the dungeon of Wuhan Palace at night, this incident has caused Wuhan Palace to lose its face. From now on, you will send more people to go to them. Leave the direction of time and look for traces of Haoshan sect. Yes. Everyone nodded. His Majesty the Pope, I have something to tell you. Mad Lion said. Elder Crazy Lion, please speak. Bibi Dong nodded. Crazy Lion said, now that we have lost 3 Douluo, I think we should consider releasing the cavalry Douluo in the sky prison. When he said this, everyone reacted. Yes, among their elders there is an Agouti Douluo, but he was imprisoned in the sky prison before, and did not appear. If Mad Lion hadn't said it, they would have almost forgotten that this person existed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. In fact, this is not surprising. Bibi Dong said coldly. Assassinating the Holy Sun is a heinous crime for Elephant Douluo. If Mad Lion Douluo releases him, will you be responsible if the Holy Sun is poisoned to death by him? Anyone who threatened her disciples would already be punished by death if it weren't for the fact that he is an elder Douluo. The Mad Lion didn't care and said calmly, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. If I can persuade the Array Douluo to let go of his hatred and ignore the past grudges, can the Pope release him? After the Array Douluo comes out, what will happen to today's martial arts? The Soul Palace will provide another layer of protection. He was actually not afraid of Bibi Dong. No matter what, he was a level 95 title Douluo. Point in his impression, Bibi Dong's cultivation level was lower than his. If it weren't for the rules of Wuhan Hall and the enshrinement of the Great Enshrinement Hall behind him, he could actually act on his own and release the Array Douluo. Everything is for the sake of Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong said coldly, go and tell the great worshipper yourself that, if he agrees to release him, I will not interfere too much, but if I find out that he is in any way detrimental to the Holy Sun, I will kill him without hesitation. As he spoke, the aura on Bibi Dong's body rose rapidly, reaching a very terrifying level. At the same time, Yu Guan and Gui Mei also exuded auras and headed towards the Mad Lion. The two of them existed to assist the Pope, so naturally they stood by Bibi Dong's side without any conditions. As a woman, Nihang also had her own thoughts, and she also released her aura and headed towards the Mad Lion. The Mad Lion's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately released his 9th 5th level titled Douluo aura to reveal his secrets. You must know that Gui Mei and Yu Guan are not weaker than him at all, and are even much stronger. The current timeline still has many years before the start of Operation Ghost Hunt. There will continue to be improvements in the days to come. The Mad Lion was now hostile and instantly lost the arrogance he had before. He immediately raised his hands and said, assassinating the Holy Sun is a grave crime for Douluo. He should indeed be allowed to squat in the sky prison and reflect deeply. Listen, this is a completely different attitude than before. In that case, let's break up the meeting. Bibi Dong waved her hand. Everyone left one after another. The Mad Lion quickly left here with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that he would be so embarrassed today. It was really abominable. Let's find an opportunity to take revenge later. Outside the Pope's palace, in the tavern, they saw that Tang Xin was rescued safe and sound, and the two people also left smoothly. Yu Xiao Gang also breathed a sigh of relief and showed a satisfaction smile. He quickly closed the curtains, turned around and fell asleep. Tomorrow we will set off back to Notting City. On the other side, after rescuing Tang San, Tang Xiao and the second elder also breathed a sigh of relief, because the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall did not catch up. I really don't want to cause trouble at this time. They quickly flew madly in the direction of the Star Luo Empire. But he won't be able to return to Haotian Sect for a while. It's getting late now. The two found a wilderness inn, sat down and had something to eat, and then booked a room. Time passed quickly, and dozens of days passed in the blink of an eye. Added together with the previous dozen days, it was exactly 1 month. In the Pope's palace, the villa area, and within the Yellow Wei Lake, majestic energy quickly condensed in his abdomen. His cultivation level was improved again. At this moment, Huang Wei has reached the 39th level of Peak Soul Master. This energy is still gathering, and has not stagnated. It has been climbing. As time passed, little by little, a turtle roar sounded. A green light flashed across his body. His soul power cultivation level has successfully reached level 40 from the Peak Soul Master level 39. Become a genuine pseudo soul sect. Today Huang Wei is still 6 years old. There is only 1 month left until I turn 7. But then comes the main event. Because what his 4th soul ring wants to absorb is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. When the time comes, the soul power will be pushed up infinitely, and maybe you can really break through level 50 in one fell swoop, and become the Soul King. He is a 6-year-old Soul King, and possesses the 4th soul with a 100,000-year soul ring. This is scary to say, Huang Wei left the water and walked towards the villa. Xiao Wu was trapped in a house, and she didn't even think about escaping. Because there is no way to escape, the fate that awaits her now is sacrifice. Sacrifice is not death, because the soul can be preserved in the soul ring, waiting for the opportunity of resurrection. Can I trust him? Xiao Wu came to the window and looked at the scene in front of her. Brother, he has been rescued. I can't even see him for the last time, but that's fine. I'd rather not see him than be seen by him. It's very painful to say goodbye, as 100,000-year-old soul beast rabbit spirit. Xiao Wu still understands some of the truth. After all, she has also experienced the pain of losing her mother. She smiled an extremely bitter smile. She was living a good life these days, and the other party treated her like a queen. She understood that this was also the treatment before sacrifice. Boom boom. Suddenly there was a sound from the door behind him. It's his aura. Now that he's here, he must be at level 40, right? Xiao Wu's heartbeat quickened, and she was extremely nervous. As a soul beast, she was very sensitive to smells, especially the smell on Huang Wei's body. The door is locked. It's huge inside. Huang Wei opened it from the outside. Came in. Xiao Wu, I'm level 40. Huang Wei's voice sounded as he looked at the long-haired girl in front of him. Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly shrank. Although she knew that this day would come, she didn't expect it to be so soon. Your talent is really beyond my imagination. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, Xiao Wu said bitterly. Huang Wei said, actually, at the normal speed, I would have been able to reach level 40 half a month ago. It's just that I used my soul power to cultivate something, and that caused it to pass. Although Xiao Wu didn't understand what needed to be cultivated with soul power, she knew that the young man in front of her was now at level 40, and this talent was really terrifying. If you promise me, you will revive me when you become a god. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and asked, I am not a villain. I will do what I say, and I will definitely become a god. Huang Wei said. Even if there is no divine inheritance, according to his current lifespan, and according to the setting of the first part of Douluo, if he lives for 1,000 years, he will be able to create his own divine throne and become a god. Lifespan is no longer an issue for him now, because now he from the pseudo-soul sect has a lifespan of 2,000 years. Now, as long as he is not killed, he can easily live for 2,000 years before dying. What's more, his lifespan will continue to increase according to his improvement in cultivation. As long as he works hard to cultivate and improve his soul power, he will not die. In this way, even if he doesn't have a system now, there won't be any problems. Where do you get your confidence? Xiao Wu was puzzled, even though the guy in front of her was very evil. Huang Wei smiled. Time will prove everything. You will see it after you become a soul. Let's go. You come with me to meet my teacher now, Huang Wei said. Xiao Wu is very repelled by Bibi Dong. After all, there is her mother killing enemy. She smiled bitterly. The weak will eat the strong, and the strong will be respected. Weakness is the original sin. She regretted it. If she had known better, she would have listened to her mother and stayed in the Stardow forest. At least there was Daming and Erming playing together. Goodbye, Daming and Erming. Xiao Wu looked out the window, looking in the direction of the Stardow forest, with tears streaming down his eyes. Then he turned around and followed Huang Wei out of the room. Jade Pumili followed closely behind Xiao Wu. As long as the other party makes any small moves to harm the Holy Sun or wants to escape, he will immediately take action to suppress them. The Daming and Erming in the Stardow forest don't know what is happening here. But at this moment, within the Stardow forest in the center of the depths, there is a huge lake, with mountains and flowing water, thick trees, and not a soul beast around it. Because there is a very natural sense of oppression here that fills the sky and the earth. Those soul beasts are afraid of this aura, and it is not something they can resist at all. Just then, the ground shook, the trees shook, and the rocks bounced. I saw a huge titan-like soul beast running towards here in large strides. This is the most famous titan ape in the first part of Douluo. This is also what Xiao Wu calls Erming. At the same time, in the lake ahead, a huge sky python with horns on both sides surfaced. It is so huge that its appearance directly makes the titan ape, which originally thought it was very big, become extremely small. This spirit beast is none other than the terrifying Azure Bull Python. Both the Titan Ape and the Azure Bull Python in front of him are soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old. The combat effectiveness has reached a very terrifying height. The body of a soul beast inherently has a terrifying power advantage over humans. Soul beasts of the same level is more powerful than humans. Second. Brother, do you feel it too? The Azure Bull Python looked at the Titan Ape with a solemn expression. The Titan Ape looked sad. Well, I feel very sad for some reason. It seems that something is going to be lost soon. If their soul beasts stay together for a long time, they will have some kind of mutual connection with each other. There is only one person who can make us feel so uncomfortable. Xiao Wu, said the Titan giant ape. It loves Xiao Wu deeply, and now that it hears that something might happen to Xiao Wu, the whole Titan is in trouble. Brother, what should we do? Let's go out and rescue her. Xiao Wu's mother has been hunted by Wuhan Palace. Sister Xiao Wu must not get into trouble again. The Titan Ape pleads with the Azure Bull Python. The Azure Bull Python looked very embarrassed. Don't worry, maybe it's just our misunderstanding, or maybe Xiao Wu misses us. There are many things that may cause this. And, do you know where Xiao Wu went? Chapter 63. And can you transform? Besides, it's the human world outside, and we are 100,000-year-old soul beasts, so the temptation is huge for them. Once we set foot in the human world, our strength will naturally not be as strong as in the forest. At the same time, we will be surrounded and killed by all human titled Douluo. The Azure Bull Python immediately spoke out to stop the Titan Ape's idea. Although the Titan Ape is a bit silly, it is not silly in some aspects, hopefully. It's just our perception that's wrong. Sister Xiao, I miss her so much. I really want to see her. Although Xiao Wu had just left not long ago, it already had the urge to see Xiao Wu. Practice well. Xiao Wu is a human being now, Azure Bull Python said. The Titan Ape was silent for a moment and nodded. I understand, brother. In the Pope's palace, Huang and Wei have already entered. As soon as Xiao Wu came in, she felt the terrifying aura intimidating her, making her whole body feel very uncomfortable. Teacher, two elders, Huang Wei greeted the three of them one after another. His Majesty the Pope, two elders. The Jade Pomeranian also handed over Yuguan and Gui Mei slightly. Yuguan's eyes were fixed on Huang Wei and Jade Pomelu. He could sense the aura of the fairy grass on the opponent's body. He was very fascinated. He thought to himself that it seemed that he would need to find time to inquire later. If possible, maybe I can get this rare opportunity. Huang Wei looked at Bibi Dong above and said, Teacher, my soul power has exceeded level 40, and we can start. Bibi Dong kept staring at Huang Wei, feeling the fluctuations in his soul power. He had indeed reached level 40. A 6-year-old level 40 pseudo soul sect. Not bad. Bibi Dong said. How long do you have? Until you are 7 years old? Then he asked. Huang Wei replied, Teacher, I will be 7 in 1 month, but let's go. I'll take you to the worship hall. Bibi Dong said, I have already gone to negotiate with the Grand Enshrinement. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded. Elder Gui, you two will stay here and take charge. Bibi Dong ordered the two right and left men below. Yuguan and Gui Mei immediately handed over their hands. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. Immediately, Bibi Dong stood up and left with Huang Wei and Xiao Wu. You go back to practice. Don't waste a single moment of time. Huang Wei suddenly stopped and said to the Jade Pomelu. Jade Pomelu nodded. It's the Holy Sun. So he bowed to Yuguan and Gui Mei and then withdrew. Huang Wei quickly followed up again. After the three people left, Yuguan looked at the Jade Pomelu figure thoughtfully. He said to the ghost, Old ghost, please sit here for me for a while. I have something to ask the Jade Pomelu guy. Gui Mei was stunned for a moment, not knowing what this old chrysanthemum wanted to do. His eyes looked at Jade Pomelu. This guy was now an 83rd level contrap. He had completely stabilized his aura, and the foundation in his body was getting better and better. Although he had never cared about the matters under his jurisdiction in the past, no matter what, this Jade Pomeru was still the person under his jurisdiction. What happened to him? But all this points towards a possibility. It must have something to do with the sun. What did the Holy Sun see in him? Martial spirit. or level. If it's a level, there are also titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace Point. That's it. If you can't figure it out, forget about it. Let's talk about it later. He nodded. You go ahead, old Juha. I'll just watch here. Remember to treat me to a drink after get off work tonight. In his opinion, no one dared to come to the Pope's palace to cause trouble, and it was still daytime. Yu Guan left, directly chasing the direction of Jade Pomilu. Jade Pomilu, who had left not long ago, felt a breath coming from behind, and frowned. Turning around, he saw Yu Guan coming towards him. No, it's already in front of him. His expression changed slightly, because he remembered what the Holy Sun had told him before. Jade Pomilu saluted and said, respectfully, Elder, I wonder what business you have with me? Yu Guan nodded slightly and said, it's not a big deal. Why do you have the aura of immortal grass such as 8-petal immortal orchid on your body? Tell this, Elder. Jade Pomilu thought to himself, I really came here for this matter. It seems that I can no longer hide it after all. Jade Pomilu immediately said, this is an opportunity given by the Holy Sun to my subordinates. The Holy Sun said that, if Elder Yu comes to find me, let you find him. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan narrowed his eyes slightly. It's right when you think about it, it is indeed the Holy Sun. Unexpectedly, the Holy Sun would have such peerless and precious treasures as immortal grass in his hands. Thinking of this, I suddenly became hot. Can I ask for one myself? Even if you plant it in the back garden. He has a very positive interest in flowers. Very caring for beautiful flowers. Okay, you can go back. This elder will go find him personally. Yu Guan almost said, do you want to become my teacher? But after thinking about it, he was from the Son of God, so he decided not to do it. He quickly waved the other person away. Hearing this, Jade Pomilu didn't stay too much. After saluting, he turned around and left without hesitation. This moment, Bibi Dong, Huang Wei, and Xiao Wu had arrived at the worship hall. At this moment, none of the other worshippers could be seen in the worship hall. Huang Wei asked, Teacher, are all the worshippers on holiday? Why can't I see any of them? Bibi Dong said softly, they all went to the Death Valley to train Nasalas and Tuobazi. It won't take long for them to become the latest two titled Douluo. As for the Elephant Armor sect, Bibi Dong planned to wait until Huang Wei absorbed the 4th or 5th soul ring before letting someone notify Hu Yanxin to come over for discussion. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Xiao Wu became more and more frightened. There was cold sweat on my forehead. She clenched her fists and hated Bibi Dong extremely. If he hadn't become a piece of fish on the chopping board now, he would have no strength. She would definitely resist and kill Bibi Dong to avenge her mother in the worship hall. The great worshipper Kai and Douluo had already noticed their arrival, and the door in front of them had been opened automatically. After entering, it was the first time for Xiao Wu to see such a magnificent scene. The statue of the angel god in front gives people a very terrifying and vast sense of oppression. It made Xiao Wu breathless and very uncomfortable. Even Bibi Dong felt uncomfortable at this moment. After all, what she inherited in her body was the Rakshasa god, which was a symbol of evil and ugliness. It was completely the opposite path to the bright seraph god. It's just that she didn't show this emotion on the surface. As for Huang Wei, because of the new buff given by the system, he now completely ignores the opponent's pressure. Although this statue is an angel god and a god, it is still a statue that exudes the aura of God and is not the god itself, so it is within the scope of being ignored. As for the aura on Kai and Douluo's body, although he is a demigod, he is still a peerless Douluo after all. Therefore, the pressure on him will be instantly ignored by Huang Wei's passivity. The whole person is very relaxed. This scene surprised both Bibi Dong and Kai and Douluo. This kid, nothing happened at all. This idea came to both of them at the same time. Chapter 78 Turtle Kong is destroyed. The 8,000 words in this chapter are equivalent to 4 chapters. Huang Wei looked indifferent, as if he didn't feel anything, and ignored the surprised looks of the two people. Said, Grandpa Kyan, let's start quickly. Kai and Douluo also came to his senses and moved his eyes from Huang Wei to Xiao Wu. With his peerless Douluo cultivation, he could see through the identity of this girl's 100,000-year-old rabbit soul beast at a glance point. When Bibi Dong came to him to talk about this matter, he actually has some selfish intentions in his heart. 100,000-year-old soul beasts are not easy to find, and each one is extremely precious. I want to leave this one to my precious granddaughter. After all, no matter how good the Holy Son is, he is still not as good as his granddaughter. But if this Holy Son can grow up with such terrifying defensive power, he can become Zua's protector in the future. If the other person turned out to be more evil, he actually wouldn't object to the two of them being together. However, Chu is a human being destined to become a god, and Huang Wei is now a 6-year-old soul sect. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, he is likely to reach the 50-level Soul King, a 6-year-old 50-level Soul King possibility. Then he also has a great of becoming a god. If it doesn't work, then let him go to Poseidon Island and try the Poseidon position. After all, black turtles are also aquatic creatures, which is better than not having them at all. Thinking of this, Douluo's vision is no longer so short-sighted, and he takes a longer-term view, and the pattern becomes bigger. Chapter 64. The Pope of Wuhan Palace can only be from the Qian family. The Wuhan Palace can only be inherited and controlled by people from the Qian family. This is his bottom line point. Although Bibi Dong was not from Qianjia, he gave birth to a daughter for Qianjia. Logically speaking, she is also Qianjia's daughter-in-law. Although he was not recognized and neither did the other party, Douluo still recognized it in his heart no matter what. Otherwise Bibi Dong would not be able to take the position of Pope. As for the current Saint Huang Wei, or the Saint Ulina, they have nothing to do with Qianjia. The odds of becoming a Pope are slim. But if Huang Wei marries Qian Ringsu, then they are from the Qian family, and should be able to inherit the position of the next Pope. Douluo had such a plan in his heart. After all, he has no idea that Bibi Dong is already being tested by the Rakshasa god. If a god wants to hide in the snow, a demigod can't even detect it. And the Rakshasa god is a first level god. Okay, let's get started. Douluo nodded slightly, and his plain voice slowly echoed in the main hall dedicated to angels. Huang Wei looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, let's get started. The area inside the main hall was very large. Xiao Wu's eyes were a little dull, but she finally nodded. Huang Wei's goal was achieved. No matter what, as long as Xiao Wu sacrificed, Tang Xin would lose a major opportunity in the future. When I offer sacrifices, a strong magnetic field will be generated. It is best for irrelevant persons to leave. Xiao Wu's voice was cold. Bibi Dong walked toward the edge. Huang Wei summoned a huge black turtle, majestic and invincible, and a low turtle roar resounded throughout the main hall. Huang Wei entered the spirit-possessed state, green armor clinging to his whole body, and his body shape was elevated and expanded. Then he sat cross-legged, and 3 yellow, and purple soul rings appeared on his body. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and tears appeared again. She took the initiative to sacrifice, and a powerful magnetic field appeared, lifting her whole body up, and the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit also appeared. Take the initiative to offer sacrifices, and the sacrifice is your body. As for the soul that will be placed in one's own soul ring, this is also the only hope for resurrection. After all, they are not aliens like the Blue Silver Emperor. The powerful crimson energy magnetic field representing the 100,000-year-old soul beast spread instantly. Xiao Wu's soul moved towards Huang Wei's body. The energy transformed into the body also enters at this moment. Gradually, the shape of a soul ring formed around Huang Wei's body. At the same time, beads of sweat continued to appear on Huang Wei's forehead. A soul representing Xiao Wu appeared on Huang Wei. Huang Wei was not in as much pain as he imagined. After all, the soul beast takes the initiative to sacrifice, so there is no need for mental power to fight against those evil thoughts. Both Bibi Dong and Douluo watched this scene nervously. A beam of light representing 100,000 years of powerful energy rises into the sky and is about to break through the main hall. This scene was not allowed by Douluo, so he immediately intercepted it and let the light pillar stand under the main angel hall. Roar. However, at this moment, the deep roar of the huge black turtle on Huang Wei's body rang out. Huang Wei's veins bulged all over his body. Ah, Huang. Wei raised his head, opened his mouth, and screamed in pain. Zhao Wei. Bibi Dong was anxious and was about to rush forward point, but at this moment, Qian Daoliu used the power of demigods to stop him. Don't be nervous, he's fine. The soul sect has absorbed 100,000-year soul ring. Although the soul beast is taking the initiative to sacrifice, it's normal to feel pain. If you intervene, it will aggravate the occurrence of unpredictable and bad things, and then all efforts will be wasted. Qian Daoliu's voice sounded. As a demigod, he keeps an eye on Huang Wei's life state all the time. Although the other party is in pain, his life state is very strong and powerful. Absolutely nothing will happen. Only then did Bibi Dong stop, but she held her breath. The black turtle suddenly shook, the mysterious lines on the turtle shell shone out, and an arrogant ocean power emerged. Within Zhao Wu's magnetic field, the entire ground is irrigated by seawater in an instant. The huge power of water enveloped Huang Wei's body, creating a phenomenon of softness and strength. Huang Wei instantly felt the pain in his body subside quickly. My body feels so light and comfortable. Just like that, unconsciously, his soul and body fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Wu's soul was also surprised. What kind of big turtle was this turtle? Because she was affected too. It fits even better with Huang Wei. There seemed to be a force mediating between Huang Wei and her, make her integration smoother soon. Even her soul fell asleep under the power of this gentle water. This scene also completely shocked Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong. There is such a magical thing. Qian Zhongfeng, what is going on? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Daoliu with shocked eyes. Although she hates him, she still gives him a title. Now that she is living under someone else's roof. Qian Daoliu was immediately embarrassed when he was asked, and thought to himself, how do I know this? This is the first time I have seen this magical phenomenon. However, his face returned to calmness, and he shook his head. I don't know. But one thing is for sure, his integration this time will be very smooth. In the magnetic field in front of him, Huang Wei's body bloomed with bright turquoise and ocean blue light, representing the strong and boundless life energy and the origin of all life. 100,000 years of red has also turned into pink. The two were confronting each other, and in the end the pink light was gradually and quickly swallowed up by the turquoise and ocean blue light. Finally, the ocean blue swallowed up the turquoise light, and the ocean blue became even more vigorous. 3 in 1. The energy fully blooms, then continue in this state. Time passes quickly bit by bit. At the same time, far away in the Star Luo Empire, within the hidden Haotian sect. After being rescued, Tang Xin unlocked the soul power seal on his body with the help of Tang Zhao. Start practicing hard. But his return made the 7th elder very annoying. After all, his hatred has a huge relationship with Tang Hao. Tang Xin also became what he called a wicked bastard. Tang Xin was very angry, but there was nothing he could do, because his own strength was too weak. The opponent is a titled Douluo. Moreover, the other party also gave him a mission. In the future, he must kill the heads of the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, and possess at least 100,000-year soul ring. Otherwise he will be expelled from the Haotian sect by then. When Tang Xin heard this, he had nothing to say. The hatred between Wuhan Palace and him was irreversible, and he would kill the people in Wuhan Palace, and Wuhan Palace would also be destroyed. As for the 100,000-year soul ring, let's talk about it later. At the same time, many people in Haotian sect were very repulsive towards him. Now he can only endure it, and when he grows up, he will get them all back one by one. But at this moment, his right eyelid kept beating wildly. My heart palpitated, and I was very sad. It seemed as if something very important to him in the future had just left him. He immediately stopped practicing, holding his heart with one hand, and looked in the direction of Wuhan City. His eyes were fierce and resentful. Zhao Wu, Wuhan Palace. He knew that something must have happened to Zhao Wu, because at that location outside, the only person he cared about was Zhao Wu. He immediately left the room, and ran towards his uncle Tang Zhao's mansion. But he was stopped at the door. Where are you, bastard? Get out of here. The person who came had a ferocious look on his face. He was none other than the 7th elder. He waved his hand and a powerful force instantly sent Tang Xin flying. Tang Xin's expression changed. He flew out fiercely, hit the wall and fell down. A wave of pain swept through his body. Ahem. Hateful asshole. Just target me. What did I do wrong? The seventh elder gave him a cold look, then waved his hand and left. Tang Xin looked at his back with a look of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, one day, I will get them all back. He got up and entered the mansion. Tang Zio also felt the movement just now, and now when he walked out, he saw Tang Xin in a panic. Mistress, what's wrong with you? Tang Zio asked with concern, his eyes full of guilt. Uncle, something happened to Zio Wu. Can you go to the spirit hall to save her? Tang Xin injured the pain and begged. Tang Zio was silent, then shook his head. No, the Wuhan Palace is too dangerous. You can't go there yet. You can go back and practice. If you become stronger, you can seek revenge from Wuhan Palace, but our Haotian sect can't afford to hurt you now. Wuhan Palace's foundation is far stronger than you think. If your great-grandfather Tang Xin came back, these wouldn't be a problem, but now he's not here, so he can't go anymore. Behind Uncle is the Haotian sect. It's not just me and you. Besides, your father definitely doesn't want you to get into trouble because of her. After hearing Tang Zio's words, Tang Xin fell silent, feeling unwilling to give in. I'm sorry Zio Wu. I will definitely destroy the spirit hall to avenge you in the future. He clenched his fists tightly, and his nails pierced the flesh, but he felt no pain. Blood flowed from the wound, and he swore in his heart. Tang Xin looked dejected. I know uncle, I won't make it difficult for you. Chapter 65. Uncle, say goodbye. I'm going back to practice. With that said, he turned around and left. Now he is in despair. He knew that, even if he set off now, it would definitely be too late. Sister Zio Wu, in the Star Forest, Daming and Erming suddenly heard sad and angry roars that echoed through the entire forest. The terrifying power of the ferocious beast, which surpassed that of 100,000-year-old soul beast, spread and filled the world. The surrounding trees flew away. Brother, I'm going to save Sister Zio. She sacrificed herself. She sacrificed herself. There is nothing wrong this time. I won't feel wrong. Sister Zio. Damn human being. I want to kill the detestable human being. Human beings must have forced her. The Titan ape went completely crazy. His eyes were red with anger, and he ran wildly in the direction outside the forest. Second. Brother, stop right there. Don't go. The Azure Bull Python Ancient roared angrily, then looked at the sprinting back of the Titan ape and scolded angrily. The powerful force instantly sealed off the surroundings of the Titan giant ape. Brother, please let me out. I want to go out to save Sister Zio! Exclamation mark. I want to go out to save Sister Zio! The Titan ape's eyes were furiously red, and its whole body was shrouded in blood evil aura, constantly hammering at these energy barriers. Second. Brother, eldest brother understands your pain, but it's too late. Zio Wu's sacrifice has ended. The deep and angry voice of the Azure Bull Python sounded. Its gaze looked in the direction it sensed. That location is where the Wuhan Palace of Wuhan City is, and there is a very terrifying Douluo there. Even if we two brothers work together, we are no match. In the past, there was only one way to die. If you died, you would have no chance to avenge Sister Zio and her mother. But he was also surprised. How could the sacrifice end so quickly? It shouldn't be, it's really weird. Thump. Hearing this, the Titan giant ape became even more desperate. He knelt on his knees and kept crying on his innocent face. Sister Zio, Sister Zio, Sister Zio. Wow, my Sister Zio. Tears flowed out of his eyes like waterfalls. The Titan giant ape suddenly remembered his last hope, turned around and cried, brother, let those adults take action. They also hate damn humans. The Azure Bull Python looked toward the deepest part of the Star Forest, where there was a space, and his eyes showed fear and awe. Then he sighed, and shook his head. Now is not the time. They need to be protected, and will not go out. Second brother, the matter is a foregone conclusion. But in the future, as long as humans set foot in the Stardow Forest, you can kill them. After all, even if they were hunted in the Stardow Forest before, they didn't come out, let alone the territory of the human world now. They won't go even more. As he spoke, the Azure Bull Python's eyes were sharp and murderous. It doesn't have to know who is from the spirit hall, so it will kill all the humans. Anyway, when they come into the Stardow forest, their only goal is to hunt the soul beasts. Human beings are their common enemy. Ho. Ho ho. Bang. Bang bang. The titan giant ape hammered its chest and roared angrily. The violent anger swept over his body, and its roaring voice echoed throughout the Stardow forest. Marshal Soul Hall, one day I will make you pay a heavy price. Humans. Anyone who sets foot in the Star Forest will be killed without mercy. In the deepest part of the Star Forest, there is a space that has been opened up. There is a huge golden-eyed black dragon king here, transformed into a human form. It carries a terrifying dragon power and is filled with extremely powerful and frightening power. In the lake of life ahead, there is a big star floating slowly out. Lord, another 100,000-year-old compatriot has been sacrificed. Dishon bowed respectfully to the jade in front of him and reported. Its eyes revealed coldness and murder, as well as hatred for humans. If it weren't for the Lord's order to put the overall situation first, he would have gone out to rescue the soft-bone rabbit before he was hunted. There is a sleeping silver-haired girl inside the jade. Although she is separated by a layer of jade, her otherworldly beauty can still be seen. Her long eyelashes lifted. A light and cold voice sounded. Don't act rashly. Wait until I recover from my injuries before destroying humanity. Dishon sighed. It's the Lord. Don't worry, as long as I can restore my status as a god, I can resurrect the two dead 100,000-year soul beasts, as well as the 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor. The Silver Dragon King's voice sounded again. Dishon's face, which was angry because of humans, softened slightly. No matter what, there is only one Blue Silver Emperor, and it is very precious. The new Blue Silver Emperor will be born again only after the previous Blue Silver Emperor dies. The Blue Silver Emperor, and that human gave birth to a son. As long as he awakens the Blue Silver Emperor's bloodline, he will most likely become the new Blue Silver Emperor. He is a human being, and has always been the opposite of us. We must not let him tarnish the pure blood of the Blue Silver Emperor. Will the Lord send me to find him secretly and kill him? Dishon cupped his hands and said respectfully. Arrogant and frivolous, he only obeyed the dragon in front of him. The Silver Dragon King said, don't act rashly. The human world is very dangerous. Although your cultivation is strong, there are people in the human world who are not weaker than you, or even stronger than you now. I will continue to sleep, and you will take good care of the Stardow forest. Silver Dragon King's voice became weaker and weaker. Yes, Lord. Dishon nodded. Then the jade fell into the lake of life. Wait, humans, one day, I will make you disappear on Douluo planet. Dishon's voice was as cold as an oath, and then he turned and left Wuhan City, the Pope's palace, and the main hall where angels are worshipped. As time passed, the powerful 100,000-year-old magnetic field generated by the sacrifice disappeared. The intercepted crimson beam of light also dissipated. On Huang Wei's body, a very dark red soul ring appeared. Yellow purple red. The fourth soul ring is 100,000 years. The sense of coercion instantly rose to a terrifying level. In front of Huang Wei, there was a pink soul bone floating in the air. It is the 100,000-year-old right arm bone of the soft bone rabbit. As soon as this soul bone appeared, Bibi Dong and Liu's eyes were fixed on it. No matter what, this is still tempting for them, but even more so for Bibi Dong. At least Liu has a genuine angel costume, so he doesn't have too much desire. Bibi Dong is different, but if she inherits the Rakshasa god's throne, she can also get the Rakshasa god's armor. But the soul bone can greatly help her improve her passing rate. But her heart was tangled at this moment. The soul bone is very compatible with the absorber. It is more beneficial for him to absorb it than for you to absorb it. Liu's voice sounded at this moment. Bibi Dong was suddenly shocked, and her expression was awakened. He nodded. Indeed, this is also the destiny of my disciple. Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's just like a guess. His soul power directly broke through from level 40 to level 50 pseudo soul king. But what kind of fifth soul ring should he hunt for? Which soul beast is better? Suddenly, she was extremely excited. Did you see that? This is her disciple of Bibi Dong. 6 years old, level 50 pseudo soul king. Kyandeoliu's eyes sparkled with light, and he said slowly, his cultivation has improved too quickly, so don't hunt him for the 5th soul ring yet. Let him consolidate for a while. As for the 5th soul ring, I will find a way. Bibi Dong nodded. Okay. Huang Wei slowly opened his eyes. Feel the changes in your body. The huge black turtle on the body became even bigger than before. All the strength in his body was moving back and forth between the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul rings. In the end, they all returned to the mysterious tortoise shell runes. Huang Wei looked at the soul bone in front of him and picked it up. Teacher, Grandpa Kyan, how to execute this quick soul bone? Huang Wei asked. You take it and absorb it, Kyandeoliu said. But, Huang Wei nodded without any politeness. Anyone who is polite in this area is a fool. So he followed the feeling and absorbed it immediately. Half the stick of incense has passed. Huang Wei has also finished absorbing it. I feel like my right arm is getting stronger, but at this moment, the 100,000-year-old right arm soul bone belonging to Xiao Wu was spread by the mysterious runes on the turtle shell, causing the originally pink right arm bone to turn green inside his body. What the hell? What's going on? After learning about this situation, Huang Wei became even more surprised. Has this damn thing been mutated by erosion? At this moment, he could feel that the changed soul bone matched him even more. Without hesitation, he opened the character panel and checked. Host, Huang Wei Chapter 66. Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan. 5000 Identity, Holy Son of Wuhan Palace Soul Power, with built-in strengthening effect. 50. 4 Pseudo Sulking, Soul Skills, Defense, brings self-inflicted critical hit level 1, Turtle Shell Enhancement level 2, Turtle Shell Saving, Armor Spirit Space, Turtle Void. During the activation of the skill, the body is in a state of nothingness for 5 seconds, and can ignore all damage. And can surround itself with all seals within kilometers that do not exceed the limit of their own defense power. Enter the turtle shell rune different dimensional space and can extract the opponent's energy to return to the armor spirit space. The armor spirit space is closely connected with this space and the energy can make the space grow. Nourish life, soul bone. 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit right arm bone, turtle version, can grow. Soul bone skills. Teleportation, can control the distance at will within a limit of 1 kilometer. Invincible golden body, can be used 5 times a day. Magical power, golden turtle mask equipment. Thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil. Abilities, the aura of a superior person, immunity to the power of a title Douluo, immunity to water and fire, and immunity to all poisons. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% cultivation speed. 10%. Woohoo, this time it really took off. Huang Wei looked at the information introduction on his mission interface and became excited. Unexpectedly, the 100,000-year-old right arm bone with a soul bone inside would actually become growable under the infection of the turtle shell runes, and the invincible golden body is also twice more than the 3 times in the original work. Achieve 5 times. What excites him the most is that the 4th soul skill is closely related to the armor spirit space. The turtle is gone. It sounds very arrogant and domineering. Huang Wei really wanted to activate it now, to try the effect point, but there is no way to unlock it, only the seal. He was afraid that he would not be able to break the seal after using it. Then maybe Bibi Dong and Kyandeoliu would not be sealed here. After all, these 2 people were beyond the limit of his own defense, but it was hard to say about other objects. If he can't be solved by then, won't Kyandeoliu kill him? His mental power entered the armor spirit space of the 3rd soul skill, and he immediately discovered that the space here was at least twice as large as before. It may have only been half an acre in size before, but now it is at least a full 1.5 acres in size. It is very likely that these lands were originally owned in the Jialing space, and now they are just being released. How big it was, he had no idea. At the same time, the energy in the Jialing space also began to generate energy. He could feel that this had a lot to do with the 4th soul ring. The energy is nourishing the various fairy grasses here. Huang Wei tried to control it and poured it all into those rhizomes soon. One of them appeared with tiny petals. Seeing this, Huang Wei was very happy. It sure works. Go back and play slowly. There is no rush anyway. If he had had this ability before, he would have directly put that guy Tang Xin into the rune's extra dimensional space, frantically squeezing his energy back into the pure armor spirit space. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Huang Wei suddenly smiled. He is a 6-year-old pseudo-soul king, level 50. It was impossible for Tang Xin to catch up with him. Even if there is help from heaven, this is the case. Huang Wei was extremely happy when he thought of this. Evil thoughts arise in my heart. Little thief Tang Xin, I will wait for you to take revenge after you have successfully cultivated and come out of the mountains. And in the end I will seal you in space and squeeze you continuously. Hehe. I get excited just thinking about it. The fat-end piglets are destined to be unable to escape the slaughtering hands of Huang Wei. Kai and Douluo and Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei's ever-changing face, and they immediately thought that something happened to this guy when he absorbed the soul ring, causing some kind of brain problem. Right? So I became worried. Calling Huang Wei. The next second, Huang Wei was not awakened by them. Instead, his face became even happier, and he laughed out loud. Bibi Dong went straight to the attack and gave him a horn blow on the head. Boom. Ouch. Huang Wei felt the pain coming from his head and immediately held his head with both hands and kept rubbing it. He also came to his senses. Teacher, why are you knocking me? If you hit your brain, you will become stupid. I'm only 6 years old now. Huang Wei looked dissatisfied and stared at Bibi Dong. Hearing this, Bibi Dong and Kai and Douluo felt helpless to complain. The boss is not a junior guy. He talks a lot of nonsense. If there is anything to record, it must be recorded as evidence of what he looked like just now. Why were you giggling just now? We all thought you had some side effects from absorbing the soul ring. We were stupid. That would be really big trouble. Bibi Dong's voice was faint and very reproachful. I'm fine. Actually very good. Huang Wei smiled. What soul skills has your 100,000-year soul ring given you? Kai and Douluo asked. He was very curious. The same goes for Bibi Dong. After all, Huang Wei is the first person in history. The fourth soul ring is 100,000 years old. Who would believe this? Huang Wei said, the 100,000-year soul ring did not give me soul skills, but because of the majestic energy, my black turtle spirit became bigger than before and unlocked the soul skills possessed by the black turtle body. Since there is still such a thing, not even a 100,000-year soul beast can affect this black turtle soul skills. Kai and Douluo and Bibi Dong were extremely shocked. In this case, there is only one explanation. That is, this black turtle is more terrifying than a 100,000-year soul beast. So what exactly is it? Although the two of they were confused, they were also very happy. The more mysterious this black turtle is, the more it proves that it has the qualifications to become a god. Then what is your fourth soul skill? Bibi Dong asked. Huang Wei said, it's called Turtle Sky Destruction. During the activation of the skill, I will be in a state of nothingness for 5 seconds. I can ignore all damage. The huge energy covers everything within 1 kilometer around me. All seals that do not exceed the limit of my own defense power are entered into the turtle shell runes. In a different dimensional space, it can extract the opponent's energy and return it to the armor spirit space. The armor spirit space is closely connected with this space, and the energy can make the space grow and nourish life. He told it briefly. The two were shocked again. This skill works. Do you want to try it? Kai and Douluo wanted to take a look. Huang Wei shook his head. No, I was only given a method to seal it here, but not a method to unlock it. I'm afraid that after these things go in, they won't be able to come out. Huang Wei looked at the things in the main hall and the huge angel statue. Although the angel statue was not itself, but an object, he didn't know if it would also be collected. Hearing this, Kai and Douluo looked around, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It can only be sealed but not unsealed, which is indeed a bit troublesome. It's better not to let your own people experiment. Then, try not to use this trick in Wuhan City. Kai and Douluo reminded. He doesn't have free time to wander around. Huang Wei nodded. I understand, Grandpa Kai. Grandpa Kai, I'm now at level 50. When can I get the 5th soul ring? Then he asked. Kayandeo Liu said, "Why are you anxious? You have just entered the Soul Sect, and you are not yet familiar with it. Now there is another Soul King. If you want to be stable for a while, you should wait until you are 7 years old at least, to plan your 5th soul ring. If you absorb it now, your foundation will be unstable and your aura will float and become unreal. Your future cultivation, especially when you reach the title of Douluo, will be more difficult than ordinary people every time you advance to a level. You have such good qualifications, don't waste them hastily. Your end is not a title Douluo." After Kayandeo Liu finished speaking, Bibi Dong agreed. Huang Wei pretended not to know, and asked curiously, "Grandpa Kayan, where should I end up? Is there a realm in this world that is more powerful than a title Douluo?" He looked innocent and ignorant. Kayandeo showed a kind smile and said, "Yes, that is God. God of the God realm, that is your stage." Although he spoke lightly, it was very difficult to become a god point, even ethereal point. But he saw hope in Huang Wei point. This hope is great, because this guy's Wuhan Zhuangui is really amazing point. Even the angels and gods don't know about it point. The unknown is also a wedge and an opportunity collecting future skills. If you have any ideas, you can leave the name and introduction of the skills chapter 79 God. Then, this must be a very powerful existence. Huang Wei showed a look of yearning and longing point. Kayandeo Liu nodded. Yes, God is omnipotent and very powerful. As he spoke, he also showed a look of pursuit, but it was a pity that he could not become a god, because he was destined to be worshipped. Chapter 67. What is worship? That is the person who will be used to worship others and become gods in the future. If someone becomes a god in the future, he will undoubtedly die, but this kind of death is a symbol of relief and freedom. He can be free, at least that's what the angel god told him. Huang Wei asked curiously, "How does Grandpa Kayan compare with God? In front of God, I'm like an ant." Kayandeo Liu was startled for a moment, then shook his head bitterly. These words revealed helplessness and fear. Huang Wei looked at the angel statue behind Kayandeo Liu and said, "Is the god Kayandeo Liu talks about the one behind you?" Kayandeo Liu turned around slowly, held his hands in front of his chest, closed his eyes, showed a pious expression, and bowed. He said slowly, "Yes, it is the angel god, one of the gods in the god realm." Then he turned around and looked at Huang Wei gently. "Zio Wei, your soul ring has been absorbed. You can go back alone. Your teacher and I have something to discuss alone. When the time comes, he plans to let Huang Wei go to sea and go to Poseidon Island to try the inheritance of Poseidon gods. Their point. Although people from Wuhan Temple are not welcome on Poseidon Island, it is fine, as long as Huang Wei does not recognize that they are Wuhan Temple point. There will be solutions by then. Okay." After Huang Wei glanced at Bibi Dong, he turned around and walked out towards the enshrinement hall point. After Huang Wei left completely, Bibi Dong's eyes towards Kayandeo Liu became colder. "What did you want to say when you left me alone? It seems like you and I have nothing to talk about." Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the main hall. "There are still some. You've taken the initiative to come to me a few times. For him, these few times. Isn't this not a discussion?" Kayandeo Liu looked at Bibi Dong expressionlessly. The real murderer of his own son. He couldn't kill the other party yet, which was the most annoying thing. Bibi Dong didn't answer, just looked at him quietly. Kayandeo Liu then got to the point. "I plan to bring him and Zua together." Bibi Dong's pupils narrowed and his expression changed slightly. Although he hated this biological daughter on his face. But then again, who called her his biological daughter? She still cares about the other person in her heart, but she doesn't admit it and doesn't want to express it. You can ask Zio Wei yourself when the time comes. I won't interfere. Bibi Dong said calmly. "Besides, I'm already preparing to bring him and Hulina together. The sun and the saint are the most matched pair," she added. Kayandeo Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. "You should understand that it is absolutely impossible for someone who has nothing to do with our Kayan family to become the Pope. You'd better think clearly. Then what are you going to do?" Bibi Dong looked directly at Kayandeo Liu. Although the opponent's demigod majesty was very powerful, she was not afraid at all, nor did she flinch. Kayandeo Liu said indifferently, "Two women have a show. It is normal for a capable person to have more women around him, but the premise is that Zua must be a big one. Bibi Dong said coldly, then just wait and see. After saying that, she turned around and left the worship hall directly, no longer paying attention to this place. Bibi Dong was also struggling in her heart. No matter what, the wealth does not go to outsiders, and Huang Wei cannot give it to outsiders either. Hulina or Qian Ringsu point, both men are perfect candidates. Now Bibi Dong is already thinking about Huang Wei as future marriage partner. There is no way the other party is too good. Hulina is her direct disciple, and Qian Ringsu is her biological daughter. In fact, it was difficult for her to choose. After thinking about it, Bibi Dong shook his head and sighed, since it's hard to choose. Then just like what the old man said, let Qian Ringsu get in touch with Huang Wei first. Anyway, Hulina has already got in touch with him. Then it will be up to him. It's their choice. At this moment, Huang Wei, who was outside and heading back to the villa area, first fulfilled his previous promise to Xiao Wu. Now Xiao Wu is one of her own, so some scenes in the original work will definitely not happen. Tang San's opportunity was also cut off by him in a very big way. Congratulations to the host for absorbing a 100,000-year-old soul ring for the first time, far exceeding the limit. Reward: strengthen the turtle shell by 1 level. A strengthening pill. However, at this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Huang Wei's mind. Huang Wei was overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. I came at the right time. Put the strengthening pill and pill into the soul guide. Huang Wei released Xiao Wu's soul, but Xiao Wu was still in a weak state. After being exposed to the sun for a while, he went back into the soul ring in fear and fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei did not say anything further. Head directly towards the villa. The maids were cleaning the room as usual. Son. Seeing Huang Wei appeared, the maid saluted and addressed him respectfully. Well, I'm a little hungry, Huang Wei said, holding his stomach. The maids took action one after another. Holy son, please wait a moment, we will prepare food for you right now. Well, be more prepared. I'm very hungry today and have a lot to eat, Huang Wei reminded. Yes. The maids nodded. Then go to work quickly. Huang Wei was sitting on the sofa. A maid brought a fruit plate and said respectfully, Holy son, eat some fruit to satisfy your hunger first. The kitchen needs some time to cook. Huang Wei nodded. Come over and feed me. He's used to it. So does the maid. Just sitting next to Huang Wei and eating. As time passed, so did the cooked food. I used to eat hot pot every day, so it would be nice to change the taste a little bit. Huang Wei ate hungrily, feeling very happy. After the meal, the maid cleared away the dishes. Huang Wei entered the study and flipped through some books about soul beasts on Douluo continent. My 4th spirit ring is already at the 100,000-year level. If my 5th spirit ring reaches the 10,000-year level, it will be too unqualified. No matter what, I can't lose to that guy Tang San. I want to collect 600,000-year soul rings. When the martial soul is activated and the soul rings appear, will the force level rise in an instant? When I find a god, I can get a god-given soul ring to absorb it and distribute the energy to the first 3 soul rings so that they can also be upgraded to the 100,000-year level. Then I will have 900,000 years. Soul ring. TSK, TSK, I'm so excited just thinking about it. For a moment, Huang Wei felt that his life had reached its peak point. But how hard is it to find a 100,000-year soul ring? He thought for a moment, and the place where soul beasts could be at most 100,000 years old was the Stardao forest. But that place was too dangerous. There is a silver dragon king. Although the opponent was injured, he was definitely not something he could fight against now. Not necessarily in the future, Huang Wei muttered. Maybe I can negotiate terms with them. As long as my defense is strong enough, they won't be able to break through my defense. On the contrary, I can continue to gather energy. When the time comes, I will be pushed back. Give them a taste. Chapter 81. Year time passed quickly, and a month passed in a flash. 1 year has passed. In the past month, Huang Wei worked hard to consolidate his cultivation level after taking the strengthening pill and Yuan pill. He also did not try to break through his current cultivation level in the past. After all, due to the limitations of the soul ring, his current cultivation level can only be at level 50. Unless he obtains the 5th soul ring, it will be of no use at all point. But he can try to transfer the excess accumulated in his body into the armor spirit space to contain the fairy grass. The surface of the lake is the same holy land for cultivation as always. Of course, this holy land is only for Huang Wei. He murmured. I wonder if I can put the ice and fire ice spring pool into the armor spirit space now. If it really doesn't work, you can just try the 4th soul skill. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait. Now he is 7 years old. After a month of consolidation with the elixir, the originally restless and floating aura in his body has been completely stabilized by him. The whole body is filled with strength that truly belongs to him. If he didn't have the strengthening origin pills given by the system, if he wanted to achieve the current effect, 1 month would probably not be enough. It would take at least 3 months. In this case, it would be a huge waste of time, and it would be very inappropriate. Although his soul power has the effect of consolidating the foundation and cultivating the yuan, it is still far behind compared with a truly professional consolidating the origin and the yuan. Huang Wei secretly thought, keeping a careful eye in his heart. In the deepest part of the ice and fire ice spring pool, there are the skeletons of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Although these two guys no longer have the status of gods, at least their strength is at the level of gods. After all, he is the second of the 9 dragon sons of the dragon god. Even if he dies, he is definitely not completely dead. For example, if the soul is still alive under the spring pool, then it is at least a god. With my current strength, it is far from enough. He clenched his fists and assessed his current defense. However, I may be able to use the title body refining below to train my physical body. It would be great if the 2 souls could be converted into my soul rings. It would also save me some trouble, but the other party is already dead. If we look at the soul beast sacrifice, the only thing left to sacrifice is the soul. Once the soul disappears, it is really gone, so it is absolutely impossible for those 2 old dragons to do that. If we really want to get their soul bones, there is only one way. Huang Wei was talking to himself until now, and a cold and murderous look flashed in his eyes. Then kill them, and directly obtain 2 soul bones that are more than 100,000 years old, which can also be called divine bones. Thinking of this, he suddenly became discouraged. Hey, it's not enough with my current strength. My current defense, coupled with the strengthening of the 3rd level turtle shell, should only be able to withstand attacks from title Douluo and below. Huang Wei looked at it carefully. I'll go over and try out the 4th soul skill first. It would be nice if there's an unexpected surprise. Thinking of this, he immediately became impatient. So he left the water and came to the villa to summon Jade Pomelu to follow him. After tempering with the fairy grass, there is still more than a month of practice. Now Jade Pomelu's cultivation has reached level 84. Chapter 68. This cultivation speed is not bad. After waiting for a while, he was looking for new jelly grass for the other party to absorb. As the son of the Holy Sun, he naturally wants to play cards. Holy Sun, where do you need to go? Jade Pomelu came to Huang Wei's side and saluted respectfully. He really dare not forget the gift given to him by the Holy Sun, and now he is extremely grateful in his heart. If it weren't for the effect of the 8-petal fairy orchid of the Holy Sun, it would be impossible to reach the 84th level contract, let alone the 80 level contract. His current achievements are all due to the promotion of the Holy Sun. This is also a kind of luck for him. Huang Wei said, first come with me to the Pope's palace. I want to meet the teacher. After that, I will go to Wuhan City with you to practice. It's the Holy Sun. Jade Pomelu nodded. So he followed and quickly headed to the Pope's palace. Entering the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was the only one on duty, while Yu Guan and Gui Mei had gone to practice. Bibi Dong sensed Huang Wei's arrival and looked down, curious about what this guy was doing. Are you here for the 5th soul ring? It's been a month now, and he's 7 years old, but is 1 month of consolidation enough? There's no news from the old guy. If he really uses a 100,000 year soul ring, then there simply won't be enough 100,000 year soul beasts on this continent. Bibi Dong suddenly had a headache. Although her divine test could reward years of soul ring promotion, the content of her divine test also included questions that filled in the last 200,000 year soul rings of the second spirit point. Therefore, at least 200,000 year soul rings must be left to her. Fortunately, as time passed, her cultivation level also improved a lot during the Rakshasa God inheritance examination point. Now he has successfully broken through to the 95th level titled Douluo point. Soon, level 96 will be enough. But for some reason, the higher the level of the divine test she completed, the more she felt like she was not quite herself. She was originally not interested in power and status, but now she is eager for it. She wants to take revenge and destroy the Khan family, but she doesn't want to destroy the Wuhan palace, because if the Khan family is gone, then she is the true supreme master of the Wuhan palace. She alone has the final say on the future Wuhan empire. Point. Facing such supreme power and status, her heart will be affected, arousing her greed, evil and bloodthirsty. Point. She tried very hard to suppress. At least you can't deny your relatives. Got Rakshasa. Bibi Dong felt bitter in her heart and shook her head secretly. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to do it. If you don't become a god, you will still be an ant. Gradually, she came to understand that all these changes were affected by the Rakshasa God point. Although she was worried, there was nothing she could do. If she wanted to take revenge and destroy Kyangea, she only had this chance, and she was determined not to miss it or give up. At this time, Huang Wei led Jade Pomelu to the Pope's palace, and the two of them saluted Bibi Dong. Teacher. His Majesty the Pope. Bibi Dong nodded. Well, Xiao Wei, why did you come to see me as your teacher? Huang Wei said, Teacher, if you want to go out for some training, just ask Jade Pomelu to follow me. Now my defensive power is unbreakable by the title Douluo. When Bibi Dong heard this, her eyelids froze, and even the Jade Pomeranian's face showed a look of surprise. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. Now, only titled Douluo can break through your defense. Excellent. As expected of me, Bibi Dong's personal disciple, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong smiled and praised without hesitation. Point. Then, she looked at the Jade Pomelu and said, you will go out with the Holy Son to practice and protect his safety. This is the soul guide given to you by me. It has the ability to directly transmit messages to me. Once the Holy Son is in danger, or there are enemies at the level of titled Douluo, don't hesitate, just inject soul power and send the message back to me. Jade Pomelu immediately handed over his hand and connected the soul guide that flew down from above. Point. Chapter 81. Going out again. The Jade Pomelu was in hand. Huang Wei and he both stared at it. The so-called communication soul guide in front of them was a very small red token. Point. There are no words on it. It looks very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it at all. This is actually a way to deceive the enemy, giving people an illusion of unimportance and causing them to automatically ignore it. After Jade Pomelu came to his senses, he immediately said to the top, follow the Pope's order. So, he quickly put it into his soul guide. Point. Huang Wei looked at Bibi Dong and asked, Teacher, can I leave now? Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Go ahead and pay attention to safety. The carriage will be here soon. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei and Jade Pomelu immediately turned around and said goodbye to Bibi Dong. There are only a few titled Douluo in this world, and there should be none who can directly cause harm to Xiao Wei. Wait a minute. Wuhan Palace and Haotian sect have developed a hatred recently, but I don't know if the latter will send someone to secretly assassinate him. Watching Huang Wei's leaving figure, Bibi Dong thought to himself, the more I think about it, the more I feel uneasy. So she got up and flew directly in a certain direction. Arriving at a mansion, as the Pope, she could not leave Wuhan Hall for a long time at will, but Yu Guan and Gui Mei were practicing in seclusion again. It was really a coincidence, since she would be in seclusion at this time. If it weren't for this reason, she would definitely let the ghost protect her secretly. Huang Wei was too important to her, and she didn't want any thoughts that would make her uneasy. Although I just said that I would not arrange for people to go there behind my back, but in any case, it was just a matter of words. His Majesty the Pope, the servants in the mansion were also shocked by this scene when they saw Pope Bibi Dong coming here in person. Is Elder Huang here? Bibi Dong asked calmly as he looked at the people in front of him. Elder Huang is in the room. Let's go ask her to come out right now. The servant replied respectfully. Bibi Dong nodded. Go. But at this moment, a soft voice came from the mansion. No need, this elder has arrived. Your Majesty Huang Crown. Seeing this, the others also saluted one after another. His Majesty the Pope. Huang slightly and answered these servants, then looked at Bibi Dong. After bowing, he asked, I didn't know that your Majesty is here in person, so please forgive me. What orders do you have to find me? Bibi Dong waved her hand and said indifferently, it doesn't matter, Elder Huang. The Holy Sun will go out for training in a while. I would like you to follow him secretly to protect his safety. As long as what he encounters is not a title Douluo, you don't need to take action against an enemy at a higher level, as the Jade Pomeril next to him can cooperate with him to defeat him. When Huang heard this, he was startled at first, then took a deep breath and was shocked. Has the Holy Sun grown to this point now? She felt incredible. Very ridiculous. But this was coming from the mouth of the Pope of Wuhan Palace in front of him, so it was difficult for everything to be false. There is no doubt that there are exaggerated claims, but they certainly won't be too big. Yes, his talent is beyond ordinary people, so nothing should happen to him. Bibi Dong looked at her like that, and his expression suddenly became even more proud. This was her Bibi Dong's disciple. What she said was just a superficial phenomenon. If the other party knew that Huang Wei's fourth soul ring had absorbed 100,000-year soul ring, and there was still 100,000-year soul bone in his body, wouldn't it be even more shocking? Jaw dropped. She didn't need to explain these things, because Huang was following behind her secretly, and one day Huang would naturally see her. Huang asked curiously, even more puzzled, if that's the case, then why doesn't His Majesty the Pope let Ghost Douluo or Ju Douluo go? If they joined forces together, wouldn't they be more powerful? They are also safer than me. Bibi Dong sighed slightly. I thought so too, but it's a pity that both of them have been in seclusion recently and cannot come out in a short time. If they come out, then I will immediately ask one of them to replace you, and I won't be able to come out at that time. How about hindering your cultivation? Huang suddenly understood. It turned out to be like this. So he spoke, and immediately expressed his position. Your Majesty, please rest assured, it is my duty to serve the Wuhan Palace, and it is also my duty to protect the Holy Sun. Even if you two don't come out or come, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Bibi Dong naturally nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, that's how he looks. She said softly, then I'll trouble Elder Huang. Yes, after Elder Huang finished speaking, he explained the servants around him, and then set off. After Bibi Dong finished her work, she quickly left the place, and went back to work. A day in the papal life is tiring and there are many things to deal with, and he also had to secretly complete the Rakshasa God's assessment. On the other side, Huang Wei had already got on the carriage and set off directly towards the outside of Wuhan City. The coachman asked Huang Wei where he was going. Huang Wei replied that he had no destination and was just going wherever he wanted. The driver was suddenly confused. But in the end he nodded in agreement. Since the Holy Sun has this request, as a coachman, he must naturally satisfy it. So he drove the wine-chasing horse, based on the memory in his mind. Not long after the carriage left, a phoenix-like figure from Wuhan City followed quickly from high in the sky. And it even deliberately concealed its own cultivation. This person is Huang. Follow along. Huang Wei in the carriage was looking forward to what he would encounter. Time flies and it is afternoon. The carriage moved forward and arrived at the kingdom of Berek. Now their carriage does not have the Wuhan Palace logo. This is Huang Wei's purpose. He just doesn't want others to know, otherwise it will be too public. The carriages are just very ordinary ones. The carriages are relatively large and the interior layout is relatively rich. Holy Sun, we have arrived at the kingdom of Balak. Not far ahead is Soto City. The carriage stopped beside a road with few people on it, and the coachman's voice came from outside the carriage. Huang Wei, who was sleeping, opened his eyes. Are we here yet? Take a breath. Jade Pomeril, who was sitting on the side and had been guarding Huang Wei, immediately nodded and said, yes, Holy Sun, we have arrived at the first stop, Soto City, Balak Kingdom. The time is now 6 o'clock in the evening. When Huang Wei heard this familiar name, his eyes widened immediately. It turns out to be Soto City. Not bad. Eyelines practice here first. Jade Pomelo asked, Holy Sun, do you need me to secretly contact the people in the spirit hall here? Huang Wei waved his hand and refused. Why contact them? I'm not familiar with them, and they are just here to curry favor with me. Don't worry about them. Just let everything take its course. I understand. Jade Pomelu nodded. Then Huang Wei got out of the car and looked around. It was really good, especially the sunset. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Barra Kingdom. The reason why Huang Wei did not go to Sunset Forest immediately was because of his own reasons. However, at this moment, a group of wretched looking people wearing red clothes were rushing towards them not far away. Huang Wei and others naturally saw them. The clothes of this group of people have a logo that is unique to Bolak. The other group of people happened to see Huang Wei. Some people around them stayed away when they saw these people. This group of people from Balak Soul Master Academy, relying on their status, are arrogant and domineering, and do not need to pay for food or anything. Because they are all soul masters, and they are all soul masters of a high level. These are not existences that ordinary people can mess with. They are used to being afraid of these people, but now they see someone in front of them who refuses to leave. Are you afraid of them? Suddenly he frowned and walked towards the three people in the carriage in front. What are you three doing? Get out of here if you see us. Are you seeking death? Do you feel like you're tired of living? It's not fun, is it? Among the 7 people, the 2 leaders of the team, Beric, were squirting at the 3 guys in front of them, looking condescending and very happy. In their opinion, the 3 people in front of them were just like that. 7 of you, this will be very dangerous. The coachman was stunned for a moment, but when he realized what was going on, he immediately became angry when he heard these people talking to the Holy Sun like this, and his eyes showed a cold look, warning the other party. If the Holy Sun had not just told him not to reveal his identity, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, these people would never dare to speak to them like this if they had 100 courages. Haha, I want to see what's dangerous. The 7 people from Beric Academy suddenly laughed arrogantly, not caring about the 3 people in front of them at all. They were completely dismissive of the 3 people in front of them. How dare an ant among ants say such shameless words to them? It's really hilarious. There are still such people in this world, and with a dry tongue, Malu, let them be quiet forever. Huang Wei felt that his ears were itchy, so he slowly closed his eyes. Too lazy to talk to these ants who were giving away their heads, and even more lazy to listen to the other party's unpleasant words. He showed a look of disgust, and these people had already been recorded on his death list. Yes. Jade Pomelu nodded, his eyes showing cold murderous intent. He was finally able to take action, but he couldn't hold it any longer. I wish I could tear these people into pieces. Did I hear you correctly? Kill us. What do you want to do? The 7 people continued to laugh and were about to see what the other party could do to them. At this moment, their smiles froze. I saw 8 soul rings shooting out of the person in front of me. The black ball in his hand appeared. One of the soul rings lit up, and 7 black thorns shot directly towards the 7 people's foreheads. These people speak arrogant words and deserve death. What? 8 rings possessed by a martial spirit. The first soul skill. The expressions of the 7 people changed drastically. They screamed in surprise, broke out in cold sweat, and were terrified. Don't dare to be negligent. If you possess him immediately, you must use soul skills to resist. But how could 7 of these 4 small 4-ringed soul sects resist the attack of a single soul Douluo? The next second, the bodies of the 7 people were penetrated. As the blood exploded, the martial souls on the 7 people disappeared. Their soul power collapsed, and they fell to the ground. It's a complete instant kill, but it's right to think about it. If one soul Douluo can't kill 7 soul sects in an instant, then it's too useless in this case. There is no need for Huang Wei to continue to train this person. After all, he would never raise trash. People at the scene were immediately panicked, but none of them shouted out. Instead, they looked jubilant. These people are often bullied by these 7 people or the Soul Masters of Balak Soul Master Academy. Now that the other party is dead, he is naturally very happy. Haha, if you are so stubborn on weekdays, you must have hit a brick wall today. Everyone was gloating in the next second. Thank you, 3 adults, for helping us vent our anger. But behind them there are soul saints and even soul Douluos like you. A man ran forward, looked at the bodies of the 7 people. His smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum, and he quickly raised his hands to Huang and Wei. Since the other party listened to this young man's words, it must not be simple. Maybe a young master from a big family came out to play. It's just a soul saint, so what if there is a soul Douluo? You go back, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. Huang Wei waved his hand and said lightly, point now under the title Douluo, no one can break through his defense point, not to mention a small soul saint or even a soul Douluo. Yes, the man left immediately, point anyway. He has already told the other party, and what happens to the other party after that has nothing to do with him. Holy Sun, what should we do with the bodies of these 7 people? At this time, the groom asked. In fact, he had no problem killing these 3 people. After all, he is a peak level 69 fighting soul emperor. Although there are many inferior jade pomelos, the problem is not big. Staring at the 7 corpses in front of him, Huang Wei said calmly, just throw them here. If such a big thing happens, someone will come and collect the corpses. You go and do your work first. I will ask Milu to contact you when the time comes. Then, he pointed his finger at the groom and said, yes. The groom handed over his hand. With the Jade Pomelu, an 84th level contract, he was not afraid that people from the Balak Kingdom could harm the Holy Sun Point. After receiving the order, he directly rode on the carriage and headed towards the base of Soul Hall in Soto City Point. So the 3 of them set off and walked directly towards the Rose Hotel Point at the same time. Some people in the crowd were sweating coldly, and they were frightened by the scene in front of them. Contra. 7 of them are dead. How could they provoke such a being? Why did Contra appear on the civilian streets of Soto City? The person who secretly watched this scene was sweating constantly, and his face was replaced by horror. He must go back and report this matter, because there were the nephew of the dean and people related to the royal family of the Kingdom of Berek. It can be said that among the 7 people, no one's identity is simple. This time things are really going to change. The man turned around and ran back. At this moment, walking on the roadside, Huang Wei asked Jade Pomelu, are you familiar with the Kingdom of Balak? What kind of thing is the Holy Sun referring to? Jade Pomelu was a little confused. Huang Wei said, if there is no order from me outside, just call me Young Master. It's Young Master. Jade Pomelu nodded. Like the history and geography of the Balak Kingdom? Huang Wei said. Jade Pomelu nodded. I know a thing or two. Tell it to me. Huang Wei nodded. Jade Pomelu began to speak. Chapter 83. Captain Mighty. While walking, Yuzabo told the things he knew about the Balak Kingdom. The Kingdom of Berek is located in the southern part of the Xiandao Empire, bordering Fasno province. It is said to be a kingdom, but its area is only 3/4 of the size of Fasno province. It is one of the 4 major kingdoms in the Xiandao Empire. 1. The modern King Kundera is the cousin of the Emperor Zuyi of the Xiandao Empire. Due to the geographical location of this kingdom, it directly borders the Star Luo Empire, so it has become the strongest military power among the 4 kingdoms of the Xiandao Empire. A large existence is also the gateway to the Kingdom of Berek has 2 most important cities, namely Berek City, the capital where King Kundera lives empire, which is the center of politics and economy, and the other one is Soto City, where we are currently. With Berek City known as the Granary of Luck, both cities are heavily garrisoned and are the top priority. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded secretly. Although he had traveled through time and had seen Douluo continent, he still knew very little about the affairs between these empires and kingdoms, and even only had a small and vague memory. I have never read any books on this subject since I came to this world. All he saw and understood were related to soul beasts. After all, this is about your future. But since Wuhan awakened this thing, its skills had nothing to do with the soul beast, and he didn't want to understand this knowledge even more. To him, the soul beast is just a key to upgrade, so why should he care about it? The reason why the fourth martial soul absorbed Xiao Wukei's 100,000-year soul ring point, at first he did it to look handsome point. After all, handsomeness is also a combat deterrent point. However, he also discovered a mystery. That is, although the soul ring cannot be used as a soul skill unlocking center, it can be used as a powerful enough energy to be absorbed by the black turtle, and the skills given to him by the black turtle are naturally more powerful point. Perhaps this strength is not in terms of strength, but it is enough point after all. The cultivation of fairy grass is also a very important matter. If he could use this energy to cultivate the fairy grass into 100,000 years in advance, it would even mutate under the influence of the mysterious rune power of the black turtle point, then it is also a very good thing for you to cultivate confidence in the future point. You can eat it yourself. Tap tap tap. At the same time, right now point footsteps came quickly one after another. Sir, be careful, someone is coming. Jade Pomelu kept looking at Huang Wei, who was thinking deeply as he walked. His eyes then looked at the soldiers surrounding him, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. When Huang Wei heard this, he immediately came back to his senses, and looked at the soldiers who had surrounded them from front to back, and were neatly dressed in thorn armor, but their faces were surprisingly plain. Chapter 70. These soldiers were murderous, like tigers preying on hares. The unimportant people around him were scared away. Someone headed towards the 7 corpses over there, and after checking they were determined to be completely dead. They were all killed with one blow. The person who did it was really vicious. Several soldiers looked at each other and said point. A man walked in with a strong breath. He was the deputy captain of these soldiers. He said solemnly, these 7 people have great backgrounds in the Balak Kingdom. They are all dead. The sky is going to change now. Quickly move them and send them away. Go back to Balak Soul Master Academy. Captain, does it have any impact on us? A soldier asked curiously. The other soldiers also nodded. After all, they were just here to work. They didn't want to be entangled with these people. Everyone knew that their lives were precious. The deputy captain said, we are just working people. These things don't worry us. We just need to obey orders. As for some life-related matters, you just have to be smart. Everyone nodded. They began to move the corpses towards Balak Soul Master Academy. The vice captain immediately rushed back to the main force. It was the group of soldiers who had surrounded the murderer. In front of Huang Wei and Jade Pomelu, a fork opened, and a burly man walked out of it. The man's aura was at least at the Soul Emperor level. Captain. Everyone saluted. The man is the captain of this team. Level 65 Soul Emperor. This level is not bad in the Balak Kingdom. Although there are no title Douluo in the Balak Kingdom, there are still Soul Douluo and Soul Saints, especially Soul Saints. After all, the Balak Kingdom is the gateway to the Xiandao Empire and the place with the strongest military power. Their current team can only be regarded as a small main team. You 2 killed people in the street. After doing such evil things, don't you think they can leave unharmed? When the Balak Kingdom, belong to the Xiandao Empire. What kind of place is this? As soon as the captain arrived, his cold and deep voice rang out. In his opinion, the other party was not from the Balak Kingdom. He must have just arrived and did not know the 7 people, so he killed him. However, when he learned of the reports from the public, he immediately led a team to look for the 2 men. Unexpectedly, they were walking leisurely on the road with a swagger. This made him very angry. These 2 people did not take him as the captain seriously. They killed people in the street and dared to do so. They were really arrogant. If he can lead the team to capture these 2 people, then the higher-ups will definitely give him a big head start. Before he could accomplish anything, he was already feeling happy, which made his courage even stronger. Too much nonsense. Huang Wei slowly closed his eyes. Jade Pomelu instantly understood what the Holy Sun meant. Powerful soul power emerged from his body. He didn't say much nonsense, and 8 soul rings emerged. In an instant, the aura overwhelming everyone, causing earth-shaking changes. The captain and soldiers, who were still arrogant at first, knew that things were not as simple as they thought the moment they first felt the powerful soul power in the body in front of them. But when they really saw the 8 soul rings and the fierce killing aura on this person, everyone couldn't help but tremble. His face became frightened, and cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. 8 rings. Contrap. The captain took a deep breath, his feet became weak, and he stepped back. My lord, if you have something to say, just say it as a fart. Don't worry about it. Ha 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 ha. As the man talked, he felt extremely embarrassed, and his face was painful. Contra, how do you fight this? Why are you so unlucky? The first big order I finally got was Contra. Could it be that Contra is already a walking presence all over the world now? It shouldn't be, it really shouldn't be. You seemed very arrogant just now. If we don't have the strength, then we will be the ones hurt. Do you think this matter can be so good, Huang Wei did not open his eyes, but spoke calmly. When the captain heard this, his face suddenly froze, and he asked carefully, I wonder how this young master wants to solve this matter? As long as it is within my scope, I will handle it beautifully for you. Now, he can only ask the deputy captain to inform the big shots above to come down and deal with it. Chapter 84 Fight to the death. Huang Wei slowly opened his eyes, took out a folded feather fan from the soul guide, opened it and fanned it, showing a smile, and said, I value peace, so be it. I will let him seal you with his cultivation level. You will go up together to punch and kick him, and you must not stop within a stick of incense, otherwise you will all die. What? This? When the man in charge heard these words, his expression suddenly changed. His face was extremely embarrassed and gloomy to the extreme. This was a humiliation to him. Damn that guy. But now he doesn't dare to vent. Do they dare? His eyes and tone were filled with anger, warning the soldiers. Xia Bing was naturally happy when he heard Huang Wei's words. These people have long been unhappy with this man, who relies on his status to be superior all day long. And if they hit him this time, they could shift all the responsibility to the man in front of them. There is no way. If they don't fight, they will be the ones who die. They were already ready to make a move. But upon hearing the man's warning, they instantly became weak. It's not up to them whether they dare or not. Jade Pomalu sneered and rushed towards the man. Damn it, don't think I'm really afraid of you. We in the Ballad Kingdom also have contrasts. The Xiandao Empire also has contrasts and even titled Douluo. Come here. I'm afraid of you. Kill. Possessed by the flame giant ape. The sixth soul skill. Fierce ape roaring heaven fist. Captain Zeta was completely exposed. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well be tough and let the other party know that he was not someone to be trifled with. So he let out a loud roar. 6 soul rings appeared all over his body, and he was possessed by the flaming giant ape in close combat. From the beginning, he used the strongest killing move. His target was not aimed at the contra in front of him, but towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei fanned his fan with a calm face, completely indifferent to the terrifying attacks flying over. He was just a level 65 soul emperor, and the transparent armor on his body could easily withstand it. He didn't even bother to activate his martial spirit. However, Jade Pomelo is not just for show. This person was aiming at the Holy Sun. His expression suddenly changed. He dared to target the Holy Sun. He was really looking for death. As soon as the black ball of martial soul thoughts came out, it turned directly into a huge sword, with soul skills attached to it, and soul power surging. In an instant, he slashed at Zeta's big hand. If you dare to hit the Holy Sun, then your hand will be destroyed. The Jade Pomeranian eyes were cold and stern. Zeta knew it was too late. His expression changed. He directly changed the target, and attacked the Jade Pomelu. Bang! Click! The fist and the sword met together. Zeta suddenly discovered that his own power had been eroded to a terrifying degree. Feeling powerless for a moment, he was shocked when he saw the sword penetrate directly through his arm and come out from the shoulder. Ah! 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 Zeta screamed. Blood splattered, tendons and veins were broken, and it was extremely painful. Sweating profusely and miserable. Jade Pomelu had a stern face and struck him directly with the palm. A force entered Zeta's body and sealed the opponent's soul power. The martial spirit disappeared in an instant and flew backwards. The soldiers behind him saw that something was not going well and immediately dodged. The other soldiers were also frightened. 1 stick of incense. Don't stop. Stop, you will die. Huang Wei said lightly. Yes. Yes. The other soldiers shuddered and immediately turned towards Zeta. Sorry, Captain, we have no way. I hope you can forgive us. Yes, you sir have a lot. The Soldiers came to Zeta and said one after another, you guys, puff. Zeta looked at the faces of the people in front of him and was so angry that he vomited blood and passed out. The others didn't care and quickly punched and kicked him. Bang 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 bang. Huang Wei and Jade Pomilu left bang when he learned that his son was dead. There were sounds of cups breaking in several places in the Beric royal family. What did you say? My son is dead. Who did it? Chapter 71. These palace masters were furious. I don't know. That person is very strange. Where is my son's body? Currently at Balak Soul Master Academy. Let's go. Lead my troops to the academy. At this moment, 6 of the 7 powerful families who died were extremely angry and led their own army towards the Balak Soul Master Academy. In the Balak Soul Master Academy, the dean looked at the 7 dead people in front of him, especially when he saw that one of them was his own son. At this moment, it was like the sky was falling, and I felt a little powerless all over my body. Then he was extremely angry. The terrifying Soul Saint aura erupted from his body, making the people around him tremble. The terrifying Soul Saint aura erupted from his body, making the people around him tremble. Soldiers and the deputy captain were both extremely frightened, fearing that the other party would lose their mind due to anger, look for someone to vent their anger on, and target them directly to kill them, which would be disastrous. The deputy captain, Taze, immediately stepped forward and reported with sincerity, Dean, calm down. I know who killed them. They are definitely still in Soto City now. We have people following them, and we can know the traces of the murderers. Dean Amidangfu said coldly and angrily, send the order, and have the army blockade Soto City. From now on, except for certain people with status, the rest are only allowed in and out, until the murderer is found. Yes. Taze immediately accepted it. Sir, several royal generals are coming towards the academy. However, at this moment, someone ran in from behind to report. The next second, I felt the earth shaking, and a powerful aura came towards me. Open the door and welcome them over. Dean Amidangfu was not surprised that these people would come at this time. After all, where these people are currently located is very close to here. It is easy to rush over with the cultivation of these human soul Douluo and peak soul saint. Although these people are contrasts, their own cultivation levels are only in their early 80s. It belongs to the low level contra level. But even so, these low level contrasts are supreme beings in the Balak kingdom. Not to mention that there is the great master of the Xiandao Empire behind him. There is only one title Douluo in the Xiandao Empire, Douluo, but there are a lot of soul Douluo and soul saints, and their quality is very high. Everyone grew up from fighting on the battlefield. Although it is a low level contra, it is not inferior to an intermediate contra. You can even win. This includes the current group of people. They each left 99% of their troops in the places where they were guarding. The remaining 1% of the army was brought over. Although it is only 1%, the number of people in the 7 generals army is still very large. When they came here, they had ordered everyone to blockade the entire Soto City. Otherwise, you can only enter, but not go out. Violators will be shot without mercy. So now Soto City is controlled by military power. Everyone in the city was in panic. Chapter 85. Bishop Fedeli of Wuhanzi Palace. At the same time, people here at Wuhanzi Palace also began to notice this phenomenon. Especially the bishop here frowned even more after hearing the news. Let people go down and find out what is going on. After all, this is within the Xiandao Empire, so it's not easy for them to interfere. After all, things within the empire are not so easy to interfere with. The situation inside is very complicated. He could only report this matter back to Wuhan Palace. However, at this moment, a fiery red figure appeared in front of him. It is accompanied by a fragrant smell. You can't help but be fascinated by absorbing even a little bit, and you can't help but be immersed in it. Feeling this powerful force, I always find it difficult to breathe for some reason. The person in charge was panicked for a moment, but after seeing the person clearly, he suddenly woke up. Greetings to your majesty Nahuang Mayan. Fedeli, the bishop of Wuhanzi Palace in Soto City, immediately paid homage to the beautiful woman in front of him, and addressed her with such flattering names. But this is also normal, as the bishop of the Zidian here His power status is very high. It can be said that he is a local emperor, but when facing these elder level figures, he is as timid as a baby. After all, characters at the elder level are all at the level of titled Douluo. Nihong's soft voice sounded. The cause of this matter is the Holy Sun. The other party can handle it well. I'm here to handle everything. You don't need any other intervention. Just watch the show. Federally was frightened. The Holy Sun came to Soto City in person. Why didn't we get the news? Nihong said calmly. The Holy Sun keeps a low profile and doesn't want to be known. Otherwise he would be a guest in the Z Palace right now. I understand, Nihong man. Federally asked curiously. My subordinates are curious. What did the Holy Sun do? It actually caused the royal generals of the Kingdom of Berek to go to such great lengths of war. As far as he knew, there were a total of 10 generals in the Balak Kingdom. 5 of them are level 79 peak soul saints, and 5 are contrasts. These people are very powerful. Of course, compared with Nihong Myangsha, it can only be an insignificant existence point, and he is naturally not afraid of these people. After all, he is also an 85th level contrapoint. It's just that when those people join forces, even he can only be defeated. Because he doesn't have those people who have been on the battlefield for many years, have the power of crazy blood, and have the combat experience. One of the reasons is that his martial spirit is not a melee attack point and all of those people are point. That would naturally be very terrifying. The Holy Sun asked the people around him to kill 7 people from Balak Soul Master Academy, and behind these 7 people were the sons of the 7 generals. Nihong watched what happened the whole time. Naturally, he knew it very well, but he didn't care at all. Yes, that Dean is also one of the top 10 generals who govern the country. Now 7 came out at once. It doesn't seem to be an exaggeration to do it for his own son. Pope Bibi Dong said that, as long as no title Douluo comes out, she does not need to take action. Pope Bibi Dong certainly did not say this randomly. She was curious about how powerful the Holy Sun was, and how he would solve this big event. Is there really anyone in this world who can be invincible under a title Douluo at this level? She had sense to Huang Wei's cultivation and was shocked, doubting herself in her heart. He actually has a 50 level Soul King level. This kind of talent is so terrifying. But compared with Contra, the gap is still too far. Hearing this, Federer's eyelids jumped. He was startled and then sneered. The other party must have provoked the Holy Sun. Those 7 people were tyrannical. If the Holy Sun revealed his identity, these people would never dare to offend the Holy Sun, even if they gave them 100 courages. Son, these people deserve to die. Okay, let's see what the Holy Sun does next. If it doesn't work, I will take action myself. After Nihong finished speaking, he left the place directly. Although Bibi Dong asked her to meet the conditions before taking action, it was absolutely impossible for her to just watch from the sidelines when faced with this kind of problem. It would be great if the sun could solve everything, but if the sun could not solve it, it would be great. Then she will appear and deal with these people. However, this is within the Xiandao Empire, and there are some things that cannot be done with absolute certainty for the time being. At this moment, the parties involved, Huang Wei and Jade Pomilu, have already checked into the Rose Hotel. 1 person per room. The 2 of them looked out of the window and naturally saw the blockade happening in Soto City. Jade Pomilu felt several powerful contrauras appearing in Soto City and frowned, his face condensed. 3. Soul Douluo, and the killing evil aura on their bodies is completely incomparable to mine. Judging from the breath, at least 2 are level 81 and 1 is level 82. It's okay to fight alone. If we fight together, I may not be my opponent. Jade Pomilu was analyzing his current situation in his room. The remaining 4 level 79 peak soul saints pose little threat to him. But it's still very tricky to join forces after all. Those people must be very cooperative. With so many people, the effort would kill him. This matter is definitely related to the 7 people he just killed. They are all people with a big background. Jade Pomilu sighed slightly and then sneered. But no matter how big it is, how can it be as big as the Wuhan Palace? No matter what, if a war really breaks out, my first goal is to protect the Wuhanzi Palace, where the Holy Sun is heading here. It will be really safe when we get there. If those people dare to attack the Wuhan Child Palace, they will suffer the wrath of the Wuhan main palace. This is definitely not what they want to see. When it gets to that point, it will be a completely torn battle. When he thought of this, Jade Pomilu breathed a of relief. In Huang Wei's room, he looked calmly at the troops patrolling and searching below, but there was some trouble in his eyes. He murmured, if it is really discovered, I can try the 4th soul skill, but what about the Jade Pomilu guy? I don't know if I can eliminate the target, otherwise this guy will also come with me. Sealed into rune space. He wasn't sure. After all, he had never used the turtle soul skill point, and what is written above is just a brief summary point. The specific details will only be known after he activates it. Chapter 72. At this moment, everyone outside was searching, and they all had a portrait in their hands, which was the portrait of the 3 prisoners described by the person who reported it. One of them is the groom. However, the groom is now hiding in Wuhan's palace and will not come out, even if he is beaten to death. Moreover, Wuhan's palace is not allowed to be searched by these people. So he is the safest. Soon it was completely dark. Around 7 or 8 o'clock. At this time, a large number of troops gathered below the Rose Hotel. Because passers-by reported it, 2 of them were finally seen entering the Rose Hotel. After all, those who report will be richly rewarded. Everyone was tempted. Chapter 86. Do you really think you can defeat me? This matter has nothing to do with them anyway. There is money to be found to find the person and provide clues. Naturally, everyone took action. At the same time, all the supervisors of the Rose Hotel also went to report. After confirmation from multiple personnel, the 6 generals and the dean went directly to the Rose Hotel. Sir, it's not good. They're all coming over. At this time, Jade Pomilu came to Huang Wei's room and reported. Huang Wei looked calm and said, Milu, you stay here. I will lead these people out of Soto City later. I will seal them all. Remember, stay away from me. Kilometers away. Never step into it, otherwise I don't know what will happen. Jade Pomilu knelt down on one knee and said, no, Holy Son. My mission is to protect you. Even if it means death, I will not hesitate. Huang Wei looked at him calmly. If you die, what will happen to your family? Your wife and children are still waiting for you to return. Jade Pomilu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his heart was extremely entangled. On one side is the family, on the other is the son. So hard to choose. He wants to protect both. Just wait for me here. This Holy Son will be fine. And do you really think my teacher only wants you to follow me? Huang Wei said. What does the Holy Son mean? Jade Pomilu came back to his senses. Of course there will be titled Douluo following us secretly. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Follow my orders. This is an order. On Huang Wei, the aura of the superior instantly soared. Jade Pomilu's pupils shrank, and for some reason, he felt a little frightened. Yes, but, Holy Son, how do you get out? How? Of course I teleport out. The corner of Huang Wei's mouth curved into a smile, and he activated the bone soul bone skill of his right arm. The whole person instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the room. That one just now was a soul bone. Is this the soul bone skill? The Jade Pomilu god took a breath. As the son of the Holy Son, it is not unexpected that Huang Wei has a soul bone. It seems that I still underestimated the Holy Son. Since the Holy Son said that, then everything will definitely be fine. Jade Pomilu stood up, looked outside with complicated eyes, and said, don't worry, the Holy Son will be fine. However, at this moment, a soft female voice sounded from behind Jade Pomilu. Jade Pomilu was so frightened that he shivered. He instantly activated his martial spirit, defended himself, and at the same time turned around and retreated from the distance. Since someone can appear behind him so silently, he broke into a cold sweat. When did this happen? Nihang looked at the man in front of her and said softly, don't be nervous. If this elder wants to kill you, you can't move now. Jade Pomilu saw the person behind him clearly, and when he heard the meaning of these words, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he immediately saluted. It turns out to be Elder Nihang. Well, no courtesy. Nihang nodded. The elder is the person in the dark mentioned by the Holy Son. Jade Pomilu raised his head and asked, yes, it's me. Okay, just listen to the Holy Son and stay here. He has already lured those people out. I also want to see what the Holy Sun's fourth soul skill is. Huang said, looking outside the room. In the next second, he quickly disappeared into the room and escaped directly into the high altitude clouds. Her appearance was not noticed by those below. Jade Pomilu was also completely relieved. Titled Douluo appeared, then everything is safe. Outside, Huang Wei suddenly appeared and greeted those people directly. In an instant, the 7 generals were aroused to great anger. Let everyone chase and kill him. In an instant, a large number of troops rushed towards Huang Wei. This person is to be arrested. However, Huang Wei kept using teleportation and finally reached the limit of 1 kilometer, easily ignoring the wall and leaving Soto City. Soul Bone skill. This kid has soul bones. This soul bone skill is not easy. Don't even think about running away. Everyone gets out of the city. The eyes of the 7 people bloomed with greed. Soul bones are the treasure that everyone dreams of. This is true even for soul masters like them who have been fighting on the battlefield all year round. Soul bones are really too precious. It's even harder to find a soul bone that suits you. With such a person in front of me, naturally I can't let it go. But not all of the 7 were blinded by greed. There was a level 79 soul saint with a frown on his face, feeling something was not right. How can an ordinary person have a soul bone, and this soul bone always feels special? Could he be a young master from some powerful force? Thinking of this, his expression suddenly became fierce again. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill my son, then I will spare your life. We will talk about the rest later. Besides, it may not be that kind of powerful sect. Otherwise, how could it not be protected secretly by a titled Douluo? Does he still need to run in this situation? Just let the titled Douluo come out, and it can be settled in a time. If it's just a soul saint or a soul Douluo family master, then that's great. There's no need to be afraid. Our armies can even swamp the opponent. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more crazy. Huang Wei kept using his soul bone skills to teleport and came to a large land outside Soto City. It is exactly 1 kilometer away from the city of Soto. His steps stopped. He looked at the large group of troops chasing him ahead. Excluding those 7 generals, it looked to the naked eye that there were at least 10,000 troops. This is the sum of 700ths. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to encircle Soto and conduct a blockade and search operation inside and outside the city. Now that the people have been forced out, there is no need to defend, and they are all chasing after them. Everyone burst out with their own martial arts spirits. Humph, boy, you still want to run? Hand over your soul bones, and we'll keep your whole body. Otherwise, we will cut you into pieces. You will return my son's life. When the 7 generals saw that this guy stopped running, their first reaction was that this guy's soul power was almost exhausted and he couldn't run anymore, so they all sneered. The faster and more arrogant the opponent was running just now, and now that they have caught up, they will naturally become more taunting. So he ordered the people around him to surround the guy in front of him. Huang Wei didn't move. Instead, he stood there, surrounded by these 10,000 people. In this scenario, you can still face danger without fear. You're all here. You really think highly of me, you guys. But he showed an unusual smile, as if he had all the answers to win. Boy, commit suicide. No matter what you do today, you can't escape. The 7th general looked cold and stern, and he would not let Huang Wei offend at all, just because he was a child. Such people are dangerous element. Moreover, Huang Wei is now the height of a young man. Do you really think you're sure of me, Huang Wei showed a strange smile, and a powerful soul power emerged from his body. Raw. Chapter 87. The Feast of Ember Destruction. Do you really think you're sure of me? Huang Wei showed a strange smile, and a powerful soul power emerged from his body. Chapter 73. Raw. On Huang Wei's body, a huge black turtle stands tall against the sky and the earth. Its eyes are extremely fierce, and it has the majesty to disperse all the evil spirits in the world. His pupils gradually turned yellow and turned into tortoise-like pupils. The power of the ancient times emerged and swallowed up the mountains and rivers. 4 soul rings gradually appeared on Huang Wei's body. Yellow, yellow, purple, and red. The moment the last red soul ring appeared, an even more terrifying force shocked everyone present. 1. 100,000-year soul ring, everyone in heaven and on earth exclaimed, how can this be? Even Huang, who was watching the show high in the air, was also wide-eyed. Let you have a taste of my fourth soul skill. You are great if you can be the first contributor to my fourth soul skill. Huang Wei exhaled a breath and stared coldly at everyone in front of him. How could he absorb 100,000-year soul ring with his fourth soul ring? No, this soul ring is definitely fake, not real. It must be the effect of some kind of soul skill, which gives a soul ring the ability to change colors and simulate the breath of 100,000 years. The one in front of me must be, and the soul beast absorbed by this person's fourth soul ring must be the king of the chameleon lineage. Ha ha ha. Everything has been cracked. Come on, take him down. The 7 generals were a little stunned and panicked at first point, but after calming down and thinking about it, I felt that something was wrong. Starting from the human body, it is absolutely impossible for the fourth soul ring of the human body to be absorbed for 10,000 years, let alone 100,000 years. That's why they were sure that the guy in front of them must be playing tricks. They have been on the battlefield for so many years, what weird things haven't they seen? Just this little soul ring changing color soul skill, they can see through it at a glance now. I have to admire your great imagination. If it were anyone else, maybe your conclusion would be valid, but unfortunately, the person you met is me, Huang. Wei was somewhat impressed by the conclusions of these 7 people and spoke decisively. But the next second, those soldiers were already heading towards him to kill him. The fourth soul skill, Huang Wei slowly raised his hand, and his 100,000-year soul ring lit up. Suddenly, a thumping sound came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the expressions of the 7 generals suddenly changed, and they felt something was wrong. It's a very dangerous feeling. No, it's the real guy. The 7 people reacted immediately, looked at each other, and were shocked. They didn't care about the others taking action, and they all rushed towards Huang Wei. Boy, die. The 7 people are full of murderous intent. Can you make it? That's too late. Huang Wei curled his lips and whispered softly. The 100,000-year-old soul ring on his body was completely lit up, and terrifying soul power fluctuations bloomed. The huge black turtle roared into the sky, and the mysterious runes on the turtle shell moved as if alive. Then a powerful and irreversible force centered around Huang Wei, covering a kilometer of yearning radiation. In an instant, the entire air here was filled with mysterious sign runes. Huang Wei's body turned into nothingness. The attacks of the 7 people and those of the soldiers all passed through him without any harm at all. What? How can it be? At this moment, the soldiers, 7 generals, and the high-altitude Neon Phoenix shrank their pupils and shouted in shock. Penetrated. No, he has become weak. The next second, another turtle roar sounded. The surrounding space was instantly distorted, and a bright blue light bloomed, completely covering an area of 1 kilometer. Huang Wei's entire body was also submerged by this green light. He closed his eyes to see if he could control the sealed object of Ken Kang Mi. But unfortunately, it failed. Maybe his current level is not enough. Huang, who was high in the sky, felt something bad. As he flew away from above, he was pulled crazily by a force. Even Mi was affected. She looked startled, and the title Douluo's power was released, and it was easier than imagined to get rid of this pulling force. What she didn't know was that because she was a title Douluo, otherwise, she would also be involved. This scene seemed like a long time, but in fact only 5 seconds passed. The start and end of Turtle Sky destruction also takes 5 seconds. Huang Wei's state of nothingness gradually turned into reality. In front of him is a twisted science sphere. The sphere was not under his control. It was directly pulled by a force and escaped into the mysterious runes on the turtle shell. A shackle appeared on the rune, and then the shackle disappeared. This is the different dimensional space, the seal. Looking around again, within 1 kilometer, all the people that were originally crowded were gone, the weeds were gone, and the bushes were gone. The area within 1 kilometer of Huang Wei became a bare area. However, at this moment, Huang Wei felt very weak. He clearly didn't have it just now, but now he felt that his soul power was rapidly passing away. Is this the sequel of being consumed so much? He felt so sleepy, so tired, wanted to sleep, and so hungry. Just like that, he closed his eyes and fell directly to the ground. Before he fell into coma, he thought to himself, Nimmer, why is there consumption? Plop, sun, Nhuang was shocked in the sky. The holy sun was fine just now. Why did he suddenly fall into coma now? She didn't dare to neglect and immediately rushed down from the sky point, checking Huang Wei's physical condition. He frowned, then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my body is just overdrawn. I just need to rest for a while. It seems that it must be the soul skill just now. It is a real 100,000-year soul ring. It seems that his own energy is not enough to support it now. Maybe he will have to wait until he reaches a higher level in the future to avoid such a thing from happening. But where have all those people gone? I really can't feel the breath at all. It's like this person has never existed. It seems that I need to report this matter to His Majesty the Pope as soon as possible. Nhuang kept thinking in her heart, son. Suddenly, a voice rushed out of Soto City. This person is none other than Jade Pomilu. He had seen everything just now from the window of the room. The holy sun is really too powerful. Can all those people be wiped out with just one skill? He finally understood what the holy sun had said to him before. Fortunately, he was not within that range. Otherwise, he would have disappeared along with him. He couldn't help but swallow when he thought of this. Even contra, it's really terrible. Your Majesty Nhuang Crown, how is the holy sun? Looking at the woman in front of him, he immediately asked eagerly, it's just too much consumption. It's nothing. You can take him back to sleep and give him food to replenish energy when he wakes up. Nhuang said. I see. Jade Pomilu immediately carried Huang Wei on his back. Nhuang said, now that the crisis is temporarily over, I need to go back to the Pope's palace to report this matter to the Pope. During this time, you can take him directly to Wuhanzi Palace. It is safe there. It's an elder. Jade Pomilu also had the same idea. The Rose Hotel is not safe. It was sold by the people there just now. He will settle the accounts then. The disappearance of people here must soon reach the ears of King Kundera. So he started to set off, heading directly towards Wuhanzi Palace. Just like that, a very serious matter has now turned into a farce and ended quietly. Chapter 88. King Kundera. Time passed quickly, and the people in Soto City were very confused about the troops and the 7 generals who disappeared out of thin air. Aren't these people out of town? Why are both missing? This incident has had a very terrible and huge impact on the entire Berek Kingdom. Of the 10 generals who ruled the country, 7 are now gone. Then there are only 3 left. Early the next morning, King Berek Kundla was dumbfounded when he learned the news, and then became furious above the imperial court. All civil and military officials did not dare to look at him. Look at the eyes, look at the nose, look at the heart. Chapter 74. Just going back and forth like this, not daring to speak. Find out for me what happened, and why don't I know that those 7 generals secretly mobilized their troops to go to Soto City and blocked it. In the end, everyone disappeared. Who can give me an explanation? Kundera's eyes were cold and stern as he stared down. The power of the king fully revealed. Your Majesty, I have you. At this time, a civil servant stood up from the crowd and eased the unpeaceful atmosphere. With his appearance, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became less tense. Kundera was naturally very embarrassed at being ignored and not answered by everyone, but he couldn't show it on his face. Now that I see someone taking the initiative to speak, I'm naturally happy. The serious expression on his face was accompanied by an imperceptible smile, and he said, my dear, tell me. The civil servant suddenly smiled. You all don't know. Now I know the reason. I will definitely be valued for sharing your majesty's worries. Although the king did not speak out, he was the leader in observing what was happening. Otherwise he would not have reached his current position in such a complicated officialdom. So he opened his mouth and told everything he knew. After hearing this, the civil servant said in a low voice, this news was reported to me by a servant, and I also tried to investigate the results. And the final results were exactly the same. As soon as the news from the civil servants came out, the whole hall suddenly became quiet, and there was an uproar again. Everyone's expressions were shocked. This is absolutely impossible. How could so many people disappear out of thin air because of a skill? The Fourth soul ring is 100,000 years old. Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. There is definitely something fishy about this matter. The other military attaches and civilian officials immediately retorted. Do you really think they are 3-year-old children who can be fooled by just a few words? My dear, is this news true? Do you know the crime of deceiving the emperor? Kundera was already suspicious, but now after listening to the words of the ministers, his suspicions were immediately strengthened, and he directly questioned the civil official below who spoke. The fourth soul ring is 100,000 years old? Which soul master on this continent can do this? Isn't this a joke? The civil servant swallowed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In fact, he himself didn't know whether it was true or not. After all, too few people saw that scene. Moreover, his so-called investigation was actually mixed with a lot of water, but now that he has reached this point, he has no way out. He said directly, "That's right, what I said is definitely not false. Okay, I'll just believe you for once, but do you know where that person is now?" Kundera narrowed his eyes and said. The civil servant shook his head. "I don't know. This matter involves a bit of broad scope. It is a huge conspiracy. Without my permission, none of you should act rashly." Kundera thought for a moment, and felt that this matter must not be as simple as imagined, so he gave instructions to the ministers below. Then he said, "For the time being, send someone to secretly watch every move in Soto City. Remember, if you find anyone suspicious or anything wrong, come back and report it to me immediately." According to the order, the officials bowed their hands and saluted. Ebb tide. Kundera waved his hand and settled the matter. All the officials left in an orderly manner. "It seems I need to ask my elder brother for advice." Hey. After all these people left, Kundera looked in the direction of Xiandao City and the Xiandao Empire. His eyes were full of complexity and change, and finally he sighed. So he waved his hand, and a shadow guard appeared. "Hurry to Xiandao City and tell Emperor Zuai everything about what happened just now, and let him make the decision. Also, let the shadow guard keep an eye on Soto City secretly, and find someone to temporarily replace the 6 generals to guard the original place, and then find another person to serve as the Dean of Balak Soul Master Academy." Kundera said indifferently to the black shadow in front of him. According to the order, after the black shadow said respectfully, he immediately disappeared from the spot. This also has something to do with their martial arts. After all, the world is so big and there are so many martial souls. Nothing is non-existent in Soto City. In Wuhanzi Palace. Bishop Federley had just learned that the Holy Sun was coming, and immediately arranged the room. He didn't know what to do now. After all, the Holy Sun was in a coma, which must be a big deal. I found Jade Pomilu several times to confirm the physical condition of the Holy Sun, and whether there was really nothing wrong. Jade Pomilu told Nahuan Douluo's words directly to him. After a few times, Federley finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something happened to the Holy Sun in their temple, as the Bishop of Wuhan Temple, he would definitely not be able to escape this responsibility. At the same time, Huang Wei, who was sleeping in the room at this time, his soul consciousness fell into a very deep sleep. But it can be said that no, his soul consciousness is now in a space. There are many people arranged in this space, all motionless. There is a power within them that seals them. It was the missing group of soldiers and 7 generals. Since waking up, he has tried to communicate with the mysterious rune space, trying to squeeze the energy from these people. This was easier than he thought. It seemed that there was a force helping him. And there is a bridge. The energy quickly flowed out of these people, and finally all entered the Jialing space. Within the space, those fairy grasses grew rapidly. Huang Wei took special care of the rhizomes of the fairy grass that were growing again. It was found that they had undergone very significant changes under the nurturing of these huge energies. Huang Wei felt that in 10 days and a half, these roots would be able to completely grow back to their previous appearance. Although they will only be in the seedling stage by then, as long as these energies do not disappear, they can continue to be nurtured and allowed to grow slowly. This will also greatly reduce the growth cycle. Yes, this is very good. Huang Wei's consciousness nodded with satisfaction. The overall situation is now decided. The things that need to worry him are the objects of consideration for the 5th soul ring. This troubled him very much. He said calmly, "There are 2 in the far north, but I don't know what their wishes are. Chapter 89 The Use of Energy. If it doesn't work, then see if you can cultivate these immortal grasses for 100,000 years and then absorb them for me. Huang Wei suddenly realized, didn't there already be a target to choose from at this stage? As long as you have enough energy, these fairy grasses can reach the 100,000 year level in a short time point. Or if he focuses all his energy on cultivating one of them, something more unexpected may happen. So Huang Wei started to operate. Wonderful Velvet Babel Chrysanthemum. This is his favorite training goal because its effect is to move the ki to the limbs and the blood to the 8 meridians, which can make the body indestructible. Just what he needed. After the fairy grass became a soul ring, he was not sure whether this effect would still exist. If it did, it would be very profitable. He began to mobilize a huge amount of energy to cultivate the Qiantang Xianju. Its current age should be around 7,000 years. After all, he had used energy to cultivate it before, intentionally or unintentionally. Now that the training goal is confirmed, the speed will be even faster in the future. In this case, those rhizomes of fairy grass have already grown out anyway, so it won't be too late to raise them slowly. After doing all this, Huang Wei took another look at the sealed people. Logically speaking, if these guys were drained by him, they would die. But Huang Wei won't care about them so much. If he dies, he will die. The whole world is dominated by the weak and the strong, and the strong are respected. Otherwise there would be no such achievement at all. Among this group of people, those soul master soldiers with low cultivation levels must be the first to die. As for the 3 soul warriors who have more energy, they will naturally die last. But no matter what, their death has become a foregone conclusion. Sealed into the rune space, their destiny is to become the nourishment of the armored spirit space. After doing all this, Huang Wei's consciousness left this space. The Qiantang Xianju will slowly absorb energy and cultivate it. He doesn't need to worry about it. When he woke up again, he found that he was lying on the big bed. His black turtle martial spirit appeared automatically, and green energy particles emitted one after another on his body. In an instant, Huang Wei felt that all the fatigue and sense of loss had been restored. Why don't you come out and help me recover while I'm asleep? Huang Wei murmured. He regained his strength and slowly stood up. Suddenly he found that these energies seemed a bit familiar. Wait, isn't this energy the energy of those people who were squeezed out of rune space? Oh my god, I didn't expect it to have such a use besides cultivating fairy grass. But I'm so hungry. Huang Wei seemed to have discovered a new world, but the next second he felt hungry. It seems that this energy does not cure hunger, but also obviously consumes hunger. He immediately walked out of the room and opened the door. There were people standing there waiting outside. This person is none other than Jade Pomilu. Chapter 75. Holy Sun, you finally wake up. The moment Jade Pomilu saw Huang Wei, he suddenly looked happy. Milu, I'm very hungry now. Huang Wei leaned on the side and said. Jade Pomilu said immediately, we have prepared food for you. Where is this place now? When Huang Wei heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he was still reliable. Jade Pomilu replied, Holy Sun, this is the Wuhanzi Hall of Soto City now. At this time, he was even more in awe of Huang Wei. He had no choice but to do it, because the other party was too powerful. One person uses one soul skill to make everyone disappear. Come on, take me to dinner. Huang Wei nodded. So I went. After learning that Huang Wei had woken up, Federli immediately rushed over. I have seen the Holy Sun. Federli immediately saluted respectfully. Huang Wei looked at him while eating the food. He was too hungry to talk. He just nodded to express it. Federli stood next to Jade Pomilu and asked flatteringly, what do you think of this food, the Holy Sun? Does it taste good? Huang Wei nodded. Very good. Keep working hard. Okay. As long as the Holy Sun likes it. Federli nodded with a smile. How long have I been unconscious? Huang Wei asked. Federli said, Holy Sun, you have been in a coma all night, and now it is the next morning. Huang Wei asked, how is the situation outside now? Federli said, it's strange to say that there is no other action from the Balak Kingdom. It must be that, after knowing how powerful you are, Holy Sun, they don't dare to provoke you again. Huang Wei said, that's not necessarily the case. Maybe someone is already watching us, and you haven't noticed it yet. Upon hearing this, Jade Pomeroy and Fedila's expressions darkened slightly. The meaning expressed by this sinking was not directed at Huang Wei, and they did not have the courage to do so. There were so many people, and the three contrasts just disappeared from the world and went to no one knows where. If the two of them dared to target them, they would be the ones who died. The most dangerous thing is not knowing it at all. This is why Huang Wei's strength is so terrifying. He is just a foreign pseudo-sulking, but he has such terrifying mysterious power, so they were targeting that mysterious person. Federally said, we will pay attention. It may seem calm during this period, but there are undercurrents. I wonder what the Holy Sun plans next. Our Wuhanzi Palace will fully cooperate. Send someone to destroy the wanted poster about us. Huang Wei said. Federally nodded, yes. There are no titled Douluo in Soto City, right? Huang Wei asked. Federally replied, no, the sole Douluo that can be mobilized in Soto City is already the highest combat power in the Balak Kingdom. As for the titled Douluo Dugubo and his alliance sect Kabeo Glazed sect in the Xiandao Empire, the two Douluo will not come to this place, Huang Wei said with satisfaction. That's very good. As long as the title Douluo doesn't come out, no one can hurt me. Thinking of Dugubo, he is not afraid of him now. After all, he is invulnerable to all poisons, and he still has the delicate fragrance of the immortal grass and the Kilo immortal. It is the same whether the other party's poison is in front of him or not. Therefore, the threat of Dugubo has been eliminated. As for the sword Douluo and bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, these two Douluo are indeed a threat, but it's not a big problem, because these two guys don't wander around. They usually come out of places like this to either help some important people in the sect hunt for soul rings, or to follow the sect leader out. And usually the two of them don't come out together, especially when Ning Fengzi comes out. One of them needs to continue guarding the Kibeo Glazed sect. Huang Wei thought, after I obtain the 5th soul ring, I will be able to initially resist the attacks of lower level titled Douluo. As for higher level titled Douluo, there are still some problems. Have you ever heard of Shrek Academy? Suddenly, Huang Wei looked at Federally. Federally was stunned and said, Shrek Academy? Holy Sun, my subordinates have never heard of it. Chapter 90 Progress. Listen to him. Huang Wei thought to himself, it's okay not to know. Wuhan Palace is so powerful and has many things to manage, so naturally it won't pay attention to Shrek Academy, which has not yet risen. So the reputation will naturally not be that great. Shrek Academy is so loud because of Tangsun. Otherwise, even if they could win a few games, they would not be able to survive the real competition without Tangsun. Wherever Tangsun goes, if he is one of his own, he will be blessed by the light of the protagonist's luck. Huang Wei sneered in his heart. HMPH, if Tangsun dares to show up at Shrek Academy, then I will let you become my nourishment. Seeing that Huang Wei was silent, both Federally and Jade Pomeroy thought that the other person was contemplating a big issue, so they did not bother him. Although the other party is only 7 years old, his strength and meticulous thinking are far superior to many others. Bishop Federally exist. Huang Wei said, send someone to search for Shrek Academy in a remote place in Soto City. They are very poor. You don't need me to do anything, just go find it and report to me when you find it. My subordinate understands. Federally bowed and nodded. This is also an opportunity for them. Being named by the Holy Sun is also the time for him to take credit. Go. Huang Wei waved his hand. After Federally and Jade Pomeroy looked at each other, they left to do their work. Huang Wei looked at the Jade Pomeroy again and said, Malu, take me to the solar arena of Soto City. I want to take a walk with the Holy Sun's cultivation. Why would he go to that kind of place? Jade Pomeroy was confused. Huang Wei thought to himself, that place is a famous place in the original novel. Since I'm here, I can't miss it. But he couldn't say it out loud, but simply said, go and have a look. Jade Pomeroy seemed to realize that he had made a mistake, and he should not have asked the Holy Sun. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry Holy Sun, I was wrong. Let's go. Huang Wei nodded slightly. He was full and could set off now. Yes. The two of them left the Wuhanzi Palace and headed towards the largest solar arena in Soto City Point at the same time. There was another place called the Royal Family of the Xiandao Empire Point. Emperor Zuyi finished his own business as usual and came to a large lake and a courtyard to look at the scenery. Point. This is where he comes to relax after finishing his busy work every day. Time passed quickly and noon came. There is a group of people behind him, all of whom are death guards to protect him. Where are you going, Your Majesty? The death guard's voice was solemn, but respectful. These people are all at the contra level, including high level ones, low level ones, and intermediate level ones. You can see how rich it is. If there were no title Douluo in this world, then Emperor Zuyi would be a truly terrifying existence. Point. As the Emperor of the Xiandao Empire, Emperor Zuyi needed to know in advance, so that they could conduct safe exploration of that place. Emperor Zuyi spoke slowly. Wherever you can go, continue to go back to approve official affairs. Yes, the death guard nodded. Just when Emperor Zuyi left this place, a figure came quickly from not far ahead. Stop, who are you? If you don't stop, shoot to death. The contra death guards behind him instantly became stern, and as soon as their martial souls came out, they entered a state of combat readiness, rushing directly in front of Emperor Zuyi and surrounding him. Point. Looking at the dark shadow in front of me. Point. Emperor Zuyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Point. He seemed to recognize who the person in front of him was. The black shadow stopped instantly, and he saw clearly that it was a man. Point. The whole body is covered with black robe. Point. He did not move forward because the contra aura emanating from the group of people in front of him was too terrifying. Point. He was afraid that if he took one step forward, he would be beheaded immediately. Point. He immediately knelt down on one knee and handed over an oracle with both hands. His low voice was respectful. Greetings to Emperor Zuyi. I'm here under the command of King Kundera. I have something urgent to report to you. Send it up. Emperor Zuyi said calmly. Yes, a death guard beside him immediately stepped forward and grabbed the oracle in the hand of the man in black. After checking, he found that it was not a dangerous item and was really just a simple oracle. Then however he turned around and took it back to Emperor Zuyi. Kundera is his cousin and usually won't come to him unless something big happens. Emperor Zuyi had already made up his mind at the beginning, and his face was slightly condensed. As the master of a large empire, he could not show too much expression, otherwise he would lose the power of the emperor. When he took it and looked at it, his eyes instantly shrank at the contents. To be honest, he was extremely horrified right now. 10,000 people just disappeared. Although the 7 generals of the country are only from the Balik Kingdom, they are also under the jurisdiction of the Xiandao Empire. That place is an important military place. The 7 generals of the country naturally belong to the Xiandao Empire. Now they are gone. For Xiandao Empire, it was also a huge loss for Dao Empire. Emperor Zuyi looked solemn. I already know it. Go back and tell Kundera that I will arrange for someone to go down and find out. Yes, the man in black left quickly, and the oracle was safely in the hands of Emperor Zuyi, so his mission this time was completed. There was no need for him to stay. Instead, he went back to report the news. Let all the senior officials go to the hall again. I have something to announce. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.